With us for day 2 of the 2017 Rodeo Austin Junior Heifer Show. We're going to get started this morning with our opening ceremonies. Have a few individuals with us this morning to lead us in the 4-H pledge and FFA motto, and then we'll finish up with the singing of the national anthem. With us this morning to lead us in the 4-H pledge, Mr. Braden Fisher of the Bell County 4-H Club.
I pled my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Braden. Now for the FFA motto, we have Kaylee Hilton from Florence FFA chapter.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you, Kaylee. And this morning here to sing our national anthem is Miss Demetra Franson from Gillespie County 4-H. So if you would, please remove your hats and stand at attention and join in with Demetra in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Demetra. Great job on the national anthem. We're ready to show some heifers today. Starting off on the east side, we have a Red Brangus show. Dr. Chris Cassidy will be judging our Americans again today. And over on the west side, we'll start off with Class 1 of our Angus show. Mr. Tyler Cates will be judging our British breeds today here on the west side. So ready for Class 1. Heifers calved on or after April 1st of 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our judges for today. We got Dr. Chris Cassidy over here on the east side judging our American breeds, currently evaluating our Red Brangus cattle. Dr. Chris Cassidy grew up on a diversified grain and cattle operation in north central Illinois. He attended Blackhawk East Junior College, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. And he then transferred to Texas A&M University, where he received his Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science and was a member of the livestock judging team there as well. He went on to earn his PhD in Animal Science at the University of Illinois. And while he was there, he coached the livestock judging team for 6 years. Dr. Cassidy now resides in Ankeny, Iowa, with his wife, Katie, and 8-month-old son, Bo. He coaches the Iowa State University livestock judging team and owns the C5 Angus Ranch in Ancona, Illinois. That ranch consists of 75 purebred Angus cows. He's judged hundreds of shows over 25 states, including the Fort Worth Stock Show, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, National Western, and the North American International Livestock Exposition. And we're glad to have him here with us today. On the east side, or west side, currently evaluating our Angus heifers, we have Mr. Tyler Cates. Mr. Cates is from Modoc, Indiana, where he lives with his wife, Courtney, and 2-year-old daughter, Piper. He owns and operates Cates Farms Shorthorns and Sunrise Sunset Angus. He attended Northeastern Oklahoma A&M College, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. He then transferred to Purdue University, where he's also a member of the livestock judging team there. Tyler went on to coach the judging team at Purdue for 3 years. He has worked with countless judging teams and officiated numerous judging contests. He's also judged many shows across the country, including the North American Livestock Expo, the National Western Stock Show, the Fort Worth Stock Show, American Royal, and the Cow Palace. So please help me welcome our judges here today, Mr. Tyler Cates and Dr. Chris Cassidy.
Well, it's really good to be back for day 2, and we start in a really nice class of Red Brangus females, and I think that there's a lot of different types and kinds in here, and the heifer that wins this class for me, I think, does so relatively easily. Not only is she the cowiest in her rib cage and her body type, but I think she sets the standard for structural quality. She's built right in her angles. I think when she gets out in motion, she probably handles her top line as good as any of them. So I think just in terms of combining production principles with an extra shot of look and keeping function in check makes her a real standout in this particular lineup. I think after her, we're at a crossroads, and I think there's a couple different directions that a guy could go for second. To me, the one that ends up in the second spot is really neat to look at, and she's probably a little greener just in her condition, and it probably doesn't make her quite as soft and quite as bold and robust as our class winner, but I think this heifer's got a lot of quality. Her neck sets up on the top of her shoulder really good. She's really organized and balanced and attractive in her look, just not as full right there in her forerib, and you step right in behind her, she's not as dimensional out through her pin set. And I think just on a comparative sense, maybe not quite as soft in the use of her hind leg, but a good-looking one. The young lady does an awesome job of getting her presented. A little different type that comes in third. She's got tons of performance and probably has as much true length of body and extension. I think with that, she's got a little extra size. You probably like to soften her body type and just make it match her frame a little better. And I think of the top three, when you set them in motion, she's probably the most challenged in her hind leg. Her pastern wants to get a little tight. Probably like to loosen her there in her lower joints. You kind of switch gears into fourth with a more moderate kind of heifer. I think her body type relative to her size probably matches her a little better. She gets a little plain just in how she reads up front. She's jamming her neck in a little tight and short there into her shoulder, a little upright up front as well. So she just doesn't blend together that front third in terms of neck, shoulder, and forerib, and that's why she's in fourth. Young lady's heifer that comes next is really honest and genuine in her base width. She gets just a little raw there in her flank and probably doesn't get out and handle her hip quite as nicely, but a good heifer there in her own right. Then we round our class out with one that's got some performance. She's got weight per day of age in her favor. She comes across as a little flatter just in how she's put together, and I think structurally speaking, she could be altered in her hind leg and the way her hip is designed. Probably like to lay that one back in her shoulder as well. Excellent class and a really good way to start off our second day.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 1 in a Red Brangus show. First place goes to J.Z. Bice of Waller FFA. In second is Audrey Ivy of Bangs FFA. Third place goes to Matthew Tack of Pasadena FFA. In fourth was Kaylin Ball of Clear Lake FFA. The fifth place goes to Reagan Drybrook of Comal County 4-H. And sixth place goes to Samantha Munoz of Pasadena FFA. Now I have Class 2 moving in. It's a single entry heifer-born March of 2016.
We'll give this young lady a chance to kind of get this calf round and set up. Again, just a single entry, but boy, she hits you pretty good at the initial impression. Really stout and powerful, but uniquely gives you a really nice and attractive look ahead of her shoulder. Really, really functional kind of female. We'll get her back out here, but if you would, let's give this young lady a nice hand. That's a nice heifer that wins her class here at the Rodeo Austin. Congratulations.
Taking the blue ribbon in class number 2 of the Red Brangus show is Allie Garcia of Bangs FFA. We're now moving into class 3 in a Red Brangus show. 2 entries in this class, both heifers born February of 2016.
What a great class to start off with today. I'm not sure we saw a class this deep in terms of quality yesterday. And, you know, the top half of this class are really, really good. There's not a perfect one in this class. There's not a heifer that wins really easily. But these three are the females that put the most good things together in the most balanced, complete packages. You know, there's not one that's just perfect in terms of her movement. But the heifer that wins the class, I think, is the most eye-appealing and balanced. I think she is the most dimensional in terms of her width and dimension and true shape. She comes to us pretty honest in terms of her body composition. When you compare her to the heifer in second, I think she's a little more slender about her neck. She's a little cleaner up through her chest. When you analyze her from behind, she's wider at her pins. It shows you more shape from behind. I'd like to see this heifer use her hock just a little bit better. You know, when you get her on the move, she hits her stride. She flexes it better than what she looks like she would on the stand. On the stand, it looks straighter, but when you get her out, she does hit her stride, but I would like to see her flex her hock a little bit better. The heifer we have in second does that. She flexes her hock better, but she's not as attractive. She's not as stout, and she gets a little straight out of her shoulder and front knee. But I think a big rib female young lady does a nice job with. Young man's heifer in third, I'll admit, is probably the best structured. I like her foot size. I like her shape of her feet. She's probably got the best angles off of both ends of her skeleton. She's long and she's deep. Where I want to change this heifer is she just comes apart. She breaks in her loin, she breaks behind her shoulders, and, you know, I'll take a little bit of that, but with all that added length, that's probably something that's going to be a problem on down the road when you have something that long-bodied. It's hard to keep it put together as nicely, but I like her parts and pieces. I like her structure, her body, her neck, and the young man does a really nice job. The heifer comes out next is one probably doesn't strike you real hard because she's maybe a little fuzzier haired and plainer up front, but as far as a form to function standpoint, a real functional cow prospect that has her sound in her structure. She's got some width and dimension. Just a nice female that doesn't have quite that pizzazz that some of the heifers above her have. Next young lady's heifer is really nice as well. Very eye-appealing and balanced, big-ribbed. Where I want to change her, she gets a little smaller-footed, a little frailer bone, wants to get a little rigid in her pasterns at times. Young lady's heifer that comes next to her is a little probably deeper body, but not as pretty up through her front end. There's some good parts to this young man's heifer. I just want to make her a little nicer at the crest of her neck, set her down in terms of her tail head a bit. Young lady's heifer comes out next is big-bodied heifer that's a little finer bone, maybe a little higher up through her rear flank. Young man's heifer comes next, really a long-bodied. Straight-topped heifer just needs to be a little deeper. Young man's heifer behind him probably is a little deeper, but doesn't get out and travel soundly. Young lady's heifer coming out next needs a little more performance. These two young people down here are doing a really nice job, have some really big-bodied cattle that just are a little heavier conditioned, a little plainer today. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. That was a really good class.
Well, over here on the Red Brangus side, maybe not the numbers of what's over on the other ring, but I think we've got a really close pair here, and they're a little different, and that's what makes it challenging from my viewpoint. I think both of these cattle have something you can tie to and something you can change about each one of them. I'm going to start with the heifer that, yeah, I know she comes across as just a little plainer in how she's put together, but I think functionally speaking, she's more right just in her body type and the softness that she has to her forerib and flank. And for me, she solidifies her case in first. When you set the cattle in motion, she's got more control in her lower joints, and the way that her hind leg gets out and flexes is more ideal. She's more laid back up front, and collectively, she just has more organization to her spine, which I do believe is a function of just how she's built underneath. And I think if you want to switch this pair, wouldn't argue with you. This young lady does an exceptional job. She's awesome on the stick and really presents this calf to the best of its ability. Probably a little fresher in terms of breeding condition, a little more honest and appropriate at that standpoint. I think structurally speaking, I just like to change her hip and her hind leg design. She's got extra set to her hock, but still manages to get tight in her pastern, so she swivels out of her hip. Maybe doesn't have the same sort of organization and the strength in her top line. Sure like to see her a little softer in her body type as well. That's an interesting pair. Two good kids and two really nice females. Let's give them a hand. Congratulations on your two entries in this class.
Results from class number 3 in our Red Brangus show. First place goes to Liza Garcia of Pasadena FFA. And second place is Megan Rogers of Lockhart FFA. Back on the west side, we have results from class 1 in our Angus show. Class 1, first place went to Sarah Beth Britton of Garrison FFA. In second was Emma Nowotny of New Braunfels FFA. Third place in Class 1 went to Stuart Lastavica of Salado FFA. In fourth was John Burke of Liberty Hill FFA. Fifth place went to Sidney Harris of Martin County 4-H. Sixth place was Shelby Fitzgerald of Columbia Brazoria FFA. In seventh was Robert Brady Binker of Washington County 4-H. Eighth place went to Caitlin Kent of Snook FFA. And ninth was Dustin Binker of Washington County 4-H. And 10th place was Skylar Kirk of Aledo FFA. Our judge is currently evaluating Class 2 in our Angus show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2016.
Another really nice class of Angus heifers here, and I think these three kind of surface up to the top in terms of being complete and pretty good structured with having some balance and some width. The heifer that wins the class, though, is the most striking and eye-appealing as you view her at the stand. Really up-headed female, neck comes really high out of the top of her shoulder, really long-bodied, still drapes some width and dimension over her top. She drops a nice rib cage. Heifer that probably gets out and moves as well as any. I want to change her in her loin. She wants to get a little tight in terms of her loin, a little up in her tail head. You know, that's, I notice a lot of these cattle are clipped pretty tight in their loins, and that kind of accentuates that just a little bit. But that's a good heifer. That's where I want to change her today, and that's an advantage I give to the heifer in second. She's stronger top. She's stronger over her loin. She may be just a notch wider at her pin set than the heifer we start with. Where I want to change her, she gets straighter up through her shoulder angle, up through her front leg and front knee. Isn't as attractive in terms of her head and her neck as the heifer we start with, but she still has an advantage in terms of balance and femininity over the heifer that's in third. I like a lot of things about the heifer in third. She's big-footed and she's pretty good structured. She's got some width. I just want to change her up through her front end. She's not as attractive, probably not as deep in terms of her center body, but I like the way her tail head lays in a little nicer than some of the cattle we have above her. You know, this is a nice female here. She has absolutely zero hair, but there's a lot of shape to that female. She's got a lot of muscle down her top, a lot of muscle from behind. She's big rib. She's just a little plainer and a little shorter in terms of her body length compared to some of the cattle we have out here. The heifer we have next is longer bodied. She's longer from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. There's times this heifer gives you a pretty good look, but then sometimes she really wants to drop in her pins to get her hind legs underneath her, which kind of sucks up her rear flank when you get her on the move. Young lady's heifer coming next is a big, powerful female, just gets a little more plain to the eye as you analyze her through her front end and back through her tail head. The young man's heifer that concludes the class just needs a little more time. She's a little farther behind some of the other cattle we have within this particular class.
Another really good class on the Red Brangus side. We've got some differences in build and structure in all four of these heifers, and I wouldn't say that anybody's just perfect in that regard, but the one that wins this class, the heifer that wins this class, I do think, is the most right in how she's built. And I think just when you keep in mind that with the look that she gives you from the side, she's super fresh and probably laid in just a little neater there at the edge of her shoulder, super feminine about her head and neck. I think she becomes the place to start because I think she's enough of an improvement in terms of skeletal build, but still puts together a really neat look from the side. My hat's off to you, young lady. You're hanging in there tough. That heifer's pretty mean, and she's kind of picking on you a little bit, but you hung tough, and I think that she's got some good as well. She's really stout, and if you want some extra mass and volume, young lady's got herself something to work for you. I think just when you set them in motion, she just comes up too short in her steps. She wants to tighten out of her hip and her hind leg, and I think she could be changed just in the shape of the edge of her shoulder. If we just change those structural things and loosen her in her lower joints, I think we could move her up because young lady does an awesome job. We're rooting for you. That heifer's good looking and stout. She just needs to go a little better off both ends. Heifer that comes in third, I think, has got as much performance as any of them. She's still got some body depth that matches her size and frame. She's one that looks like a brood cow, and I like the ruggedness and the feature that she has to her head. I think she just, structurally speaking, up front is probably where my biggest criticism. She gets a little forward there, and her knee and her shoulder just doesn't reach, and she wants to paddle and struggles just a bit in how she moves and motors out of that front end. And I think, relatively speaking, she could be opened up in her rib cage as well. We round the class out with one that's a little more sensible in her size. I think she comes out of balance in terms of chest and flank, and she too needs to be altered at the ground in regards to her angles. But 4 good heifers and a really nice set of kids as well. My congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from class number 4 in our Red Brangus show. First place goes to Kyler Klippick of Brazoria County 4-H. And second was Ashlyn Peters of El Campo FFA. Third place was Caitlin Gunnan of Pearland FFA. And fourth went to Riley Rodriguez of El Campo FFA. Our judge will now select the calf champion in our Red Brangus show. On the west side, our judge is currently evaluating the third class in our Angus show. We have results from class number 2. In class 2, first place went to Noah Grounds of Navarro County 4-H, and second was Kara Pinkerton of Smith County 4-H. Third place, Tucker Gamble of Joaquin FFA, and fourth was Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. Fifth place went to Rayleigh Aragon of Lavaca County 4-H, and sixth was Sydney Harris of Clifton FFA, and seventh place went to Jonathan Blackman of Livingston FFA.
Another really nice class of Angus over here. These are February females. I think it comes down to a top 2 within this class and then some really nice cow prospects. There's some differences in the top 2 females, but the heifer I prefer from a balance and femininity and structure standpoint is the young lady's heifer we're going to go ahead and start with. When you compare her to the heifer in second, she's put together better in the angle to her shoulder, the way her shoulder blends into her forerib. She's set better at her knee, and then when you analyze her off her back end, she's more correctly structured from her stifle and her hock down to the ground, allows her to just get out and travel with more freedom of movement, takes a longer, freer stride. Past that, I like this female in terms of her length and balance, really up-headed, great swoop to her rib, lays in very nicely in terms of her loin and tail head. She has given up some bone and some power to the heifer in second, but she has so many other advantages. She's the place we need to start today. Heifer in second I do like quite a bit. I think there's a lot of good parts and pieces to this heifer. You analyze her from the ground up and the rear forward, those are her best attributes. Big-footed, a lot of bone, a lot of width from behind, a lot of power through her center body. When you get her on her move is where she comes apart a little for me. She gets a little rigid in terms of her pattern. She's a little coarser and more upright in her shoulder, but a really good female the young lady does an awesome job with. Young man's got a nice broody female here in third, really long-bodied, good center body female. It's pretty good in terms of her structure, just not that quality look and eye appeal as the 2 heifers we have above her. Young man's heifer that comes out next, I thought of the remaining 3, was probably the biggest bodied female. She gets a little straight up through her front end. You want to change her off her back end. But the young man does a really nice job, as you can see, getting her stopped and set up. The young lady's heifer we have coming in next is a bit more powerful than that heifer, but a little plainer. And then young lady's heifer that concludes the class, she's more up-headed and eye-appealing than the heifer in front of her. She's just not as dimensional. She's a little frailer in terms of her bone and width when you compare to that heifer in front of her.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 3 in our Angus show. First place goes to Katie Harris of Martin County 4-H. And second was Emma Nowotny of New Braunfels FFA. Third place went to Joshua Urbanowski of Somerville FFA. In fourth was Keaton Nichols of Mount Enterprise FFA. Fifth place was Nikki White of Alvarado FFA. And sixth place went to Reese Pinkerton of Smith County 4-H. Attention junior heifer exhibitors, got a few comments about loadout today. The gate will open for loadout at 10 a.m. They plan to use the first row in the B lot next to the Howdy office for loadout. Right now there's an unattended truck and trailer at the gate. We need you to return to your truck and move that out of the way. And if you have parked your vehicle in the first row of the B lot by the Howdy trailer, you must move them now. They need to have those vehicles moved. Going to be using that area to line up trucks and trailers for loadout. So again, loadout will start at 10 a.m. and they're going to use the first row in the B lot next to the Howdy office for loadout. So if you're parked in that area, please move your vehicle so we can bring the trailers through here and get everybody loaded up and get everybody on the road and get them home. Reminders to our heifer exhibitors, this is a blow and go show. No grooming materials are allowed. Your heifers will be wiped and checked when they move into the staging area. Do not use any type of grooming products on these heifers. Also, you need your registration papers. You need your original registration papers. If you are a scramble exhibitor, you may only have a copy with a stamp on it from the show. That has your original, that is fine. But if she is not a scramble heifer, then you need your original registration papers from the Breed Association.
What a really great way to start off our show as we wrap up this first division. Really excellent set of class winners. And, you know, when you get the single entry out here along with the rest of these class winners, I think they fit together extremely well. There are some trade-offs and there's some differences, but as a whole, they all represent quality. The heifer that wins the first class just looks like a brood cow. And in terms of structure, I think she probably is as good as any of them out here in regards to range of motion, just mobility in her lower joints. She's a big-bodied kind of a heifer that's got some power to her. I like her neck and her shoulder as well. She's got some strength to feature, but yet still stays feminine enough. And if you change her, she maybe runs downhill just a touch and isn't maybe the neatest to look at, but from a real world perspective, that one holds a lot of merit. From a cowman's perspective, big-bodied, sound-structured, powerful when you get in behind her, and I certainly think her look is plenty good enough. Heifer that comes out of her second spot, this single entry, when you bring her out here, she's kind of different. She's a freakier appearing kind of heifer, if you will, really sleek and correct up through her neck shape, really attractive in terms of how she presents herself from the side. She's lean and she's fresh in her composition. I guess there's some things that you change about all of them. I'd like to change this heifer in her shoulder, right there at the top of her shoulder. She wants to just get a little awkward there in how it ties into her spine. Probably doesn't organize her top line and just maintain that strength and collection up high, but certainly a good freakier kind of looking one that's got some interesting breeding pieces. It's really tough to make cattle that have that kind of stoutness but still are that good necked. Heifer that comes out of our third class is definitely opposite end of the spectrum. She's soggy and soft and really conservative just in terms of frame as well as her structure. I think she's one that of these four probably gets just a nickel plainer in how she's presented, but I like the tradition of that heifer. She looks like she's rugged, and she has the makeup to go out and be successful in the pasture, and she'll work in a really tough environment. Then we round out our lineup here with this class winner out of class 4. She probably has the neatest look of any of them out here. Really like the way this heifer is laid in through her shoulder, the way her top line is really strong, and it helps her balance extremely well. You know, she's not the stoutest, and when you set her in motion, I'd call her adequate. I could probably loosen her just ever so slightly out of her hind leg, but again, quality alone makes her a real contender out here because she's put together really, really nicely from the side and everything fits in that female. Good set of seconds as well. My congratulations to all these young exhibitors. If you would, put your hands together. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll pick you a champion of reserve.
Nice class, Angus. Here's maybe not quite the power up on the top end that we've had in some of the other classes, but I think there's a heifer that needs to start. I think that when you compare her to her contemporaries within this group, she's the soundest, most eye-appealing female that reads with the most future, the most quality up through her front end. She's the best in terms of her spine and her hip. Really has a big foot and a lot of bone on this female. Really sets down soft off of her hind leg. If I'm going to change her, you know, you might widen her out just a bit from behind, but she is pretty honest in terms of her body composition. She maybe comes in at her knee a little bit and out at her toe, but that's when she's coming at you. When she goes by you, heifer flexes good, set back good. She's the soundest, most eye-appealing female that's got enough to her. I thought it was close between second and third. I thought they were the next two soundest heifers. I thought there was just more growth, more length, and more future growth in the heifer that we run second. She's longer bodied, more extended from the point of her shoulders back to her pin. She's longer canted and projects with more, that she's going to be a bigger, later maturing cow. I want to change her in the slope she has to her shoulder. She gets a little straighter, more upright. She wants to get down, her head down in her a little bit. Her neck doesn't come out as high when she's standing and on the move. But we change that the way that heifer moves out of her shoulder, and she could probably win the class. Young lady's heifer's got some neat parts and pieces to her. She's a, big-bodied, big-boned heifer that's pretty sound in terms of her structure. She's moderate, but I read that heifer as a little quick too. She's pretty short cannoned. I worry about that heifer next year being big enough, but I like a lot of things about her. Young lady does a nice job hanging in there and getting her set up. Next young lady's heifer is one that is longer spined and longer fronted. Heifer that gets out and travels pretty good. She didn't give us quite as good a look from the side. We didn't have her set up quite as good as a couple of the other ones. She's not as stout in terms of her bone and foot as a couple of the heifers we had in front of her. Next young lady's heifer is much in a similar build to that heifer, as she's long and feminine, but not as powerful and not as put together as the heifer in front of her. The young lady with the brace on her knee, really a stout heifer. To me, she was stouter and more dimensional than the heifers behind her, but she gets plainer up through her front end. Young man's heifer comes out next. You like to make her a little prettier and have a shot more bone. Young lady's heifer comes out next. This is a longer body than that heifer right in front of her. Probably a little prettier, but not as stout. Young man's heifer that concludes the class, a female that's got some bone and is really, really big and long. I just worry about her, being able to maintain herself here, how good she's going to be as a cow compared to those little more conventional heifers that stand right in front of her.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 4 in our Angus show. First place went to Harley Zapalak of Schulenburg FFA. In second was Heather Marks of Brenham FFA. Third place went to Riley Zapalak of Schulenburg FFA. In fourth was Victoria Hobson of LaGrange FFA. Fifth place went to Soledad Cesar Soto of Hayes County 4-H. Sixth place, Sydney Harris of Clifton FFA. In seventh was Trevor Goza of Aledo FFA. And eighth place was Danielle Turby of Williamson County 4-H. And ninth place was Cooper Dube of Thrall FFA. Now ready for a judge to select our calf division champion in our Angus show. Back on the east side, we currently have class number 7 in the arena of our Red Brangus show. These are heifers that were born November and December of 2015. Our judge just has selected the calf division champions, and our heifer calf champion came out of class 1, exhibited by J.C. Bice of Waller FFA, and a reserve heifer calf champion, also out of class 1, exhibited by Audrey Ivy of Bangs FFA. Congratulations to our division winners.
The really good class here. We've got one that I think sticks out pretty easy and kind of handles this class just in terms of structure and body type. I really like this female. I think she's built right and certainly has a soft maternal kind of look to the center part of her body. And I think, you know, she's got enough power but still lays it on really smooth and long in terms of her muscle shape. Head really comes up high out of her shoulder and she gives you a really good balanced look. I think she wins easy. And we'll get her back out here for division, but a really nice place to start in this class. I think that the decisions between second and third, and I'll be honest, I just make a stand that, you know, that this heifer in second's enough better in regards to her structure to go ahead and sort her over the dark red heifer. She gives up too much in terms of just substance and growth and power, but I think skeletally speaking, I think there's just a little more longevity built in her. She's more right in the angle of her shoulders. She's more right in terms of how she gets out and handles her lower joints, but a good heifer there in second, she just needs powered up. I think this heifer in third has that big advantage and is really an upgrade in terms of stoutness and rib shape and volume to her. She's just not good enough at the ground for me. She's straighter in her shoulder and wants to twist out on her front feet. And I think just the way she's built, she's a little uncomfortable, which causes her to pull up in her spine. So I think if we just relax this heifer and get her a little looser underneath, we could slide her up a spot because I definitely like her stoutness, and that young lady's done an awesome job of presenting her to us today. I think 3 good heifers. My congratulations again.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from Class 7 in our Red Brangus show. First place goes to Waylon Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. In second is Riley Rodriguez of El Campo FFA. And third place was Callie Damesworth of Leonard FFA. Now have Class 8 in our Red Brangus show. These are heifers born September and October of 2015.
Nice division of Angus here, and I think we definitely probably need to talk about each and every one of them and let you know kind of where I see the cattle and how I compare them to one another, because I think this is a really good division. I do think there's a heifer that wins because she's the most complete. Then I think you can do a lot of things after that. The heifer that won our first class really combines look and eye appeal with having a lot of substance. Really neat neck. She's fresh and genuine in her condition for a heifer of that age. Really big-bodied, really stout, and has a lot of bone. And we talked about in class, I'd like her to just have a little more set and cushion to her hock, and like her to use her hock just a little softer, but does pretty good when you get her on the move. She does hit her stride, but that's certainly maybe a concern for me just going down the road. Young man's heifer, we came out of the next class, really long-bodied and well-balanced at the stand. He does an excellent job showing her, always has her set up very nicely. Heifer that's good in terms of her angle. She's sound on the move. Where I want to change her is she's a little frailer probably in terms of her foot and bone and width compared to a couple of the other heifers. And we talked about how she comes apart in her loin just a little when you get her out on the move. The next heifer, our February heifer, one that I think came out of probably the strongest class, heifer that really puts a lot of good things together. No major holes here. She's balanced, she's sound, she's big-bodied, she's feminine. She beat a good heifer in that class because she was just more eye-appealing and had better angles to her structure and got out and moved better. And then the heifer out of her last class, wasn't as strong a class, but this is a really good heifer this young lady has. She's loose skeleton, she's big-bodied, she's feminine up front. She lacks a little performance and width and power when you get her out here in this lineup, but really a nice female as well. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you the two I like. As we bring the second place heifer over here out of that class, we talked how we'd like her to use her hock just a little nicer, very similar to the May down there. So to me, it comes down to those two heifers. Both very powerful females, both cattle that aren't perfect in terms of structure, but certainly by no means are cattle that are, crippled or, aren't going to be really good, useful cattle. I think it's close between those two. The May is probably a little fresher and prettier up through her front end. But there's so much bone and power and mass in this February heifer. We're going to go ahead and make her a reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your calf division champions in our Angus show. Calf champion coming out of Class 3, exhibited by Katie Harris of Martin County 4-H. And reserve heifer calf champion, also out of Class 3, exhibited by Emma Nowotny of New Braunfels FFA. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Now ready to move into class number 7, our Angus show. These will be heifers that were born between November and December of 2015.
Well, I apologize for taking just a little extra time in this class. And this is a really challenging one for me. And, you know, I'd be honest, I'd like to find a kind that's somewhere in between all three of these. But, you know, that's not the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. I think it's awesome that you've got three showmen out here that are really competing and really want it, because I really do believe, you guys, that this class could get placed a lot of different ways. And to just kind of tell you how I see it, the one that wins the class probably puts together the look and the freshness of the third place heifer, but still has just an extra shot of look and quality about her. I think she's the compromise in this class. You've done a nice job with that female. She's extended. She's got some look to her. Probably like the shape of her shoulder and her top line a little better than the one that ends up in second. And I think relative to her frame, she probably could be a little softer in her flank, probably a little softer just in her body type in general. But quality and how she combines a functional build with having a little extra look is why she ends up at the top for me. Yeah, I toyed with starting with this heifer in second because I think at the ground, she's probably the most appropriate in terms of her flex of her hind leg, her structure's right. I think her body type matches her frame a little better than the class winner does. For me, it's just up front and the edge of her shoulders getting a little rounder, a little plainer just in her look. She maybe isn't as neat as that one that beats you, but that's a good heifer that's really functionally correct. She'll be really good there in production. I like her structure better than the one that ends up in third. This young lady's an awesome stick, and you've done a great job of getting this calf taken care of and presented awesome hair coat on that one. An awesome presentation to her. She's just not right in her hind leg and the way her hip is designed. She's got some pin width and she's neat-necked, but when she gets out in motion, she's just too tight and uncoordinated. She really tucks her leg up underneath of herself, and it causes her to roll out of her hip. She's not stable enough just underneath for me to move her up, but good quality kind of an individual. She's good looking. She's got some power. Just didn't think her structure was good enough to move her up in this class. Excellent class. Three good heifers, plenty of differences, but good ones nonetheless.
Results from class number 8 in our Red Brangus show. First place goes to Trey Ivy of Bangs FFFA. Second place, Larry Henderson of Rice Consolidated FFA. And third place went to Morgan Dornack of Needville FFA. Now ready for class 9 in a Red Brangus show. These will be heifers that were born July and August of 2015.
Nice class of cattle here. You know, I don't know that there's an absolute perfect one in here, but a lot of good functional Angus heifers in here. Heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with, I think, is the most powerfully constructed female in terms of width of skeleton. When she comes at you, she has the most chest and forerib. She's got the best center body. You analyze her down her top and from behind, she's the widest pinned. Really works off of a nice functional hind leg. Where I want to change her is she gets a little straighter in her shoulder. Her neck comes a little low out of the top of her shoulder. And when she gets on the move, she gets a little high right behind her shoulder. And that's all just due to just being a little straighter out of her shoulder. You get past that, though, and I think she's the balanced, big-volumed heifer that needs to win the class. I think a heifer behind her is another big-volume female that balances pretty good on the stand. Young lady always has her set up. You know, she's, for being that long and that stout, she's still put together very nicely in her top line and her loin, and is pushed down in her tail head the way you'd like to see it. I want to change her front end structure a little bit too. She gets a notch straighter. She wants to come in at her hock from behind. Not quite the eye appeal of the heifer we have in front of her. Young man's heifer we have coming out next is not as big and powerful as those two, but she's really long and fresh up through her front end. A heifer that's pretty good in terms of her structure. She just gets outpowered and outpounded by those two heifers we have in front of her. Young lady's heifer, there's more to her than the heifer right in front of her, but she's not as attractive. She's not put together as nicely in terms of her shoulder as that heifer we have in front of her. Doesn't give us quite as nice a look up to her front end. Young man's heifer that comes out next probably is a bit more feminine, just a little finer boned and frailer made than the heifer in front of her. Young man's heifer coming out next is really thick, just a little plainer in her overall appearance. And then the young man's heifer we conclude the class with, another feminine heifer, a heifer that's just a little frailer all the way through.
Results from class number 7 in our Angus show. First place goes to Tacey Aragon of Caney Creek FFA. In second was Jalen Urbanoski of Burleson County 4-H. Third place went to Gideon Cruzy of Fredericksburg FFA. In fourth was Caitlin Kent of Snook FFA. Fifth place goes to Brandon Fox of Navasota FFA. And in sixth was Marshall Wagner of Washington County 4-H. Now I have Class 8 moving into the ring. These are heifers born September and October of 2015. Attention heifer exhibitors, if you lost your cell phone, we have one up here at the announcer's stand. If you lost your cell phone, we have one up here at the announcer's stand. If you can come describe it, we can get it back to you.
Well, folks, as we get over back on the Red Brangus side, I'm probably not the best poker player, but I think this one's pretty dang nice. And, you know, for a heifer of this age to have that kind of mass and body shape but still give you a look of quality, I think is really, really impressive. She's awesome in terms of just the strength she has in her spine. She's got some power to her, but still looks like a female. And so she's pretty unique in here. And again, the young lady's done an awesome job of presenting her. She's fresh in her condition. She's awesomely presented and shown. Congratulations. That's a nice heifer. You really deserve that one. You know, I think as you get to this pair in second, it's not very often that you've got a cow that's this young that's already in production. I think it's kind of neat. I think obviously reproductively speaking, she's awfully sound, and she'll be really good just in terms of, you know, her productive life when she goes out into the pasture. Big calf here at side, you know, she's probably not quite as neat and not quite as just massive in terms of rib shape and substance and volume to her. But I think just in terms of a quality look, she exemplifies kind of what I'm after. I think she just got beat by a pretty tough customer, but I think this is a good pair, and you should be proud of what you have here in second. I like her look a little better than the one that ends up in third. This heifer in third is a little bit of an upgrade or in terms of just substance and bone and foot and feature. She's got plenty of rib shape as well. I think when you step in behind her, she maybe gets outside of herself just a little in her structure. And I think big picture, when you study her from the side compared to the two in front of her, she's one that's just a little plainer in how she handles her forerib and how it ties together into her top line and out through her hips. So, again, a good quality class, 3 really nice heifers. My congratulations again on an outstanding class.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 9 in a Red Brangus show. First place goes to Kerrigan Drybro of Comal County 4-H. In second is Mackenzie Trawick of Bangs FFA. And third place was Reagan Lomack of Samuel Clemens FFA. Now ready for class 10. We've got a single entry. This is a heifer was born May of 2015.
We only have a single entry in this class, and boy, I'm really excited to get her back out for division. And we say it a lot of times, they could stand some competition and whatnot, but this one's really good in terms of just body depth. I think just the way she gets out in motors and scoots, first impression of that one's pretty good. We'll get her back out here for division, but congratulations. I think this is going to be an awesome division here.
In first place and taking the blue ribbon, and class number 10 is Audrey Ivy of Bangs FFA. Now bring back our class winners from classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. Our judge will select our junior division champion in Red Brangus show.
Nice class here. The three that we have up here on top aren't all exactly alike in terms of type and kind, but the heifer we're going to go ahead and start with, I think, is the most complete female that's the most balanced both at the stand and on the move. Female that's the most attractive up through her front 1/3. She's put together the best in terms of her top line, really good over her hip and loin. A heifer that probably gets out and travels the best as well of the class. She's given up some mass and some power and some performance to the two heifers behind her, but I think she puts everything into the neatest package. I think she's the most eye-appealing, most well-balanced female that's the best on the move. The heifer we have in second and third, both big, powerful heifers. Both I'd like to change in the way they move a bit out of their front end, but I think there's just more cow in this female. I think she's more correct in the angle to her shoulder and the way she's laid in about her shoulder than the heifer that's right behind her. Where you want to change this heifer is you just want to neaten her up from the side. She can give you a little off-balanced look, the way her chest sets down out of her. She's a little crestier up through her neck, but young man does a really good job getting this heifer put together. She's not the easiest to have looking her best all the time, and he does a really nice job. A lot of foot and bone and power, just needs to be a little more balanced for us today. The heifer that comes behind her is a little fresher up through her neck and through her crest. Heifer is a little cleaner in her condition. This heifer has a lot of shape to her. I just worry about her in her whole shoulder design. She's coarser in her shoulder. She doesn't blend as well into her forerib, and she gets more upright in the angle of her shoulder. It has her struggle when she gets out on the move. Young lady's heifer we have coming out next is very well balanced, just doesn't have enough performance and volume. Heifer that comes next has all the performance and volume you'd need. Just want to make her more eye-appealing and a little more powerfully constructed. Heifer comes out next is a very eye-appealing female, just gets a little frailer, and then the heifer we have comes out next, a long-bodied, big-bodied heifer, doesn't give us that eye-appealing look from the side.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 8 in our Angus show. First place goes to Jaden Johnson, Prairieland FFA. In second was Stuart Lostavica of Salado FFA. Third place, Rayleigh Pack of Erath County 4-H. In fourth was Heather Marks of Brenham FFA. In fifth place went to Lindsay Dube of Thrall FFA. And sixth place was Ariana Lopez of Elgin FFA. And in seventh, Courtney Masser of Temple FFA. Now ready for Class 9 in our Angus show. These are heifers that were born July and August of 2015.
Well, I'll tell you what, as we go to wrap up this division, I'm really, really impressed. And, you know, I've said that plenty of times yesterday, but I really mean it sincerely. These are good cattle. As you look at these class winners and their respective seconds, they're all just extremely good, and there's tons of things that they can contribute to that next generation to keep your program going in the right direction. There's a little bit of an age spread between all of them. As we said before, the heifer that wins the first class, you consider her age, she probably naturally has as much true performance to her as any of them in terms of just growth and extension. I think this heifer still has a lot of good, too. She's not just a big one, but she's a big-bodied, stout-structured one. When that young man gets her stopped and gets her put together, her neck comes out of the shoulder right. She's really organized in her top line, and she's sound at the ground. So I think performance combined with some function and some quality makes her a pretty viable candidate in this lineup. Heifer that comes out of Class 2, we said that was a tough lineup there. Really liked her extension, liked the quality look that she gives you. I think when you get her out here and compare to some of these other heifers, she's probably not as robust just in her rib cage, maybe not as dimensional just throughout, but I think in terms of just quality and a look of presence about her, I think she's really, really neat. We come into this next class, and like we talked to her in class, I really like this female, and she's a very unique combination of tying together some extra mass and volume, but staying sound and staying feminine. And I think that heifer's real nice. She's starting to drop a pretty good udder, just an exceptional female that's presented and shown extremely well. I like that heifer quite a bit. Then we get out of our last class. We had a single entry, and one that I think has a lot of function to her. She's long-bodied and feminine in her look. She uses her hind leg with some flex and some reach. She gets just a little longer in her teat, but I probably still think I can credit her because she's starting to show some signs of calf doing what she should be doing from a production standpoint. I'd like to see her neck and shoulder maybe hook up a little differently. But in terms of just a really good, useful kind of cow, I think she has some value. This is an awesome set. There's a couple of seconds over there that are darn good as well. Let's give all these kids a hand and give them a round of applause. Let's congratulate them as I pick your division champion of reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion comes out of class number 9, exhibited by Kerrigan Drybrook, Comal County 4-H.
Nice pair of summer-born heifers over here. I think there's just its volume and mass that places the young lady's heifer over the young man's. As you analyze these two, she's the deepest, widest heifer of the pair. As you analyze her up top, she's the widest. She's the most powerfully constructed. From her hooks back to her pins and her pins down to the ground, she's got a little more bone and foot size. Heifer in second's a little nicer fronted. She's more slender about her neck. She's more up-headed. However, you just want to stouten up in terms of her foot and bone. Gets a little weaker right behind her shoulders, but two young people that do a very nice job.
Your reserve champion junior division heifer comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Waylon Hensey of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our junior division champions in a Red Brangus show. On the Angus side, we have results from class number 9. First place went to Darcy Jernigan of Bosque County 4-H. And second place was Caleb Anderson of Hood County 4-H. Now moving in class 10 of the Angus show. These are females born May and June of 2015. In our Red Brangus show, we'll be moving into class 13. Class 13 has a single entry, a female born April of 2015.
Well, as we start our next division, this first class coming out, we've got just one single entry, but, you know, young lady's done an excellent job just doing everything that she needs to with this female. She looks like she's dropping some udder and plenty far along in gestation. Looks like she's getting close to calving, but still remains very good just in her composition and her freshness. She's got a nice foot underneath of her and some flexibility in her joints. Just a good female. You've done a great job with that heifer. I'm excited to bring her back out here in a minute for our division champion. But let's give this young lady a nice hand. Let's congratulate her on her class winner at the Rodeo Austin.
Taking the blue ribbon in class 13 of a Red Brangus show was Haley Peters of El Campo FFA. Now ready for class 14 in our Red Brangus show. Again, a single entry, female born February of 2015.
I know there's a lot of cattle yet to sort, so we need to keep the show running here. Another single entry, and it is always hard to know where you're at when they come out and there's nothing to compare to. But I do think this heifer is going to fit pretty nice in that division lineup. She's got some performance and some extension to her. Really neat in terms of the way that her neck and shoulder and forerib all transition together. We'll get a better look at her when she comes out. But again, to echo the same comments, congratulations to this young man. Let's give him a nice hand. Congratulate him on his class winner here again at the Rodeo Austin.
And taking the blue ribbon in Class 14 is Mr. Terry Rutledge, Burnett FFA. We have no entries in class number 15 of our Red Barangas show, so we'll bring back our class winners from those previous two classes. Our judge will select our senior division champion.
Really a good class of females here. It's one of those classes I told Chris when they walk in, you know, none of those heifers deserve to be on the bottom of the class, and the top end's really good. There wasn't one at first that just reached out and said, I am the one that has to win, but these two heifers surface up to the top, and then I think when you ask yourself which one's the cow of the pair, the young man and the yellow heifer kind of surfaces to the top for me. When you compare her to the heifer in second, she's longer from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. Really nice, and for a female that's this far along in terms of calf, still holds together very nicely in terms of her top and loin. I really like the way her tail head sets down in her. I think she moves off of a more authoritative, flexible hind leg and hock. I think a heifer that's forming a very, very nice uniform udder. She's very petite in her teats, fresh in her kind. That line the way it's clipped in her shoulder, it distracts you a little bit, like on some of these cattle, the way they're clipped. This heifer's better balanced. That line breaks her up just a little bit. But when you analyze her up to her front end, her neck comes high out of the top of her shoulder. She blends good in her shoulder. That's just a pretty functional, complete kind of an animal. The heifer that comes in second hits you pretty hard because she's big boned and big footed and good hair coat. Young man, you can tell, has done a lot of work at home. He gets every mile out of her hit in the ring as well. Really good showman. You like the shape that heifer shows you from the side. She's probably not as cowy when you compare to the one in front of her. Not as long up to her front end, not as long off of her back end. And she's got a good set to her hind legs. When you watch this heifer go away from you, she doesn't set down with as much authority once they get a little outside of her skeleton as well when you set her into motion. You know, really a nice little cow prospect the young lady has for us next. You know, she's moderate, she's feminine. Just wanting to come a little apart right behind her shoulders, not the power and the substance of those heifers in front of her. Young man's heifer comes out next, is more powerfully constructed than the heifer right in front of her, but not as balanced and not as good in terms of her structure. Then the young lady's heifer that concludes the class, real big-bodied, easy-doing kind, one that's just not as a well-balanced female. It gets a little straighter off of her shoulder, wants to tuck her pins when you get her on the move.
Well, as we wrap up our final division here, not the numbers, but as you see these two heifers out here, I think you ought to be proud of your kids and your breeders and everything that they've done to get them looking the way they do. It's always hard to know how your single entries are going to fit together, but these are two good females. The heifer here in the back, I think just in terms of length of body and extension, like we talked to her a minute ago, I do think is really, really good. She's still really feminine about her head shape and the way that she blends from her neck into her shoulder and forerib. I think if you'd pick on them, neither one of them are perfect, but she's one that for this age, I'd probably like to see her have just showing a little more signs of gestation. She reads probably like she's not quite as far along as this one up in front of her, but I like her in terms of just length and extension. Real nice heifer there that young person's done an exceptional job with. Young lady has this heifer up in the front spot here for me, just super big-bodied and stout and powerful just in how she's put together. And I think for one that has that extra mass, when you set the cattle in motion, she's very accurate in the way that she gets out and reaches off both ends of her framework. Probably not the freakiest, and she maybe has a little extra leather up front, but that's okay with me. She looks productive, and she looks easy doing. Really nice female. I guess her biggest problem is young lady says she's got an attitude problem, and she said she'll kick me if I try to touch her, so I'm just going to name you the champion over the mic. Give that young lady a nice hand. She'll be the champion. I don't want to get kicked, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior division champion, the Red Barangas show, goes to Haley Peters of El Campo FFA. And your reserve senior champion is going to be Terry Rutledge of the Burnett FFA. Now bring back our division champions, and our judge will select our grand champion, Red Brangus Heifer. In the West Ring, our judge is currently evaluating our class winners from the junior division, and we'll select the junior division champions. We got results from class 10, which was the last class in that division. Class 10, first place, went to Stuart Lostavica of Salado FFA. In second was Noah Grounds of Navarro County 4-H. Third place went to Katie Free of Salado FFA. In fourth was Dylan Harris of Brazoria County 4-H. And fifth place went to Mason Stanchik of Rice Consolidated FFA.
Really good division here. Today has been even more fun so far than yesterday. And, you know, Chris and I were talking last night. One thing is what's enjoyable about this show yesterday is, you know, you don't have to, the cattle get here on time. The kids do an awesome job. We have really, really good ring help. These guys are both really good out here. And it makes my job a lot easier and even more enjoyable. Really good division of cattle, some differences in type and kind. And we won't talk about all of them, but I think there's a female out here that came out of a good class that's just, you know, what you want as far as a cow, a sound, balanced female that's really just, you'd take a whole lot of them and make some money off of them real quick. But let's give these exhibitors, great young people, a nice round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior champion heifer in your Angus show comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Stuart Lostavica of Salado FFA.
Let's go to wrap up our Red Brangus show. I tell you, as I finished up on the Brangus yesterday, I was pretty proud of those champions and some of the other ones in the other breeds. And boy, this morning really just picked right where yesterday left off in terms of quality. And we get our division winners and the reserves out here. I mean, I'm just blown away with how good these cattle are and how they're presented, too. And you look at these three young ladies and those young people on the far side, just how they have that extra competition to them. And they obviously have put a lot of time and a lot of effort into these projects to make them look the way they do. People don't realize just how much effort and how much sacrifice it does. So I commend all of you young people out here. You've done an awesome job. It's a great set of females. I'm not going to talk about them. We got a lot of cattle to sort through today. And again, we've talked to them through their respective classes and divisions. But if you would, please help me congratulate all these young exhibitors out here. Put your hands together and give them a big round of applause. And I'll pick you a champion of reserve out of this breed.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Red Brangus heifer comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Kerrigan Dryrote of Comal County 4-H. Congratulations. And your reserve champion, Red Brangus Heifer, also out of the junior division, exhibited by Waylon Hensey, Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our Red Brangus Heifer Division champions. That completes our Red Brangus show. We'll be moving into Santa Gertrudis. Currently in our West Arena, we have class number 13 in the Rangus show. These are females that were born March and April of 2015. Prior to this class, our judge selected our junior division champions for the Angus show. And champion junior heifer went to Stuart Lostavica of Salado FFA. And reserve champion junior division heifer was exhibited by Noah Grounds of Navarro County 4-H. Entering the ring on the east side, we have our first class of Santa Gertrudis. And these are heifers that were born April 1st or later of 2016.
Really good class over here. There's a lot of depth, a lot of quality. You know, these three kind of surfaced their way up as they were walking in, and then the longer they're in here, the more it becomes a class winner and a really close second and third. The reason the heifer in first wins is she, when you get her off to the stand, is easily the nicest balanced. Of the two heifers that are further along in terms of gestation and production, she's the nicer balanced heifer that's keeping herself together better. She sets in neater about her chest. She's more uniform in her body depth from her forehead back to her flank. Handles her top and loin really good. Really strides long with a real functional hind leg. Just a big, correctly shaped foot. She's not the longest fronted heifer, but she's maternal and cow-like as you analyze her in her head and neck. I think just a really good cow prospect there. I thought it got close between second and third. Both heifers are a little bigger statured and longer bodied than our class winner. I think the freshness and the gestation of the heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with is what separates her over the heifer in third. She's a little fresher up through her neck. Female that really gives you a lot of swoop to her rib, forming a very, very nice udder. When you get this heifer out on the move, she wants to roll just a little bit out of her front end. She's a little pigeon-toed. But where she gets put in second, when you compare her to the class winner, is just her balance from the side, the way her chest sets down in her and then tucks up right when you get into her elbow. The heifer that is third is a little nicer balanced, but it's easier to be nicer balanced when you're not as far along in calf. A heifer that I did really appreciate for her foot size, shape of foot, very good structured female that's good in terms of her center body. Maybe not as stout as those two heifers in front of her, and a heifer that just appears a little farther away from calving than the two we have right in front of her. A nice female coming out next, a heifer that's got some width down her top and out over her hip. Heifer that's just not as attractive as those in front of her, probably doesn't show you as much depth in center body as the heifers we have right in front of her. Young lady's heifer we have coming out next is deeper bodied and thicker. She's just plainer in terms of her set to her neck, the shape of her neck. She's just not as feminine. Heifer right behind her is more feminine than that heifer, but not as much power, not as much dimension. Gets a little weaker in terms of her loin. Heifer comes out next, a heifer that's really strong topped and has some width. She struggles a bit as she travels away from you. Like to deepen her down just a little. And the young man that comes out next, she too is a female. You'd like to see a little more balance and quality in, just deepen her up a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from Class 13 in our Angus show. First place went to Sarah Beth Britton of Garrison FFA. In second is Sterling Friedrich of Taylor County 4-H. And third place went to Shelby Phillips of Martin County 4-H. In fourth was Allie Evans of Erath County 4-H. Fifth place was Presley Sliger of Hamilton FFA. In sixth was Shelby Fitzgerald of Columbia Brazoria FFA. The seventh place went to Hunter Pieper of Belleville FFA. And in eighth was Luke Hayden of Burnett County 4-H. Now ready for Class 14 in our Angus show. These are heifers that were born January and February of 2015. Attention heifer exhibitors. We'll be using the first row in the B lot next to the Howdy office for loadout. Right now we've got a number of vehicles parked in that row. It's where we're going to move the trucks and trailers through to load them out. A number of trucks that are parked in that area right now. We got a yellow Ford, there's a blue Ford 3/4 ton, gray GMC, black Dodge, a silver GMC, black Ford, white GMC, silver Dodge, and a white Chevy. So we need all those vehicles to move out of that area. That's the first row in Lot B, or next to the Howdy office. So if you're parked near the Howdy office, we need you to move your vehicle.
Nice class of junior yearlings over here on your Angus side. Heifer that wins, though, like we've been saying before, is just the one that puts the most good things together into the most complete package. She's probably the soundest. She's most eye-appealing. She's got plenty of volume to her. She's forming a nice udder. She's just the female that needs to win. The heifers in second and third get closer. But I think the cow with the calf, it does have an advantage because she's already in production, but I think she's the nicer balanced, more eye-appealing heifer. If you could just set her tail head down in her a little bit, that would give her a much more attractive look. But when you analyze from the side, she's up-headed and good in her shoulder design. She's pretty sound in terms of her structure. That's what advantages we give her over the heifer in third. Heifer in third's a little bigger boned and bigger footed. Her tail head, too, sits up out of her a little bit. Where she's not as good as she's not as deep in terms of her rear flank. She gets a little deeper in terms of her chest, though. When you analyze from the side, she's not as balanced. Still, she has an advantage in terms of substance of width and body over the heifer we have comes out next. This is a real moderate female that's big-bodied, that's going to make a nice cow. She just doesn't have as much bone and foot size and power as the one in front of her, but I think she's a more sensibly sized, easier doing option than the heifer we have comes out next. Heifer we have coming out next, I do get an advantage over the remaining heifers because there is just more heifer there. She's longer, there's more performance, there's more weight per day of age in that female. You just like to see her just a little deeper and softer in terms of her center body. The two young ladies we have coming out next doing an excellent job. Let's give them a nice round of applause as well as the young people in the rest of that class. Really a good class of cattle.
Well, folks, I do apologize for taking a little extra time. And, of all the classes that I've had to sort through in the last 2 days, this one is by far the most challenging. And I do believe in some of you young people out here that are standing in the middle of the class or on down the line. I really do believe that with a different set of eyes or a different set of circumstances, there could be some switching and some flip-flopping around because every one of these heifers represents a little different kind, and just kind of depends on where you prioritize and what side of the fence you want to be on for certain traits. Heifer that wins this class is the youngest one in here, and I think the longer she's out here, the one that I begin to gravitate toward, because I think she's really good at the ground in terms of her structure. I think she gets out and motors extremely good. And for her frame, her body shape sits in her extremely good. She's soft but still has some boldness to it. And she's a heifer that when you read her from the side, everything fits on her. She's maybe not the most of any one particular thing, but to me, she combines functional production principles with enough look and quality. Young lady's done an awesome job. I'm glad you're excited. My congratulations to you. And then we get into a heifer that's a little more extreme in second. And I think when this young man gets her stopped and parked, she is really neat-necked and really attractive in how she's designed from the side. My problem with her is not only is she a little raw, right, in her forerib and her body type, it's up front. Her shoulder wants to tip forward just a bit. She twists out on her front feet, so when she goes in motion, she wants to paddle out of her front end and rather than get out and reach. And so it's a structural issue that I put her second. But I think that one's pretty darn unique for a Santa Gertrudis heifer. She's super freaky necked and good looking. She just needs to be better in how her shoulders assembled up front. I'd give that advantage to this dark red heifer in third. She's really good in terms of flexibility. Her range of motion is maybe as good as any in class. But I think she's also plenty flat as you read her rib cage and you read her from behind. So it's a little tough for me to credit that. I think balance-wise, she probably is a little heavier up front than she is from behind. So it's just an issue of her being a plainer, flatter one makes it a little tougher for me to credit the extra flexibility that she has. I like this heifer in fourth at the stand as good as any of them. That one is bold and stout. Young lady does a great stick on her, and she's attractive in her look. Her hind leg's not good enough for me. She gets too straight, and her hock maybe sets down a little tighter there in her pastern. If you'd loosen that hind leg up, I think she could win this class because when she's standing still, she's one that I like maybe as good as any of them. The calf that comes next is an improvement just in terms of length of stride, long-bodied, extended kind of a heifer. I think it's a little tougher to credit for me as well, her length of stride, because she actually drops her pins and tucks that rear leg up underneath of herself. And I think for her frame, and when you study her from the side, she doesn't balance quite right in both her top and bottom line, so that's why she ends up in fifth. The heifer that comes next is in the other younger heifers in class. I like her rib shape and her dimension from behind. She jams up pretty short there in her neck and gets a little crustier. I don't like the way her hip and her hind leg are designed. She gets too much set, a little too extra slope there. Again, balance-wise down low, she's probably not soft enough in her flank to match the extra chest and crest that she has up front. The heifer that comes next, I like her depth of body, and she's certainly got an easy fleshing look to her. Right at the ground, she wants to tighten up in her ankle. I would like to change the shape of her foot. She's a little longer in her toes, see her sit down with a little more heel, but I do like her fleshing ability. She's certainly feminine enough to work. Heifer that comes next is probably a little more extended. I think structure alone sorts her down. She's too upright off both ends. She needs to be cleaner in her hock joint for me to move her up. Then we round the class out with one that's a little softer in her body type. She's the most frail in her construction, and she needs to be blown apart in her rib cage just to have a little more look to slide up in this class. But again, an interesting but very high-quality lineup of Santa Gertrudis heifers. My congratulations again to all those exhibitors.
Interesting class of senior yearlings over here on this side, but you know, it's really this, when you get to these senior yearlings, you really like the fact that these show heifers are going into production and doing what they're supposed to for these young people. The cow that starts, I think, does so pretty handily. Not only does she have a calf side, she's got a nice udder, she's got the most quality, she's sensibly sized. I think just a pretty logical place to start. I think it gets closer there because I would like to see the heifer in the middle further along in terms of gestation, but I think there's more quality to that female in terms of eye appeal and balance, and that's why she's going to end up being second. Really, the pair that we're going to have in third, you really have to appreciate. You can tell there's been time spent that these young people care about their project. I'm sure they're very excited about this calf at side. A cow that just maybe like to see her a little neater in her udder, maybe a little more attractive from the side.
Results from Class 15 of our Angus show. First place went to Kaylin Aragon of Lavaca County 4-H. In second was Madison Landers of Godley FFA. And in third place was Peyton Perubsky of Temple FFA. previous class, class 14 in our Angus show. We have results for that as well. In that class, first place went to Jay Cooper Free of Salado FFA. In second was Carly Harpold of Hooks FFA. Third place went to Kelly Zapalak of Schulenburg FFA. In fourth was Corbin Milberger of Victoria County 4-H. Fifth place, Luke Hayden of Burnett County 4-H. In sixth was Rainey Fuentes, Rice Consolidated FFA. And seventh was Morgan Porubsky of Temple FFA. Our judge will now select our senior division champion in our Angus show. Over on the east side, our judge is currently evaluating class 2 in our Santa Gertrudis show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2016. Also have results from class number 1 in our Santa Gertrudis. In that class, first place went to Hannah Logan of Victoria County 4-H. And second was Jimmy Randall of Waller County 4-H. Third place went to Renly Jacobs of Spring Branch FFA. In fourth was Madison Ralston of Detroit FFA. Fifth place went to Jimmy Randall of Waller County 4-H. In sixth was Shelby Ferguson of Klein Oak FFA. Seventh was Sage Combs of Anderson Shiro FFA. Eighth place was Allie Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. And ninth went to F. San Miguel, Brazoria County 4-H. Again, junior heifer exhibitors, we're trying to get some trucks and trailers lined up to get them loaded out. We need all vehicles that are parked around the Howdy trailer to be removed. Lot B, first row, and all the vehicles around the Howdy trailer. We need you to move those vehicles so we can start loading out.
Really a nice division here in your Angus show. I think you can just see the natural progression as these cattle get older. You can see why the Angus breed is so popular and so heavily used across the United States. Just good functional cattle that are nice uddered and have a lot of quality to them. You know, I think there was a class out here that was really, really deep that, you know, the class winner and the second out of those were really good cattle. This young lady's heifer down here is one that, you know, just when you think about the cattle business, she's the kind you could have a lot of and make a lot of money. She's going to be your champion today. As we bring your second over in that particular class, a heifer that was really long-fronted and big-centered, and she too was forming a nice udder. She just didn't balance quite as nicely as that heifer, but she's still really, really good, and she's going to be your reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior champion out of the Angus show comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Sarah Beth Britton of Garrison FFA. And reserve champion is also out of that same class, entry 616, exhibited by Sterling Friedrich of Taylor County 4-H. Now bring back our division champions, and our judge will select our grand champion, Angus heifer.
Another really excellent class here as we get into our second one of Santa Gertrudis females. I think for me, relative to the last class, there's one in here that maybe sticks out a little more obviously, It's not because she's the biggest one, but I think she's the best one. And she's the heifer that best combines some extra stoutness and some cow power to her, but keeps it together in a very functional, really long strided kind of a look. I think the way her neck sets out of the top of her shoulder and how she holds herself in her presentation at the profile makes her really, really unique. Just a good, solid place to start, and I think this heifer handles this class pretty handily. I think there's some decisions to make from there on down, and second and third get a little close for me. I'm going to stay committed to structure, and I like the way this heifer in second is built. I think just the angle of her shoulder and the way that she drops down under her hind leg and how it hits the surface is a little more correct and a little more agile than the one in third. The reason this heifer can't win is relative to her frame. She's a little harder just in her rib cage. Probably could soften up just a bit and just see her tie a little stronger behind her shoulder. But flexibility and look and quality alone got her up toward the top of this class. Little softer bodied heifer in third. I really like her at the stand in terms of the depth of her rib and how it flows correctly from chest to flank. Structure is where she runs into some trouble because she's too upright in her shoulder. And when you set this heifer in motion, she struggles out of her hock, just doesn't have enough length to her stride. She needs to be looser in her lower joints, but a good moderate, good bodied kind of heifer that has some look at the stand. The heifer that comes next is one that's certainly got some rib shape. She's got some dimension to her. She wants to splay out through her shoulder, wants to open up down low. She's crestier about her neck and rounder and just a little coarser in how she's put together. But if you're looking for some extra stoutness, she has that. She just comes in a little coarser kind of package. Like to see her a notch more maternal. The heifer that comes next is definitely smoother just in the way that her neck, shoulder, and forerib hook up together. She's sound and functional in her structure. She really collapses down to the base of her rib and just doesn't open up with the same kind of dimension and true cow power as we see in those heifers that precede her, but a good one that'll have a lot of power or a lot of productivity when she goes out to pasture. Little two heifers here that are a little bigger in their kind. They're both a little plainer just in how they're put together, maybe a little heavier condition. I think this heifer is just a little better in terms of structure, a little softer in her pastern, and gets out with a little more flex. Heifer that rounds out our class, again, don't question her fleshing ability. She's too up and down in her hock and gets plenty tight there in her ankle. She needs to be altered structurally. She needs to be different in how she's blended together from the side. But again, good class. My congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 2 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Brent Coughlin of Conroe FFA. In second was Matthew Payne of Liberty County 4-H. Third place, Chad Coker of Magnolia FFA. In fourth is Taylor Watts of El Campo FFA. Fifth place, Madison Magluvaz of Atascosa County 4-H. In sixth is Pamela Brown of George Ranch FFA. In seventh place, Mason Harbison of Timpson FFA.
Well, as I get over here on your Angus side, you know, when my wife and I got married, I automatically became part of the Angus breed. With her came her Angus cattle, and it was two of the best. The one is definitely the best thing that ever happened to me, but getting in the Angus breed is a really big part of my life right now. We have so much fun breeding these cattle together, and we're going to continue doing that for our daughter some down the road, but there's a true, genuine appreciation for Angus cattle. No matter, probably of all breeds, no matter what state you go into, what part of the country you go to, you can always expect to see good Angus. And this show here is certainly no different. There's all 6 of these heifers are national level quality. They're functional. They're good in terms of their structure, their balance. There's plenty of substance to them. You know, I think it gets close out here, but I think, like we've done all day, I think when you just add up the positives, subtract the negatives, I think there's a heifer out here that's the most fault-free and complete and puts the most good things together. Let's give these exhibitors and the breeders of these cattle a big round of applause. I'll go out and make my champion selection, but great set of cattle and great set of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Angus Heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Sarah Beth Britton of Garrison FFA. And your reserve champion, Angus Heifer, comes out of the junior division. Entry 5375, exhibited by Stuart Lostavica of Salado FFA. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion, Angus Heifer exhibitors. This concludes our Angus show. We'll now move into our Hereford show. Hereford Heifers Class 1, you're up next.
Another good class again over on the Santa Gertrudis side. We've got a real nice trio of heifers here towards the top end that all have some trade-offs. I think when you really start boiling it down and figuring out what makes the most sense, the heifer that wins this class, I think wins so by default. And I think she's the only one out here that maintains some structural integrity, but still has some body shape. And I think you really appreciate this heifer. The young man gets her stopped and put together. Her neck comes out of her shoulder right, but she still maintains collection in her top line, very balanced. I think she specifically beats the heifer in second at the ground in terms of just the squareness and the most genuine in terms of base width and how she reads from hock to ground. This heifer in second, I think, most closely reflects that of our winner in terms of structural quality and length of stride. I think she definitely beats the heifer in third because she's sounder. I think you get underneath of her, she wants to twist out and get a little close there at her knee and hock. Probably just isn't quite as genuine, but I like the way she gets out and reaches better than the heifer in third. The power heifer's the one in third. She's dimensional, up high, certainly set out wide at her pins and base. Still gives you a nice look at the stand in terms of her lines and how she balances from the side. Problem with her is she's too tipped up in her shoulder. She doesn't have the same kind of flex and control to her hind leg. So when she comes out in motion, she comes up a little too short in her step, but she's got the extra power that I like, just like to see her go a little better. I think you could say very similar things about this heifer in 4. Super stout, probably the heaviest structured one out here. She actually gets out and moves a little better than the one that beats her. She's just a little quick, wants to run downhill just a bit. She's a little shorter in her cannon. I just question that one's maturity. She's opening up in her shoulder, just isn't quite as good in terms of maturity and where she's at in this stage of her growth curve. A little bigger outline kind of heifer coming next. It's structure that sorts her down in this class. She wants to get upright in the shoulder. She flattens and just doesn't handle or pass turn off her rear skeleton with enough flex and coordination. Then we round our class out with one that's certainly got plenty of depth of body and fleshing ability. She comes across as just a nickel plane in how she's put together from the side. Like to see her a little more honest and genuine in her width, and just see her a little fresher in her condition. But I think this is a great class. That's still a really functional, useful kind of female. Great set of females and a great set of kids. Again, my congratulations.
Results from class number 2 in the Santa Gertrude Show. First place goes to Baylor Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. In second, it's also Baylor Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. Third place is Jesse Coker of Magnolia FFA. In fourth was Justin Rasko of Burleson FFA. Fifth place goes to Sage Combs of Anderson Shiro FFA, and sixth place was Bailey Bass of George Ranch FFA. We now have class 4 moving into the ring. These are heifers that were born in January of 2016.
Nice class to start off the Hereford show. There's a lot of difference in terms of age within this class. You got an April heifer that's going to win, and 2 Junes here in second and third. But these are the 3 highest quality, best structured cattle. And then our April heifer just takes that a notch farther by being the female that's of the most substance. Really a big-footed, heavy-boned female. It's got a lot of power down her top and out over her hip. Just a little more to that heifer when you compare her to the June heifer in second. But there's so much good in terms of that June, the way her top line is, the way her tail head's set down in her. Very nice rib shape for this female for a heifer of that age. Heifer that gets out and is sound enough when you get her on the move. She's not freak fronted, but she's feminine fronted, and she's cow-like in terms of her appearance. The young man's heifer we have coming out next, I think is just a higher quality, sounder structured heifer than some of the other ones. No, she's not the biggest boned and the biggest from behind, but I think is when you get these cattle parked, she's got more balance when you compare to the heifer that's right behind her. Heifer behind her is farther along. She's longer bodied and she's pounds heavier. But this heifer, you just want to change the way she's lined up through her front 1/3. She's not as level in her top line and hip when you get her out on the travel. Young man's heifer we have coming out next is one that's got some muscle down her top. She's got some center body. She just comes to us a little piecier. These are probably the 2 heifers that struggle the most when you get them out on the move. This young man's heifer is a little stouter, a little more correct than this female that we conclude the class with. Just want to change her in the way she's designed off of her back legs.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 1 of our Hereford show. First place goes to Tucker Gamble of Joaquin FFA. In second is Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. Third place goes to Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. In fourth was Abby Ivy of the Bangs FFA. In fifth place is Mason Rader of Marion FFA. And in sixth was Andy Willis of Lamar County 4-H. Now ready for class 2 Herefords. These are heifers that were born March of 2016.
Another interesting class here on this side, and we've got 4 heifers that each one of them honestly has a trait that I think you could argue latching on to and starting them within this class. And the one that wins this class for me, I think, is just the most unique, and it's the way that she brings forth not only some extra stoutness and power, but still puts it together in a really nice look from the side. And that young man gets her stopped and put together. She balances the best of any in class in terms of the organization of her top line, the way her chest and flank are set in her. I'll call her adequate in her structure. It could be a little looser there in her hock, but in terms of being unique and tying together some breeding pieces that are very challenging to put together, she does that very well. The heifer that I like at the ground, probably the best, is the one that ends up in second. And so structure alone gets her into the top pair of this class. Really long-strided, really soft and maternal in her look, and she certainly lays in really neat there at the edge of her shoulder. I think with that, she's probably the flattest one in this class in terms of rib shape, and as you get right in behind her, I think she just doesn't open up in her forerib and just blow you away in terms of rib shape, but she's feminine and she's sound structured, looks like a female. That's why she ends up in second. Heifer that ends up in third's got a little more extra power and punch to her, a little stouter featured kind of a female. As you read her chest and you read her hip, I think those two things kind of throw her balance off just a touch. She's a little bolder there at the point of her shoulder, maybe not quite as neat there at the top of her neck as those ones in front of her, but that one's got the extra stoutness, and that one has a real cow look to her and stays extremely functional in her structure, just maybe a little bulkier up front and needs to be a little bit different out of her hip. Then we round our class out with one that probably has the most performance and weight per day of age, and uniquely, she's still got enough body mass to counter it. I think structurally speaking, she is the most challenged. I think she's the most upright off both ends of her framework, and for that, I still think she reads plenty flat from behind. So those two things alone end up putting her in fourth, but there's good cattle. Young kids have done a great job presenting them to us. My congratulations again on a really outstanding class of Santa Gertrudis.
Thank you for your overview of that class, Dr. Cassidy. Results from Class 4. First place went to Blair Watts of El Campo FFA. In second place was Dawson Lowe of Arlington FFA. In third was Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. In fourth place was Brooke Vandenberg of Palacios FFA. Now ready for class or calf division champion, our Santa Gertrudis show. So we'll bring back our class winners from classes 1 through 4.
Nice class here, and I think it's a close top pair of two really good calves. And the difference to me, I like the added size length of the heifer that we start with. I think she's a notch later maturing, a heifer that reads a little greener and a little fresher in terms of her condition. And when you get the cattle on the move, I think she handles her hind leg with more authority than the heifer we have in second. This heifer is very, very well balanced. The heifer, her neck comes high out of her shoulder. Compared to the heifer in second, she's longer bodied, she's longer hipped. Heifer that I just read just on down the road with a bit more future growth to her than the heifer we have in second. There's a lot to like about this heifer in second, and I love her rib cage. She's got some bone and some foot size. She's not as attractive in terms of her neck, but really where I want to change that heifer is when she gets out, she wants to come in at her hocks and not set down her hind leg with quite as much authority. Yes, she's sound, but when you compare her to that heifer that we start with, I'll take that hind leg on that first one every time. The young man's heifer we have coming out in third is just a more attractive female that's has more substance than the heifer right behind her. She just gets too straight off of both ends for us today. The young lady's heifer we have probably has more flexibility when you get them on the move, but just lacks the stoutness and the eye appeal of the heifer that precedes her in class.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 2 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. In second is Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. Third place is Carter Trace McClendon of Community FFA. And in fourth is Cheyenne Byer of Elgin FFA. Now ready for class 3 in our Hereford show. These are heifers born in February of 2016.
Here on your Hereford side, a class of February heifers. I think the young lady down here on the end does a really nice job, and I think her heifer wins this class pretty handily. She's the soundest, longest bodied, most three-dimensional female of the group. A lot of width and dimension down this heifer's top. Really just a nice pair. Little girl does a really good job. Two young men in the middle are the closest pair in the class, but I like the center body of the heifer we're going to have in second. She balances a little nicer. She's a little deeper through her rear rib and flank than the heifer that's right behind her. Young man's heifer in third's a little longer bodied than that one in front of him, a little stronger over her loin, not as correct in her structure, gets a little straighter off of both ends. I still like the performance of that heifer over the young man's heifer that concludes the class. The heifer just needs to be a little further along today to compete with those in this particular class.
Results from class number 3 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Allison Gamble of Joaquin FFA. In second is Matthew Schneider of Needville FFA. Third place goes to Seth Moak of Alvarado FFA. And fourth place was Tristan Andrews of Centerville FFA. Now in the ring, we have class 4 in our Hereford show. These are heifers that were born January of 2016.
Well, as we wrap up our first division, my congratulations again to all these young exhibitors. It's been really challenging in this girt calf division. We've had a lot of good ones, and it makes it a little time-consuming, and you got to spend a little extra time just sorting through all the differences. But again, I'm very pleased with the cattle that I have out here that represent their classes and their respective seconds. Young lady up front, I enjoy it. She's certainly excited to have a class winner out here, and I think that's really pretty neat. And, you know, this heifer's young, but I tell you what, young lady, if you keep working with that calf, you're going to have a lot of fun because that one's built for the long haul. I could see that one as a big one coming back next year and still being very competitive. She's built right. Her body type is good, and you present her really, really well and do an excellent job of showing her. So, you know, today I think she becomes a big disadvantage in terms of just performance and weight per day of age, but I do see nothing but a green light in front of that heifer, and she's going to be a lot of fun going forward. You jump up into some of these older classes, and you can see a big gap there in age. Heifer that comes out of our second class is naturally probably the highest performing relative to her age. She's got some stoutness, she's got some substance, and certainly keeps it together in a fairly functional kind of package. I think when you get her out here and compare her to the other two, you probably would like to soften her just a bit in her rib cage, maybe lengthen her hip and just set that pin set a little differently. But in terms of putting together some stoutness and having some structural quality, she does that extremely well. Heifer that comes out of our third class, I really like this female. I think she's very problem-free in her structure and body type, and I like just the femininity that she reads with. She's very angular up at the edge of her shoulder and how she reads from there forward. She's got plenty of power to her, really puts it together in a nicely balanced kind of a package. And again, when that young man gets her stopped and put together, I think she gives you a really nice profile and balances extremely well. Then we come down into our final class winner. I think comparatively she's as stout as any of them out here, and still uniquely she has a nice look from the side in terms of chest and flank and top line are all set in correctly. I think if you want to pick on her, she's one that could probably stand to be just a touch looser out of her hock. At times she wants to drag it, but she's not a cripple. But I think if you're going to pick on her, that's probably where you do it, because I think that the rest of her, in terms of tying together some unique genetic pieces, are very, very intriguing. Good class, good set of seconds over on the other side. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. I'll show you my two favorites out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in the Santa Gertrudis Show comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Baylor Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. And your reserve champion heifer calf in the Santa Gertrudis Show comes out of class number 4, exhibited by Blair Watts of El Campo FFA. Congratulations to our division winners. Now ready to move into class 7 of our Santa Gertrudis Show. These are heifers that were born November and December of 2015.
Really a nice pair of heifers over here that are pretty close when they walked in, and then the two young people both do a really good job setting them up. So showmanship didn't separate the pair. What does is the structure of the first place heifer is just more complete and more functional than the heifer we have in second. When you analyze her up through her shoulder, she's set further back at her knee and softer in her pastern. A heifer also, as you watch her travel from behind, sets down with a more authoritative hind leg. I think when you analyze them and compare them to, she's probably a little wider when you analyze her through her chest and forerib and down her top than the heifer we have behind her. The heifer we have in second is a little longer fronted and longer bodied. Her neck comes a little higher out of the point of her shoulder, gives you a bit more attractive look up through her front end. Where I want to change her, like I said, was just in her front knee, her shoulder design. She wants to even come forward every once in a while when you get her out on the move. But a pair of nice heifers, really two very good showmen as well.
Results from class number 4 in our Hereford Show. First place goes to Kaylee Beeson of Thorndale FFA. Second place is also exhibited by Kaylee Beeson of Thorndale FFA. Now ready to bring back our class winners. Our judge will select our heifer calf champion in our Hereford Show.
start off your Hereford show, really a nice breed, really 4 really good class winners. The depth and the quality was good within the classes. This is probably a breed that I've judged as much of any breed, and I always enjoy sorting Hereford cattle. There is much like the Shorthorn breed that I'm involved in. This is a breed where you do see so many different shapes and sizes, and there's cattle out here that we've seen this morning that really excel in certain areas. But I think as you get them out here and analyze them, there's one that kind of puts everything into the most complete package that has definitely the fewest faults. It's the one I would take home and the one I would want to show on down the road for this next year. But really a nice set of cattle, some really interesting breeding pieces within this Division 2. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go out and pick your champion reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in the Hereford Show comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H.
As you bring the second place heifer in that class over, I think for me, it comes down to these 2 heifers out on this end. Both of them very unique. The heifer on that end, I really like her structure. She's very stout, got a lot of substance to that heifer. The one concern for me on her is her shoulder. She's bolder about the shoulder. She comes apart at the top and the base of her shoulder, and then isn't as good in terms of her forerib. That's where I want to change that one. But I think she has a notch more extension up through her front end and is a little freer in terms of her condition than the heifer right in front of her. Heifer in front of her, where she's really unique, is in terms of her center body. I love that heifer in terms of her top line, her arch and curvature to her rib, the way she drops down a very uniform, soft rear rib and flank. Talked about where we wanted to change her is just have her be a little more authoritative off of her back end when she goes, maybe just a little quicker in terms of her maturity pattern, but I think it's close between those 2. The heifer that balances up a little bit better, and I really prefer in terms of her rib, as the young wins heifer that was second. We're going to make this heifer your reserve.
And the reserve champion heifer calf in the Hereford Show comes out of class 2 as well, exhibited by Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Now ready for class number 7 in our Hereford Show. These are heifers that were born November of 2015.
Another really fun class again. The numbers have jumped back up, and it's fun to get a chance to work with all these kids. It's really neat when you get down to your top 3 or 4 and how these guys are out here really sticking the heck out of them and making them look good. And all three of these young ladies here at the top have done an exceptional job. I guess for me, I never really thought twice about not starting with this heifer. I think my initial impression as she came right in the gate was pretty good, and she hits me as having the most quality in terms of her freshness and the way that she's put together and both her top and her bottom line. She's got plenty of power as well, and you get that one's head up and cranked up like you do, it only highlights the value that she has in terms of look and presence. Super high quality kind of female. That's what I think that alone is what puts her toward the top pretty easily. I like this heifer in second when she first walked in the gate as well, and she's as good as any in this entire class at the ground. Big-footed, super flexible in her joints, and I love the way this heifer just gets out and scoots. I could watch her for hours go out on the pasture. She's soft, good structured, maternal. She'll make an awesome cow. Compared to her, she's just a little plainer as you read her up through her chest. On top of that heifer, she's not near as genuine and just as powerful in her upper rib shape, but that one needs to be at the top of this class. You've done an excellent job with her, and she's too functional not to be used in a lot of production settings. The heifer that comes in third is an improvement in power, and this heifer is really kind of intriguing because she's super stout in her hip and her upper skeleton, and uniquely stays very correct and really good and loose in her structure. Compared to those two heifers, she's not as soft in her look, and she gets a little bit crestier there at the top of her neck and bulkier in her shoulder. So those things collectively say to me that she's not quite as maternal in her look, but I think you have to credit this one because she's stout and still remains sound, and that's why, again, she stays toward the top end of this class. A little more performance in the heifer coming next, and she still has a soft, low input kind of look to her center body. I think she gets just a little plainer in her look as you read her chest. Get right behind this heifer. She could be a little squarer there in terms of hock to ground. She wants to pull them together, twist out. She needs to just be a little more genuine as you read her at the ground, and I think that's what causes her hip to come down when she's set in motion. Young lady's got a good heifer here next. She's probably as long-bodied and as extended as any of them out here. I don't like the way this heifer blends right from her shoulder into her forerib, and I think you'd study her chest and flank and the relation of her hip. She's still one that comes out of balance just a touch. She too could be altered structurally as she gets a little tighter there in her pastern and hind leg. Young lady's got a moderate heifer coming next. She's got some depth of body. She too wants to come out of balance relative to her hips. She wants to slope, get a little underneath of herself when she goes. I don't know if she's just got the performance and punch to move up in this class as well. Heifer that comes next is a little higher performing. She gets a little flatter in her makeup, maybe isn't quite as neat in how she's presented, but a good calf nonetheless. Young lady's got a really up-headed, really feminine and attractive one. She gets a little upright in her shoulder, and she just doesn't open up with enough real rib shape and skeletal width for me to move her up in this class. Then we've got three heifers here that I think have some good to them. Of the bottom three, I think this heifer's just the most right in terms of her kind. She's the freshest in her condition. Then you got a pair of heifers that have some depth and have some power to them. They just don't have enough structural quality for me to sort them up. These two heifers both need to be looser in their construction. They need to get out and reach and flex in their lower joints more appropriately. But that's a good set of cattle all the way through. My congratulations to all these young exhibitors. Again, an outstanding set of females.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 7 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Shelby Ferguson of Klein Oak, FFA. In second is Courtney Roberts of Meridian, FFA. Third place, Lene Tucker of Palacios, FFA. In fourth is Landon Southern of Sinton, FFA. Fifth place was Sage Combs of Anderson Shiro, FFA. In sixth was Sydney Lackey of East Bernard, FFA. Seventh place goes to Jerry Payne of Caney Creek, FFA. In eighth was Madeline Hatchell of Mount Enterprise, FFA. Ninth place was Mason Harbison of Timpson, FFA. And in 10th was Taylor Jansen of Palacios, FFA.
I think a nice class here. I think you can line these top three up any way you'd like. This is probably the most challenging class we've had today. But the longer they were out here, just like most of the time, the cattle with the fewest faults that are the most complete, they start looking better and better the longer out here. And some of the ones that have more problems, become more magnified and probably even more noticed. But This is the heifer I think combines what you really like about the heifer in second and third, and probably the closest to really good structure that we have out here. You analyze her and compare her to the heifer behind her. I think there's more volume into this female. This is the biggest volume female in terms of center body and the way she comes out of the top side of her shoulder back into her pins. A heifer that when you analyze her compared to the heifer in second, she's also a little nicer balanced up through her front 1/3. The heifer in second is one that when you compare her to the heifer behind her, I prefer in the way she's designed about her shoulder and front leg structure over the heifer in third. She's not as attractive up through her front end, but this is a stout, ruggedly made female that's got some bone and some foot and some center body. A heifer that I think isn't perfect when she gets out and moved, but her structure probably doesn't concern me as much as what the front end structure on the heifer in third does. Young man in third does an excellent job of getting this heifer shown. She's presented very nicely. She's long-bodied. She's attractive up through her front end. A heifer that when she gets out and travels, when she comes at you, she wants to toe out pretty good. And then when you analyze her from the side, she just gets really upright in her shoulder and straight in her knee. That's not that young man's fault. He does a really nice job. The heifer in fourth is a heifer that's really good in terms of having some width to her, just gives up some quality and eye appeal compared to those heifers in front of her.
Thank you for the overview of that class, Mr. Cates. Results from Class 7 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Carter Trace McClendon, Community FFA. In second place was Waylon Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. Third place goes to Pecos Worrell of Gillespie County 4-H. And in fourth was Devin Bowman of Bel Air FFA. Now ready for Class 8 in our Hereford show. These will be heifers born September and October of 2015.
Apologize for taking a little extra time. This is a bigger class, and it's really good here and really competitive towards the top end. So make sure that I give all these young people a good chance to really show off their stuff, because I think these first four are extremely, really, really good. The one that suits me best today, I think, just in terms of brood cow character, this big-bodied, moderate-framed kind of heifer kind of fits that mold. She's powerful when you study her up high. When you get in behind her, she looks like a brood cow and gets out and reaches with some flex, and certainly has the agility and mobility to have some extra longevity built into her. I like the way her body type matches her frame than the one that ends up in second. Now, she's not perfect. She's not as neat and as out there as the one in second. But from just a real-world perspective, quality and function and body type and low-input maintenance, I think that heifer's really, really good. If you like them with a little extra stretch and a little extra look, I think this heavier structured heifer in second's probably one that fits your mold pretty well. And honestly, I thought about starting with this heifer. She's really, really good. I just think for her frame and for how big she is, she probably just doesn't have quite the softness right there in her heart and out through her flank. So with her size as well as her little harder body type, compared to the one that wins, she'll probably be just a little tougher to maintain, probably going to cost you a little bit more in regards to resources. But that one's intriguing. You're going to breed her and have a lot of fun, because she could throw a calf that looks like that. You're going to be in a lot of business. That's a good heifer there in second. This young lady here in third has got a really nice heifer as well, and she does an awesome job of presenting her. She's so good at the ground in terms of structure. She's really laid in neat there at the edge of her shoulders. She's square in terms of where her foot hits the surface. To me, this heifer's biggest problem is she's just not stout enough. And we've got two heifers that beat her that are plenty good in their structure. This girl's heifer right here just gets out horsed in terms of rib shape and dimension. But I like the way that one goes better than the one that ends up in fourth. This heifer in fourth, I like her at the stand in terms of rib shape and balance. She still gives you a really up-headed and attractive kind of look ahead of her shoulder. I think of the top four, she's the most challenged structurally. She could stand to be a little square there from hock to ground, not as secure and not as in control of the travel of her hind leg. So that's why she ends up in fourth. But that one's got a ton of quality that I think has a lot of good. This heifer that comes next is probably a little neater in terms of the point of her shoulder. I like this heifer from the side. You step in behind the cattle, she gets way too closed up at her pin set and down through her hock. Really closes up, needs to be squared up, needs to be truer in her rib shape and skeletal width all the way through. Young man's heifer that comes next, I really like her durability. She's one that just comes across as a little plainer. You study her at the top of her neck. She's a little crestier, not quite as feminine, not quite as attractive, so that's why she gets into the middle of the class. This heifer that comes next, I think, has some intriguing pieces. She's naturally as stout and as powerful and as muscular and still stays fairly sound. I'll just be honest with you, she's not really my kind. She's a little small and quick in her maturity pattern. Shoulder and the top of her neck just doesn't read maternal enough for me. But if you like them stout and still keeping them sound, she still has some breeding value. The heifer that comes next has got all the performance and depth of body that you'd want. She's just not genuine enough in her rib shape. She could stand to be a little more secure in the way that he shuts her hind leg and pastern on down to the surface. Then we run into some other heifers here in this class. They certainly have some function to them. They're just cattle that are a little plainer in how they're put together. They need to be reorganized and rearranged in their build and their body types in order to help them balance. But again, a good class of females. My congratulations to all of these exhibitors. Let's give all those kids a nice hand on a really tough class.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Cassidy. We'll let Mr. Cates talk his class, and we'll come back with the results.
Sounds like he had a tough class over there. What it came down to is these three heifers, and there's a lot of differences here. This third place heifer, it's not very many times that I'm probably not going to use the best structured one to win a class. That one's sounder than the two in front of her. The question I just had to ask myself when I compared her to those two heifers in front of her is, was there enough substance there? Was there enough width as you analyze this heifer from behind? And the way she gets up in the middle of her back concerned me just a little bit. But, you could do these three any way you want and not be wrong. But the way I see them is the most complete heifer that combines what you really like about both of these heifers into the most complete package is the young lady's heifer. She's got the femininity and the length and the balance of the heifer in the back. She's got the stoutness and the substance of the heifer in the middle. Neither one of these heifers are perfect when you get them out in the move. You'd like to see them both more flexible. But I think when you compare them to at a stand, the young lady's heifer is more attractive up through her front 1/3. Is a little more balanced in terms of her underline. Maintains her levelness of hip better when you set the cattle into motion. Young man's heifer is a female. It's very wide and genuine. She has a lot of width in her chest. She's good in her foreribs. She's stout down her top and out over her hip. She too gets a notch straighter and isn't as attractive as that heifer when is in front of her. And when she moves, she wants to drop in terms of her pin set just a little bit. We already talked about the young man's heifer coming next. He did a nice job keeping his heifer in contention. I like her soundness. I like her depth. Just need her to be a little stouter all the way through. But she's deeper bodied and has more flexibility to her skeleton than the young man's heifer that comes out next. He gets every mile out of this heifer. He always has her stuck good. Just need her to be softer in terms of her rib, softer in terms of her hock. Really a big, stout, high-performing heifer here that I thought when you compared her to the rest of the class, there's just more female. There's more stoutness and bone and performance in her than some of the cattle on down the line. I thought the young lady's heifer was probably a little softer made than a couple of the heifers that follow her. As we get down here on this end, cattle that probably need to balance up just a little bit better, show us a little more quality up through their front end, but very good set of young people. The thing I've really enjoyed is these young people that are down on this end always have a positive attitude, never give up showing. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results from class number 8 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Alexis Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. In second is Weston Hensey of Washington County 4-H. Third place is Garrett Dravik of Moulton FFA. In fourth was Dylan Harris of Brazoria County 4-H. Fifth place is Chase Schlotman of NSFFA. In sixth was Casey Brooks of Spring Branch FFA. Seventh place went to Cody Harris of Navasota FFA. In eighth was Emma Falconberry Caps of Arlington FFA. Ninth place was Erica Vanderslice of Kaufman FFA. And 10th place went to Jordan Dabblestein of Weatherford FFA. Back on the Santa Gertrudis side, we currently have class number 9 in the ring. These are heifers that were born July and August of 2015. Also have results from class number 8. In that class, first place went to Madison Moran of Washington County 4-H. In second was Evelyn Esquivel, Pasadena FFA. Third place was Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. In fourth was Mason DeVille of Alvin FFA. In fifth, we had Kylie Kazaya of Foster FFA. In sixth, Baylor Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. The seventh place went to Nicholas Pittman of Hooks FFA. In eighth was Sierra Sebesta of Snook FFA. Ninth place went to Matthew Aparicio of Palacios FFA. And in 10th was Stephen Payne of Liberty County 4-H.
A little bit of a smaller class here. We kind of drop in numbers, but I don't think we drop in quality. We've got a really good set of females. We get off to the lead off of this heifer, and I think she's pretty standard setting in this lineup just in terms of quality. And I think it's the way she uniquely ties together some extra stoutness and some substance, puts it together without question the highest quality look from the side in terms of just the strength and the organization of her spine. She still flows in the right direction from chest to flank. Now, she's not perfect, and I don't think there's a perfect one in here. She is a little bit coarser just in her joint work, and I'd like to see her just a little different there. But in my opinion, there just isn't a sound heifer in here, and none of them have come close to her in terms of just look and style and having an extra shot of power, so that's why she wins this class fairly handily. As you come into the heifers in second and third, I think they're fairly similar, and both of them are a little plainer, both in their look and shape as you compare them to the one that wins. I do think this heifer in second's probably a little fresher just in her condition. I like the head shape of her head and the shape of her neck just a little more appropriately. I think she too needs to be a little different in how she sets down behind. She obviously needs to be squared up and needs to be a little better in her hip design. But again, like we said, there's not a perfect one in there. Her body type and her moderation, I think, are pretty good in check. The heifer that comes next is very, very stout-featured. She's big-footed and flexible in her joints. She gets really discoordinated out of her hip and really tucks that rear leg up underneath of herself. She's a heifer that's plenty plain up through her head and needs to be a little different in the shape of her neck and shoulder, but a good heifer there in third. A little extra performance in this lighter red heifer that comes next. She's got a really big pin set and still is really neat ahead of her shoulder. I just don't like this heifer at the ground in terms of not only being the frailest structured, but she struggles out of her hind leg and she just comes up a little short in her step. She needs to be loosened up in those joints for us to move her up in this class because she's a unique combination of some stoutness, a really neat look ahead of her shoulder. She just needs to be a little stouter featured, needs to be a little looser in her construction. And then we round our class out with one that's pretty level in her top line. She too, I think, is challenged structurally. She's one that's upright in her shoulder, and she just doesn't have enough rib and mass to move up in this class. But a good class of females again. My congratulations.
Okay, over here in our Hereford show, a single entry, but very patient young lady that's been out here and has a really good heifer. A heifer that could definitely stand some other cattle in this class so she could put a beat down on them, but really good showman, big, powerful, stoutly constructed female that balances pretty good, still can get out and move. Nice job. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Taking the blue ribbon in class number 9 of our Hereford show is Gracie Price of Shackelford County 4-H. Now ready for class 10 in our Hereford show. We got 2 entries in both May of 2015. In our Santa Gertrudis show, we got class number 10 also entering the ring. These are heifers that were born in May and June of 2015. Also got results from class number 9. In that class, first place went to Allie Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. In second was Joseph Stegan of Navasota FFA. Third place went to Connor Winkles of Arlington FFA. In fourth was Trevor Bracken of Barbers Hill FFA. And fifth place went to Morgan Hutcherson of Magnolia West FFA.
Nice pair of heifers here in your May class. 2 young men that are doing an excellent job. The heifer that wins the class, though, does so because she's sounder and she's more powerfully constructed. She moves off of a stouter, softer hind leg heifer that's got more 3-dimensional volume through her center body in terms of length and width and boldness. Heifer that balances pretty nicely. The heifer we have in the second hole, a heifer that, as you analyze her, she has some depth of body to her, just doesn't show us that balance from the side in terms of her chest floor in relationship to her rear flank. Maybe not as neat in the way she's presented out over her hip and tail head, but a nice heifer for that young man.
Well, over here on the Santa Gertrudis side, we've got another good class and some variation amongst kinds, but Heifer that wins the class for me does so with the ground, and she's by some margin the most correct in how she's put together. I think the angle of her shoulder and where her knee sets is more correct in the Heifer in second, yet I think she's easily more secure and just more agile on her hip and hind leg than the Heifer in third. So I think structure alone gets her in this competition. But then she's still a good-bodied, moderate-framed heifer that's got plenty to her. Again, the young lady's doing an exceptional job of presenting her to us, so I think that's a really logical place to start. My congratulations to you. We'll get you back out here for the division. I think it becomes a little closer for second and third, and both of them have what I would say is a flaw in terms of structure. This heifer in second, I'd probably like to layer in a little neater there in her shoulder, set that knee back, and just see her reach out of her front end with a little more agility. But I think when you get them stopped and get them set and put together, heifer in second probably has a little neater look out through her hip and hind leg, probably naturally a little stouter structure than the one that ends up in third. She needs to be softer and she needs to be a little better up through her shoulder for us to win the class. But I like her look and I like the presence, and I darn sure like the way you're presenting her to us. Nice work again. Heifer that ends up in third is the biggest pinned in here, and she's really, really powerful when you step right in behind her. Her rib shape is good. I just don't think her bone work matches the dimension that she has up high. Kind of throws her balance off just a bit, and I think of the class, she's the most challenged structurally. She's too tight in her pastern, and she wants to throw her hind leg rather than flex it. She just needs to be a little different in terms of the way that she gets out in those lower joints. But an excellent class. 3 great kids as well. My congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 10 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Remington Lewis of George Ranch FFA. And second is Matthew Payne of Liberty County 4-H. And third place goes to Kyle Nelson of Magnolia FFA. Our judge will now select our champion junior heifer in the Santa Gertrudis show. Over on the Hereford side, we have the class winners back in the arena, and our judge is evaluating them for our junior champion division. And we have results from class number 10 in that class. First place went to Mason Rader, Marion FFA, and second place to Blake Boyd of DeWitt County 4-H. Junior division heifer comes out of the same class, exhibited by Waylon Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our division champions.
Two really nice heifers over here and two young people that definitely know what they're doing. The heifer that wins, though, just as the more three-dimensional, bigger volume, stouter heifer, has a lot of unique parts and pieces to her. Really powerful when you analyze her from behind. Very bold up over her top and through her center body cavity. Heifer that comes at you and leaves you with a lot of true dimension. She's a little piecey in the way she's designed about her shoulder. She's a little bolder there and doesn't fit in quite as neat. But I think still there's a big advantage in that female. I think she not only is more powerful, but she probably is a little sounder than the heifer we have in second. Heifer we have in second is more feminine up through her front 1/3. Her neck comes a little higher. She's neater at the crest of her neck. Her shoulder blends in nicer. Where she gives up to the heifer that wins the class is just width and dimension and power. She's not got as much depth in center body, not as much power from behind, but a nice pair of heifers. The two young people do an excellent job.
Thank you for that overview, Mr. Cates. Results from Class 13 in our Hereford show. First place goes to Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. And in second, we have Laney Boyd of DeWitt County 4-H. Now ready for Class 14 in our Hereford show. This is a single entry heifer born February of 2015.
Nice single entry here. If I had one that good that I worked really hard on, I would make a big lap too. Nice heifer. Good structured, big-footed, has some flexibility, presented very good. She's feminine in her makeup. If you're going to change her, you give her a little more depth to a center body. But this young man does an excellent job. A very correctly structured, big-footed, rugged, designed heifer. Congratulations. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Taking the blue ribbon in Class 14 is Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA.
Well, over here on the Gert side, I really wasn't sure how these class winners were going to kind of piece together, but I'm really pleased, and I'm a little surprised as well as just how good these really are and how they really reflect one another's kind, and they all have some quality. And I think the heifer that wins the first class just really strikes you with a really high-quality image from the side. The young lady does an excellent job of presenting her, and she's really good in the way that her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She maintains a lot of organization in both her top and bottom line and still has the really correct kind of structural build, and I think that's important. She brings together real feminine quality while still having enough cow power, and I think that makes her extremely valuable candidate in this particular lineup. As you go to our second class winner, maybe a little more sensibly sized or a little more moderate in her frame. I think she's soft and really productive just in her rib cage and then the power that she reads with from behind. She's one that's still sound and flexible, maybe not as extended and maybe not quite as just elegant in terms of her presentation, but that's a good kind of female. She'll be low input and she'll be very easy to manage in a variety of environments. We jump up a little bit in size to the next class winner, and I am a good proponent that all cattle come in, or good cattle come in different shapes and sizes. She's a little bigger, but she's also got the body type to match it. I think she's stout construction, and she certainly has a nice look from the side. Gets just a little coarser in her joints, and I'd probably like to see that foot set down just a little softer. But again, in terms of combining power with a look of quality, those are really tough genetics to put together, and she does extremely well. Then our class winner out of our last class, certainly one that she won that one, and because of structure, she's long-strided and very correct in the way that she moves off either end of her framework. She probably comes out of balance just a bit relative to her chest and flank, and I think on a comparative note, she's a little frailer at the ground and probably doesn't open up with as much kind of dimension to the center part of her body. So I think 3 or 4 really excellent class winners. There's a good set of seconds over there, and there's a couple that are in contention on that side. But if you would, before I pick a champion, please help me congratulate, show your support, and all the hard work that these kids done. I'll get you a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion in the Santa Gertrudis Show comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Shelby Ferguson of Klein Oak FFA.
Couple nice senior yearlings over here, but I think when you analyze the two and compare them, the heifer, the cow we're going to use to win is just a bigger volume, more correctly designed female that has an advantage in terms of udder quality and volume. I think a pretty nice pair of cattle here. Cattle that got quality, cattle that got function. She's a nice size, she's sound, she's got a good udder. Heifer calf's got some quality and some length and some levelness to it. Good group of cattle. Nice pair here in second. You don't probably get thrown in with a pair of cattle that good very often. This is a nice female that, you know, I really, really like the heifer calf. The calf has got a real striking look and some substance to it in terms of bone and foot size. The cow just needs to balance up a little better, handle her hind leg and pastern a little better, and have just a little more quantity of milk when you compare her to that cow that starts. But a nice pair of females. I like the calf pretty nice, and you guys do a nice job.
Results from Class 15 in our Hereford Show. First place goes to Alexandria Harris of Salado FFA. In second is Devin Bowman of Bel Air FFA. Now ready for our judge to select our champion senior heifer in our Hereford Show. Back over on the east side in our Santa Gertrudis Show, our judge just selected our junior division champions. Winning the junior division was Shelby Ferguson of Klein Oak FFA. And our reserve champion in the junior division was Madison Moran of Washington County 4-H. Now leading in Class 13 in our Santa Gertrudis Show. These are heifers, single entry, born March of 2015.
Well, some of these classes have been really challenging, and then you bring in a single entry, so it's a really nice refreshment, and you know that you can get this one right. But I think just a really solid female. As you watch her, and this young lady gets her stopped right there, comes together really nice at the stand. She's dropping a pretty nice udder that's got some squareness and some refinement to her teats. Got a good foot underneath of her, and certainly is athletic enough in her structure. We'll get a better look and comparison of her here when we get her back out for division. But again, congratulations. You've got a class winner at the Rodeo Austin. Go get your blue ribbon and we'll get you back out here. Let's give this young lady a nice hand. Congratulations.
Taking first place in class number 13 is Madison Trajasic of Navarro County 4-H.
Really good senior division here. 3 really good representatives out here. Your cow-calf pair down there I think is really good. Functional female that's got a good look, really nice udder. I think just a very good pair of cattle. It gets closer here, I think, between the two in the back. The young man's heifer in the middle, I like her structure really well. She's probably a little nicer in her shoulder and better in her lines than the young man's heifer down here on the end. The young man's heifer down here on the end has a pretty big advantage in terms of width and dimension and center body. She appears to be a little farther along in calf. You know, that heifer, you ask yourself, is she put together quite good enough? Is she good enough on the move? I think that pair is pretty close, but we're going to use your pair down here. I really like them, and we may walk these two again, but let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer in the Hereford Show comes out of class number 15, exhibited by Alexandria Harris of Salado FFA. And your reserve champion in the senior division of our Hereford Show comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Kaiser Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. Congratulations to our division champions, and our judge will now select our grand champion, Hereford heifer.
A little bit trickier class to kind of sort through here. We got some ones that are in production and some that are getting pretty close. And I talked to this young lady that's got our class winner, and she said that this cow's due to calve any day now, and it definitely looks that way. She's dropping a really nice udder, starting to spring just a bit. But the reason she wins this class for me is at the ground, and I think just her structure alone, the way she's built up and the angle of her shoulders more appropriate than the one in second. I still think that when she stops and gets herself put together, she's super feminine about her head and neck. You know, if you're going to pick on her a little bit, you'd probably just strengthen her right behind her spine and blow her forerib apart just a bit. But, you know, in terms of just a functional kind of female that looks like a female, production focused, and where she's right now is where she needs to be for gestation. So that's why she wins this class. Again, nice job. Congratulations on your class winner. The heifer that ends up in second's probably got just a little more mass to her in terms of her substance and her foot size. I like the extra strength that this heifer has behind her shoulder. She blows open a little boulder there in her forerib as she transitions from her shoulder on back. I think with that, she probably needs to have just a little more udder development at this stage of the game. When you study this heifer at the top of her neck, just a little bulkier, not quite as feminine. I think you set her in motion, she comes up just a little shorter in her step. But I do think this heifer blends together pretty nice, and I think that's what gives her a big advantage over the cow or the pair that ends up in third. Really like this cow, the fact that she's in production. She's got a really nice calf at side, and she's staying in the right flesh and condition to breed back on time. I'd like to change the length of her teats just a bit and shorten them up, maybe refine them just a touch and just square that udder up off all four corners. But I think just in terms of putting a calf in production, it's the most important component of a cow-calf operation. She's done that, and that's why it warrants her over the two that end up in fourth and fifth. Heifer that comes in fourth, I like her body shape. I think she's fairly bold in her rib cage. She gets a little upright there in her shoulder and maybe throws her hind leg and drops her pins. Really gets up underneath of herself when she's out in motion. I do like the fact that she's a little further along in calf, and that's why she beats this heifer in 5. Heifer in 5, I really like her extension. She's probably a half rib longer in terms of her spine and how she reads from the side. She's one that probably for her age, I'd like to see her a little further along in calf. Needs to have a little more udder development, and I think that'll drop her body type down and not make her look quite as hard and as hollow. But again, a good quality class. You've done a great job with this female. Excellent set of heifers and a really good set of kids. My congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Over here on your Hereford side, quality was good. We talked about how a lot of times judging Herefords, they come to us in different shapes and sizes, and that's why I'm really, really pleased. As you get these 3 females out here, it kind of just looks like a natural progression. You know, you starting with that calf, you know, this heifer looks like what that heifer is going to look like in a few months, and then you see this female down here in production. It just proves that this is the kind of cattle I think we need to produce, the sound, feminine, functional kind. Really a nice lineup here. These kids have done an awesome job exhibiting these cattle. You can tell these kids show all over the country. Really nice lineup. Let's give them a nice round of applause. All 3 of these out here, and as well as the seconds, are probably going to win a lot of shows. That heifer calf down there has got a very, very bright future, a lot of quality, soundness of structure. I think just right where she needs to be in terms of size. She's not freak-fronted, but she's feminine and cow-like up through her front 1/3. I think just a female that puts a lot of good things together very completely. The young man's heifer right in the middle, very similar to that heifer, but maybe not as stout and as coordinated off of her hind leg as that heifer behind her. Then we got the cow down here that I think, you know, the proof is already kind of there. That cow is not only attractive and good structured, you know, she's got a calf that's pretty old. She's got a really, really nice udder. The only place you'd pick on that cow is she gets up in the middle of her back just a little bit when she gets out and travels. And part of that, she's got a pretty good fill on her today. I think, you know, in an hour from now, she goes to the bathroom a couple times. I think that won't probably be as big of an issue as it is right now. But I really, really like this calf down here on the end. But it's so far to tell whether she's going to have a good udder when she calves or not. And we know this one down here does. So your pair is going to be your champion and your calf's going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion, Hereford Heifer, comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Alexandria Harris of Salado FFA. And your reserve champion, Hereford Heifer, comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to our champions. We're now ready to move into our Red Angus show on the west side.
Really another good class here, and we've got a really nice pair to lead off with, and she's one that I really like at the ground in terms of foot shape and size, but still staying flexible enough in her joints. I like the udder development on this cow too. She's fairly refined, but still pretty good in the spacing of her teats, and her quarters are pretty even and pretty square. That's just a good high quality kind of cow. Put a nice calf at side, but she stays in the right breeding condition. These two young ladies do an awesome job of getting these ones presented. You ought to be pretty excited about her because she not only threw you a pretty good calf the first time, but I think she's going to have plenty of opportunity to do it again. You know, I think it becomes a little closer between second and third, and the one that ends up in second for me, she ends up there on structure alone. I know she's a little deadheaded out here, but when she gets out in motion, I think she's the most right of the remaining cattle in regards to how she uses her hind leg, like the way that she gets out and travels off both ends. She's starting a nice udder. I think this heifer is close to calving at about any time. I hope you can make it back before she calves on your trailer. But that one is real good from a functional standpoint. Just a little plainer to look at, not the extra look is what we see in our class winner. There's a good pair here in third, and I thought the second and third were close. I like the fact that she's in production, and I like the calf that she has at side. Really a progressive kind of calf there that means her genetics are going in the right direction. This cow gets just a little long and coarser in her teat structure. I don't think she's built quite as neat from the side. She wants to separate right in behind her shoulder. She tucks her rear leg and gets a little unstable in the way that she uses her hind leg. So those little minute reasons are why she ends up in third, but production alone keeps her in the middle of this class and sorts her over the remaining two. The heifer that comes next, I really like her strength of spine. She's stout constructed and gives you a really well-balanced look from the side. I'll be honest, I'd just like to see her a little further along in gestation. She needs to have more udder development. And I think functionally speaking, when you set her in motion, a little tighter there in her hip, maybe doesn't reach out of her front end quite as nicely as those heifers that precede her. Then the one that rounds out our class, very youthful in her look for her age. I like her extension and her length of body. I just don't think her body type fits the extra size that she has. She's feminine, but she's certainly one that needs to be a little softer. She too needs to be further along in her gestation. Excellent class. Really like the pair there on top. Congratulations.
Results from class number 15 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Madeline Hatchtoll of Mount Enterprise FFA. In second place is Chad Coker of Magnolia FFA. Third place, Alexis Meyerhoff of Galveston County 4-H. Jerry Payne of Caney Creek FFA. In fourth is Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. And fifth is Alexis Meyerhoff of Galveston County 4-H.
The cattle are good in this class, with the showmen all the way through are really good. It was a nice class to evaluate because the cattle were good, and you know, it is more fun to evaluate cattle when they're set up and good like these three young men are doing. The heifer, we got a big age spread in this class. Junes all the way through Aprils. The heifer in our first hole down here is a June. She's the youngest one in the class. These are both Aprils. You know, there's going to be some differences in terms of size. But this heifer here is the highest quality. She's got the most attractive look up through her front 1/3, really neat necked, slender about her neck, lays in tight about her point of her shoulder. She's nice in her shoulder design. She's long-bodied. She's got good depth for a female of that age. Heifer that's sound when you get her on the move. She maybe gets up just a tick in her back when you get her on the move, but the heifer in second kind of has that same issue. Nice female that young man's brought us today. Heifer I think it's closer here between second and third. The heifer in second, I think there's just more of her. There's more center body. There's more top and width and dimension in her. She comes out wider and truer out of her shoulder. She blends better from her shoulder into her top line than the heifer does in second. When you get them on the stand, she's tied in a little nicer in terms of her chest when you analyze her from the side. I'd like to see her handle her hind leg just with a little more authority and flex, but nice female young man does a nice job with. The young man's heifer in third, when you get her on the move, she probably handles her top line and hip just a little nicer than that heifer in front of her. She's a deep-bodied heifer, but maybe not as attractive up through her neck and her crest. Maybe not as much power in that heifer, but a nice heifer that young man does a good job with. This young lady's heifer is not the biggest and most powerful of the remaining class, but she's the nicest balanced and the most feminine in her design. She has a lot of the same look as the heifer we start the class with, in the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, but not the same power and not the same flexibility in terms of movement that that heifer has. The heifer we have coming out next is a long-bodied female that's got some shape. Where she runs into issues as you get her in the move, and she just needs to flex better off of her hip and hind leg. Yet she's still quite a bit stouter than the young lady's heifer that we conclude the class with. That heifer just needs to be strengthened up a little bit, made a little sounder when you get her on the move.
Results from class number 1 in our Red Angus show. First place goes to Wade St. John of Callisburg FFA. In second is Jaden Johnson of Prairie Land FFA. Third place goes to Cole Nichols of Mount Enterprise FFA. In fourth is Gracie Clark of Pilot Point FFA. Fifth place is Riley Hall of Royal FFA. And in sixth was Ali Garcia of Bangs FFA. Now I have class 2 entering the ring in our Red Angus show, and these are heifers that were born March of 2016.
As we wrap up our final division, again, very impressed with the quality of the females here in the senior division of the Santa Gertrudis show. I think as you get to see, there's a little bit of age spread, so you're going to see some differences that are attributed to some production and having a calf at side, losing a little body condition, and ones that maybe haven't quite calved yet. So there's going to be just a little variation and a little bit of trade-offs amongst these three. But I think the common denominator is that they're all quality driven, and I think that speaks a lot for itself. And the heifer that wins our first class, I just really like her in terms of rib shape. I think you set her in motion. She's in control of her hind leg and has some flexibility from behind. She could probably be a little neater there and just more correct in how her shoulders laid into her. Maybe just pick her head up and just allow her to be a little more natural there. But in terms of just like having some dimension, starting a nice udder, I think she has all those production basics pretty well covered. You go into our second class winner. She won that class just in terms of femininity, and I think she's dropping a really nice udder as well in terms of the squareness and the refinements of her teats. Young lady says she's due to calve any day now, and it kind of looks like it because if you're going to pick on her, she's starting to pull down in her spine and maybe losing herself right behind her shoulder just a bit. But I think in terms of just quality and this femininity, she's correct in her structure, and she can get out and reach with a lot of flex and has a lot of use there to her lower joints. You get down to our cow that's in production that wins our third class, just very fault-free and problem-free in her structure. Really got a decent udder underneath of her, putting a good calf at side and raising it correctly and still staying in the right breeding condition. So I think that there's a lot of merit to that. Probably not any extra bells and whistles, but that's the kind of cattle that keeps you in the business and will offer you very many years of stayability. Like that one quite a bit as well. So again, if you would congratulate all these young people, put your hands together. I'll pick you a champ or reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champion senior heifer in the Santa Gertrudis show comes out of class number 15, exhibited by Madeline Hatchtel of Mount Enterprise FFA. And a reserve champion in the senior division of the Santa Gertrudis Show comes out of class number 14, exhibited by Michaela Alcorn of Galveston County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. I will now bring back all of our division champions, and our judge will select our grand champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifer.
Nice pair of cattle here in a really good class, and they're in different places in terms of their skeletal maturity and their feeding pattern. But I asked myself which heifer looks like the cattle that we've been using all the way through, which one is the one that I would take home and want to show next year. And I like the young man's heifer the best. I think she's a little fresher and more feminine, more eye-appealing out through her front 1/3. I think she handles herself better on the move with a little more slope to her shoulder. She's a little neater when you analyze from the side. She's green. But that one's going to do nothing but get better. I think that's where we need to start today. I like the young man's heifer. I think she's big volumed. I think she's got a lot of width through her chest, got a lot of center rib. She comes out strong and wide out of her shoulder. She's set wide at her pins. I want to make her a little nicer, more nicely balanced in the way she's designed. For her neck sets out of her shoulder and the way her chest sets down into her. Gets just a little straighter off of both ends when you compare her to that class winner. But I think a very nice pair of cattle. A big, growthy, high-performing, long-bodied female the young man's got. Where you want to change her as she gets a little straighter up through her shoulder as well, wants to push down in her chest and not balance. The heifer comes next, probably is a little nicer balance, a little stronger in her top line than that heifer right in front of her, but not as probably as powerful all the way through as the heifer we have in front of her. Young ladies have a really heavy muscled heifer, just comes to us in some parts and pieces. You really want to change the way she's designed from her shoulder into her top line, just gets a little tight there. Young man's heifer we have coming out next is one that's pretty deep bodied. She's got some length, just a little plainer up through her front end and neck.
Results from class number 2 in our Red Angus show. First place goes to Colton Rohrbar of Callisburg FFA. And second is Cutter Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Third place goes to Arkeen Nixon of Floyd County 4-H. And fourth is Kristen Massengill of Hamilton FFA. In fifth, Aubrey Thornton of Van Zant County 4-H. And in sixth place, Jackson Bragg of Salado FFA.
Well, as we wrap up our Santa Gertrudis show, I tell you what, it took a little extra time to kind of get through this breed. Not only was there a lot of numbers, but there was a lot of quality, and it took a lot of time to sort through all the differences and get a chance to work with these kids. And I'm very impressed. Again, not very often does a northern guy like me get to come down and work with your American breeders and your American kids. And you know, I think it's really, really cool that when you get these division winners back out here, they fit together extremely well, and they're cut from the mold that I like in terms of putting together some skeletal quality and some function in their build, but giving some extras in terms of power and having a look of quality, and I think every one of these females does so very nicely. I think they're all a little different in a couple different spots, and it basically comes down to your personal preference on what you want to do. But I think there's more than one right answer out here because all of them are good cattle. But before I go select my two favorites out of here, if you would help me support these kids, put your hands together and give a big round of applause, and I'll pick you a champion of reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifer, comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Shelby Ferguson of Klein Oak FFA. And your reserve champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifer, comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Baylor Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. Congratulations to the exhibitors of our champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifers. This concludes our Santa Gertrudis show. We'll be moving into the Cimbra Heifers.
Nice class here. I think that they kind of split into two pairs. The heifer down here on the end, though, I think is a bit more attractive, handles herself a little nicer on the move than the heifer in second. Heifer in second is probably a little deeper in terms of her rear rib and flank. Female is pretty slender about her neck. Heifer just isn't as powerfully constructed and as coordinated on the move as the heifer we start with. Then the pair of cattle we have in third and fourth. The young lady's heifer has given up some width and dimension to the heifer in fourth, but I think she's sounder. I think there's more longevity to this female when you get the cattle on the move and turn them into the pasture. Heifer, like we said, she's quite got more width to her than the heifer in front of her. Just really want to change this heifer in the way she's designed out of her shoulder and the way she moves off her front end.
Results from class number 3 in our Red Angus show. First place goes to Kaylee Rohrbar of Callisburg FFA. In second is Brianna Gibbs of Tom Green County 4-H. Third place goes to Ariana Lopez of Elgin FFA. And in fourth place was Jesse Smith of Rivercrest FFA. Now ready for class 4 Red Angus. These are heifers born in January of 2016. On the west side of the show ring, when you're looking at class number 1 in our Cimbra show, and these are heifers that were born on or after April 1st of 2016.
Another nice class of females here. I don't know that we have just a perfect one. We have a lot of really good ones. Up here on I think these top three surface their self up here because of structure, but they all kind of have a structural flaw as well. The heifer that hits you the hardest when they come in the ring is the young lady's heifer that we're going to go ahead and use. I think a really long-bodied, feminine-fronted heifer, a heifer that's got good shape to her rib, that she's got enough width and dimension. The one place I want to change her is she gets a little too straight up to her shoulder. You want to set her back at her knee and have her flex just a little bit up front. But I think still when you compare her to the heifer in second, she blends together a little nicer from her shoulder into her forerib, and she handles her hind leg and rear pastern better than the heifer we have in second. I like a lot of things about the heifer in second. I love her big, bold rib cage. I think a heifer's got some stoutness. Young man does a really nice job showing her. Just want to change the way she gets out and travels off of her back end and gets a little more uncoordinated into her rear pastern. There's times this heifer in third gives you a really neat look, and there's some nice parts to this heifer. A heifer that's long-necked and really stout. She's pretty unique, or pretty green in terms of her condition. She just doesn't balance up as good as those two heifers in front of her. She gets a little higher in terms of her flank. Heifer, when you get her out on the move, she wants to drop just a little bit in her loin. Just doesn't stay together quite as nicely. Young lady's heifer we have coming out next is a deep-bodied heifer, just a little finer boned, a little fatter, and when you analyze her down through her lower 1/3. The heifer we have coming out next is probably a notch stouter and bigger bone than that heifer. Get that heifer out, and she's not as attractive when you get her out on the move. And then the young lady's heifer that concludes the class, another one that you just want to deepen down a little bit, have that heifer get out and travel with a little more flex and ease off of her front end.
You know, when you get out and you judge a lot of shows, there's always the one class or two throughout the day or two that, you know, makes you kind of step out there and make a call. And so I think like this is one of those instances where, you know, there's some give and take, and there's a couple things that I think you could argue and justify out here. I guess for me, when I stand back and really ask myself, I rewalk these cattle, I just didn't think there was a heifer in here that just perfects structure. And I think if you know that, the heifer that wins this class needs to win easy. And that's one that at the stand is just incredible in terms of her rib shape and the stoutness and the genuine width that she has. She has a pretty decisive advantage over the heifer in second, and in terms of just foot shape and size and substance, but yet the way that she uniquely stays attractive ahead of her shoulder, I think makes her really unique. You've done a great job presenting her too. You got her at the right speed when she gets out in motion. You know, if I'm going to pick on her a little bit, she gets just a nickel straight in her hock. But like I said before, I just don't think there's a heifer in here that really perfects structure. So it's her one look from the stand. I think she becomes the logical place to lead off with. I think that there's a decision that you can make for second. And, you know, this heifer here, this white stock and footed one, you can make the case that she's an improvement in structure over our class winner. But at the same time, I think she's one that's a little fragile in her construction. She still doesn't set her pasture down quite right. So I guess in terms of her being a nickel frailer and a little plainer, a little heavier conditioned, it was a little easier for me to slide her in second. This heifer here in third, I really like her at the stand. She's very mobile and agile in her structure. I think she covers her track maybe as good as any of the top three. She's just wedged all wrong in her lower third because her chest drops down a little deeper than her flank, a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. So her body type combined with her hip structure kind of throws her balance off just a touch from the side. So Done a nice job with her. I like her structure. She just needs to be a little different in her top and bottom line to move up in this class. Heifer that comes next is really fresh in her condition. The young lady gets her up-headed, really attractive with how she's made from the side. She's too upright in her shoulder. She needs to be different in how her lower joints push and use the surface. But I really like that female from the side and when she's in park. Heifer coming next is one of the longer-bodied, more extended heifers in class. She comes across to me as a little plainer in how she's put together. Got a little extra throat and wants to drop her pins and get up underneath of herself when she goes. But that's a good female that's got some performance and some cow power. A little more moderate heifer that comes next. I like the set to her hind leg. I think she reaches out of her rear skeleton with some flex and some agility. She's one that gets out-horsed in this class. She could stand to be a little softer right there in her flank. Rear third wants to tip down just a bit, and it throws her off in terms of balance and proportions, but a good kind of heifer in her own right. A little bigger framed heifer coming next. Young lady's doing an exceptional job of presenting her. She gets just a little harder relative to the size that she brings to the table. I'd like to loosen her structure up and see her just hinge a little looser as she gets out and travels across this ring. Young lady's heifer coming next is one of the stouter structured ones. It's just a little plainer there ahead of her shoulder. I think when you set the cattle on the go, she wants to jam her hind leg down into the ground. Just doesn't have the same sort of control or stability to her rear third. Then we've got three heifers here that certainly have some performance, and they've got some growth and some extension. They're good in their look from the side. I just thought these heifers needed to be supplied with a notch more body. They need to be a little more right and altered in their structure if we're going to move them up any in this class. But an excellent lineup of heifers. Again, my congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Second call, Red Angus Class 8. Second call, Red Angus Class 8. First call, Cimbra Class 4. First call, Cimbra Class 4.
Results from class number 1 in our Cimbra show. First place goes to Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. In second is Megan Hine of Sealy FFA. Third place goes to Callie McGinley of Burton FFA. In fourth is Harper Mao of Fayette County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Allison Willoughby of Yo FFA. In sixth was Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. Seventh place, Taylor Gross of Burleson County 4-H. In eighth was Megan Begley of Bel Air FFA. Ninth went to Chesney Campbell of Hooks FFA. And 10th went to Grant Hinckley of Caldwell County 4-H. Currently on our Red Angus side, our judges evaluating our class champions, and we'll select our heifer calf champion.
Over here on your Red Angus side, I think a nice set of cattle. There were some differences. Probably the biggest difference is there was a lot of age spread within the classes. There's a lot of difference in condition and where these cattle were in terms of their skeletal maturity and their feeding pattern. But I think a really nice lineup. I think there's some different things you can do. There's a heifer out here I like pretty well that I really don't find a big hole in. I think all she needs is a little time and a little feed. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion.
Your heifer calf champion in the Red Angus show comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Kaylee Rohrbaugh of Callisburg FFA. Excuse me, Colton Rohrbaugh of Callisburg FFA.
I think from there it gets close. These two heifers down here, I like some things about both of them really well, and there's things I want to change. The heifer that won our young class, the June heifer, is one that I really like her extension out through her front end. I think a female that's good in her top line. Female that just gives you a nice balanced look from the side. Things you want to change about her, she gets up in her back a little bit when you get her on the move. You maybe like to have her set down her hind leg with just a notch more authority. The young man's heifer is by far the big volumed heifer of the group, really wide chested and has a lot of dimension down her top, moves off of a pretty good hind leg. We talked about her in class. We maybe like to give her a little more slope to her shoulder, a heifer that isn't maybe as neat-necked as the one right behind her, but I think it's close. I'm going to take another look, and then I'll go out and select you a reserve.
A reserve champion heifer calf in a red Angus yoke also comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Cutter Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions.
Again, we get into our second class of Simbras, and we've got plenty of give and take and a lot of trade-offs. Again, the heifer that wins this class, for me, I still think does so fairly handily, and I think she really sets the standard just in terms of her look from the side. She's very fresh in her appearance. She's got the right kind of power because she's stout but still really long and maternal in her muscle shape. Still gives you a really up-headed kind of a look, and I think she's certainly adequate enough in her structure to go ahead and win this class. This heifer here in second, I like at the ground maybe as good as any of them. She's probably the loosest in her construction. I like the way her angles are assembled off both ends of her framework. She's a heifer that, compared to the heifers really on either side of her, probably gets a little plainer in her look and isn't supplied with the same kind of softness to her. But structure alone got her to the top of this class, and you've presented her extremely well. My congratulations. I just wish this heifer had a little more rib and body right there to help match that up high. The heifer that comes in third is one that you kind of like when she first comes out. She's super soggy and soft. She's really up-headed. She's kind of fighting the lead just a little bit, but I think it only amplifies her problems because she really struggles when she's out in motion. She comes up way too short in her step because she's just not right there in her pastern. A little upright in her shoulder as well. So we fix her there. Probably like to refine her teats up just a little bit. So functionally speaking, I think she's got some red flags that are a little bit concerning, and that's why she ended up in third. The one that comes next, I think, is really stout constructed. She's really burly and rugged just in her makeup. Long-bodied kind of a heifer as well. She gets a little too upright in her hind leg, and a heifer that really pushes out in her hock and doesn't have any stability to her lower joints. So when you set her in motion, I'm not really surprised that she gets a little weaker in her top, probably doesn't just open up in her forerib quite as bold as those heifers that precede her. The young lady's got herself a really nice calf here, and to be honest with the young lady, I think this calf just needs some time because she's plenty green enough in her condition, but she's got a nice look and she's fresh in her look. She's just a heifer that gets a little bit fragile in her construction, and I think she needs to be changed in her hind leg and softened up. But again, with time and maturity, and you keep working hard with her, that'll come, because that's a heifer that's got a really bright future ahead of her. She's just not quite ready today. Really good class, lots of differences, but good ones nonetheless.
Really a nice pair of heifers here, but I think the young lady's heifer that we go ahead and slide into first has advantages not only in structure and softness, but she's also the stouter, more powerfully constructed female. She's got more foot size and more bone. She's wider as you analyze her coming and going. When you compare to the heifer in second, it gets around with a pretty loose skeleton. Young lady's heifer comes out next, one that's really strong and straight down her top. She comes out strong into her shoulder, just not the balance of the heifer we have in front of her, not the bone and foot size, but really a nice pair of cattle. Nice job to these two young ladies.
Results from class number 7 in our Red Angus show. First place goes to Haley Van Wagner of Montgomery County 4-H. And second place goes to Dana Jones of San Jacinto County 4-H. Also have results from class number 4, which is our calf division. In that class, first place went to Kristen Masson-Gill of Hamilton FFA. The second was Grayson Fritcher of Montgomery FFA. In third was Katie Ivy of Callisburg FFA. Fourth place was Mackenzie Trawick of Bangs FFA. In fifth place was Cassidy Albright of Falls County 4-H. And sixth went to Casey Rutledge of Burnett FFA. On the east side. On the east side, in our Cimbro show, our judges currently evaluating class 3. These heifers are born February of 2016. Also have results from class number 2. In that class, first place went to Caleb Fox, Washington County 4-H. In second was Ashley Mixon of Washington County 4-H. Third place went to Dylan Hempel of Victoria County 4-H. In fourth was Evan Berger of James E. Taylor FFA. And fifth place went to Callie Heaton of Montgomery County 4-H.
Another nice class again as we get into our third one in the Simbra show. And I think there's some differences and some trade-offs amongst these top three, and you could probably jumble them up a little bit. But the one that wins for me, I think, just does so at the ground. And I think she very much so sets the standard in here in terms of just flexibility. I like the set to her hind leg a little better than the Heifer in second. And I think still you combine that with some extra body mass and a really maternal kind of look to her. That's why she wins this class for me. She looks just as good when she's standing still as what she does in motion, and she holds herself together extremely well. Again, young lady's done a nice job with that Heifer. Function is really good in that female. I think she'll make an excellent brood cow. Heifer that ends up in second's probably a little fresher just in her condition, and I think it's really cool how this heifer's so bold but yet still pretty lean. So she's naturally just true in her rib shape and in the power that she has behind. I just wish that underneath that her bone work would match the dimension she reads with up high. She gets a little fragile in her construction, a little plainer about her head and the top of her neck. I think when you set her in motion, she's just not as secure, doesn't have the same sort of control to her hind leg, and that's why I ended up putting her second. Heifer in third, really like her at the stand. Really neat-necked and really smooth in how she's put together. She's strong in her top line. Not only is she a little tighter in her forerib, but she's too straight in her hock, and then consequently her pin bones are sitting up a little high and her tail head cranks up. So that rear third needs to be changed because I like her from there forward. I'd just like to see her be a little more correct in terms of her pin set on down to the ground. Then we've got a pair of heifers here that both need to be altered structurally. I think this heifer here is a little neater at the edge of her shoulder. She falls out of balance, and that's why she can't move up in this class. She's a little deeper in her chest than she is in her flank, and she too could be laid a little differently into the edge of her shoulder at the angle portion and how she reaches up front. Calf that comes next has got a little extra power to her. She's a little bolder in her rib cage than the one in fourth. She's one that gets a little too tangled up underneath. She's got extra set to her hock. She doesn't have the same sort of coordination that I'd like to see. But if you like them with some extra stoutness, I think that heifer's got some merit. Really good class again, 5 nice heifers and a good set of kids. My congratulations.
Over here on your Red Angus side, a nice class of senior heifer calves. I think the heifer that wins the class does so pretty handily. I think she's the nicest balanced, the soundest structured female that puts everything together into the most correct package. Compared to the heifer in second, and she's nicer fronted. And when you get her out on the move, she moves with a more softer, sounder hind leg. Just a nice female there that comes to us in real fresh, honest body composition. The heifer in second and third are a little closer. I think the heifer in second is stouter. I think she's wider from front to rear. I think she's got more top and hip. She's particularly stouter when you analyze her from behind. When you compare her to the heifer in third, she's also quite a bit more cooperative than the heifer in third today. Heifer in third, I think, is nicer fronted than the heifer in second. Probably has just a bit more flexible hind leg. Where you want to change this heifer is she's carrying a little more condition, and when you get behind her, she's a little more disappointing in terms of her width down low. Young lady's heifer, she's really done a nice job with. Heifer got just feeling a little good, but you can tell this young lady knows what she's doing. She got her under control. That's a strong top, straight-lined, feminine-fronted heifer that just needs to be a little more powerfully constructed down low. The heifer right behind her is more powerfully constructed, but she's not as sound on the move, and she's not as feminine in her design. She's a little rounder up through her shoulder. The heifer is a little rounder out of her hip than the heifer right in front of her, but she does have more width and dimension than that heifer in front of her. The next two heifers, I think, are a little closer. This heifer is just more dimensional. There's more top and hip in that heifer than there is the heifer behind her. But those two heifers are where they are because of their structure more than anything. Just want them to get out and flex a little bit better when you ask them to walk.
Results from class number 8 in a Red Angus show. First place goes to Grayson Fritcher of Montgomery FFA. In second is Brennan Gibbs of Tom Green County 4-H. Third place goes to Carly Smith of San Jacinto County 4-H. In fourth is Michaela Stutz of Tarkington FFA. The fifth place goes to Cassidy Albright of Falls County 4-H. In sixth was Danielle Parker of Brazos County 4-H. And seventh place went to Caitlin Lopez of Elgin FFA. Now leading in class 10 in our Red Angus show. These are heifers that were born May and June of 2015. On the east side of the arena, our judge is currently evaluating class 4 in our Simbra show. These are heifers that were born January of 2016. Also got results from class number 3. In that class, first place went to Macy Holt of Burton FFA. In second was Mackenzie Gross of Burleson County 4-H. Third place was Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. In fourth was Justin Majewski of Washington County 4-H, and fifth place was Katie Denton of Sheldon FFA.
Another nice class here. I think you get a top pair up here, and they're close. They're different. There's advantages that go both ways. The heifer we're going to win, I think, is a little nicer balance than the heifer we have in second. She's more attractive up through her front 1/3. A female that's got a notch more bone and foot to her. A really nice udder forming for this female. No, she's not as powerful as the female we have in second, and there is a lot of things to like about the heifer in second, as she does have so much power and width through her center body and out over her hip. Just doesn't come to us in as attractive a package. Not as feminine up through her front end, wants to come apart just a little bit in terms of her loin, and not as much bone as that heifer we have in front of her. The heifer we have comes out next, a female you like from her shoulder back, a female that has some depth of body. She moves off of a nice hip and hind leg. Where you want to change her, she gets straighter up in her shoulder. She short strides off her front end, which kind of throws her balance off when you set them into motion. Young ladies heifer we have coming out next is a heifer that's really deep-bodied, heifer that's got some thickness to her, just not as attractive up through her front end. And the heifer we have that concludes the class is certainly a big-framed heifer, a heifer that just doesn't get around the ring with as much strength and stability as some of the other cattle in the class.
Well, over here on the Cimbra side, we've got a really good class and lots of differences in terms of types and kinds. And I think just, again, a different set of eyes with different thought processes and different lines of acceptability. You could see this class get jumbled around quite a bit. And I don't know if there's one that just jumps out right off the bat, but there's just lots of differences and a lot of different contributing things that you can bring to your operation. I guess the sorting factor for me, and the reason I lead off with this heifer, is I think she wins at the ground. And I think you compare her to the remainder of the heifers in class. To me, she's the only one that holds herself together when she's out in motion, and that's a function of the way that she's assembled down in her lower joints. Get her stopped and put together. She's really attractive in terms of head and neck and how it all blends from her chest on back out through her flank. I think she does balance and proportion out better than the heifer that ends up in second. She's also sounder, so that's why I believe that she became a very default winner in this class. Heifer that ends up in second, I think, has got a really fresh kind of look to her, and she's presented extremely nice. Nice hair coat on this heifer. She's really shown and presented about as good as you could possibly do it. I don't like the way this heifer is assembled in her hind legs. She's a little up on her toes and has a little extra set there to her hock, so it kind of throws that off just a bit. I think you study her from the side, too. She wants to drop in her chest and tighten in her forerib. That shoulder, forerib, neck junction just a little awkward, and that's why she ends up there in the second spot. Really a stout, powerful kind of heifer that ends up in third, and neither one of these in third and fourth are perfect structured, so I think it makes more sense to tie to one that's got a little more substance, a little more length of body. Yeah, she needs to be redesigned in her shoulder, and she needs to toe truer up front, but in terms of just having some extra mass, I think she has a lot of value. Heifer that comes next, I think, is an improvement in her hind leg, probably a little softer and just a little more useful in the way that her pastern hits the surface. She kind of runs downhill just a bit because she's upright in her shoulder as well, and consequently her neck jams in kind of low and tight. She gets a little more masculine in her look. I'd like to see her more feminine and see her just laid in a little neater there in her shoulder. I think you could probably give that edge to the heifer that comes next. Really long and really extended ahead of her shoulder, and I like the way that it blends from there into her forerib. She wants to cut up in her flank and round in her hips, so that throws her balance off. I read this heifer as being a nickel frailer at the ground, and she needs to be intensified in her foot size, needs to be a little square there as you read her from hock on down to the ground. Real big framed heifer coming next. I like her extension and performance. She gets just a little too plain up front, and it throws her proportions off. And I do think relative to her size, she's not bold and soft enough in her rib cage. Probably just doesn't open up quite as wide and powerful when you get right in behind her. Then I round the class out again with one that's super fresh in her condition. I think she just tangles up a little too much in terms of her hind leg. She's one that needs to be a little different in how she's assembled in her lower joints, but a good calf that's fresh and has some rib shape. Just a really outstanding class. Lots of differences, but good ones nonetheless. Again, my congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from Class 4 in a Cimbra show. First place is Brody Hill of Hidalgo County 4-H. Cimbrough Class 4 results. First place is Brody Hill, Hidalgo County 4-H. And second was Jacob Friedrich, Rogers FFA. Third place went to Corbin Haber of Lido FFA. Fourth place went Thomas McCade Krenz of Caldwell County 4-H. In fifth was Jeb Majewski, Washington County 4-H. Sixth place went to Kenny Triplett of Richland Springs FFA. And in seventh was Kylie Jones of Lorena FFA. In our Red Angus show, our judge is currently evaluating our class champions in the junior division. We'll select our junior champion. Have results from class 10 in our Red Angus show. First place went to Michaela Thompson of Valido FFA. Second place was Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA. And third was Gracie Clark of Pilot Point FFA. Fourth, Brianna Gibbs of Tom Green County 4-H. And fifth was Caitlin Stutz of Tarkington FFA.
Here on your Red Angus side, three nice heifers, three heifers that offer different things. I think the Red Angus today has probably been our most challenging breed to put together. You know, there hasn't been those cattle maybe that grab you and say that they're the ones that absolutely have to win, but we've had good cattle that offer a lot of good traits. When you get out here, I think you look at what each heifer has to offer. You look at the heifer out of the last class, you know, she's the one that's big-bodied. She's nearing production. A heifer that is pretty functional when you get her on the move. She's maybe not as balanced in the way she's designed about her shoulder and how she comes out of her neck. A heifer that's not overwhelming in terms of power and performance. The heifer that is very powerful and very high performing is the heifer in the middle. When this heifer gets on the move, you like her. She holds herself together a little better than she does on the stand. She's so long that she comes up just a little short in terms of her length of stride, and then when she stops, she wants to get a little easier in her loin, which takes away from her balance a little bit. But you like her ruggedness and stoutness, heifer that's got some foot and some bone. Then the heifer out of the first class is one that you can start analyzing this heifer and breaking her down, and it's hard to poke a hole in this heifer. She's not the most of any one thing, but I think when you get the cattle on the move, she's the most collected and the soundest in terms of her structure. I think she's stout enough. She has enough size. The only place I really pick on her, she gets a little tight in her loin. So as I analyze the cattle and add up the positives, subtract the negatives, I think she's the most complete one, and she's going to be your division champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion, the Red Angus Show, comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Haley Van Wagner of Montgomery County 4-H. And reserve junior champion comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Grayson Fritcher of Montgomery FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now moving to class number 13 in a Red Angus Show.
Well, a really excellent lineup here. Really impressed with the quality. Man, I tell you what, you get these heifers back out here, they really resemble a lot of things that you definitely want to take to your program and give yourself a chance to make something good after you show them in all these majors. I think that there's some really nice ones out here. You know, the one that wins our first class, we talked about her before. If you're just judging them on the stand, that is one that you really have to love in terms of the way that she combines some extra body mass and volume with really such a high quality look to her. This young lady can flat stick one. I mean, she gets her stopped and put together. Her ears are forward, her head's up, super attractive. I mean, you can't stick one much better than that either. You know, like we talked about, she's plenty straight in her hock for me, and that is one thing that bugs me about her. But if you're just judging cattle at the stand, that one is going to take an incredible picture, and I still think that she's got enough quality to justify putting her in contention out in this lineup. You get down into our second class winner. I really do like this one in terms of her length and her freshness and her femininity. This is the kind of heifer that's just really breeds like a brood cow in terms of body shape and the strength she has in her feature. She's an improvement in terms of structure, probably a little looser out of her hind leg, and she probably ties a little neater there right behind her shoulder. But she maybe isn't just as freaky in terms of intriguing breeding pieces, and that's why I think that pair can become very close. Then you get into our third class winner, just one that's super fault-free in her kind. Her structure is incredible in terms of flexibility. I like her moderate frame size and the way that her body type matches it. She's going to be low input. She's the kind of cattle that'll work in any production setting. She too maybe just doesn't have some of the extras like you see in these other ones. But boy, that's a functional kind, and that's the one that will keep you in the business for a long time. A little different type of heifer that wins our fourth class. I mean, this one's a freak. I mean, that kind of neck and that kind of extension is really rare in this kind of breed. She's good enough in terms of structure, and she won that class just on mobility alone. I think you bring her out here and start comparing her to these other ones, probably a little raw or maybe a little bit on the edge of extreme for me. But if you like them freaky and you got all those pieces and you can protect her to the next generation, there are some very intriguing things about her that I think can be awfully fun in the direct and future generations. So that's how I read the cattle. And to be honest with you, I think it's really tough, and it just kind of comes down to making a call in your own mind of whether one of them's good enough in a certain spot or if you can tolerate some things. But again, big picture-wise, it's just a quality-driven lineup. Lots of good cattle and even better kids. So if you would, please put your hands together. Help me congratulate all these young people out here. I'll get you a champion in reserve after I take one last look.
Nice class of junior yearlings here. I think they fit together pretty logically to me. I think the cow that wins has a really nice udder. I think she's powerful. I think she's maintained herself very well as she's entered into production. I think a female that gets out and travels and has some flexibility and some longevity, she could be a little more nicely balanced in the way her shoulder is designed into the crest of her neck and back into her top. But that's a stout, productive female that does a nice job for us today. The young man's heifer is nicely balanced and more powerfully constructed than the heifer that's in third. I think there's more width and dimension coming out of this heifer. When you analyze her down her top, out over her hip, I think she's a heavier boned, bigger footed heifer that sets down a little softer in terms of her hind leg. I'd like to see her a little farther along and drop down just a little more center body than when you compare to the heifer right behind her, but I think a nicely designed female in terms of her structure. Then the young lady's heifer that comes out next is a little more feminine fronted than the heifer right in front of her. Heifer that just gets a little frailer in her overall makeup, a little more disappointing when you get behind her.
Results from class number Results from class number 13 in a Red Angus show. First place goes to Carson Ballinger, VRAF County 4-H. In second is Justin Garner of Callisburg FFA. And third place went to Alyssa Clark of Pilot Point FFA. Back on our Simbraw side, our judge just selected our calf division champions. Champion in our heifer calf division goes to Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And reserve champion came out of Class 2, exhibited by Caleb Fox of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our division champions.
Here on your Red Angus side and class of senior yearlings, the heifer that's going to win is the female that combines volume and soundness to the highest degree. Really a female that brings a lot of width and dimension here, a female that gets out and travels, pretty flexibility. Looks like she's a pretty good eater. Looks like she's had some feed in her lifetime, and it's hard when you love them and they're right there close to the feed. I think that heifer will be easy doing all along, but that's a really wide-bodied female. It'll make a good cow. Pretty sound in terms of her structure. Young lady's heifer is second. When you compare her to the heifer and the cow in third, I think she's better structured and nicer balanced. I think she's leveler hipped. I think she's got a stouter, more powerfully constructed hind leg. I would like to see her farther along in calf, probably drop down a little more center body, but I think her quality and structure allows her to place over the cow we have in third. You have to appreciate this female. She has entered production. A female you just like to change in the way she's designed about her hip and hind leg. Just doesn't give us quite as quality and striking and look as the two females we have above her.
Results from class number 15 in the Red Angus show. First place goes to Henley Ballinger of Erath County 4-H. In second is Ariana Lopez of Elgin FFA. And third place is Case Rutledge of Burnett FFA. We'll bring back our class winners from our senior division, and our judge will select our senior division champion for Red Angus show.
Got another nice class of Simbras, and I think that this class lines itself up fairly logically, so didn't need to spend a lot of extra time because the one that wins this class for me is just really good at the ground, and production-wise, she's soft-bodied and very maternal. I like her feature because she's stout-featured, but still, you know, looks like a female enough. She's starting to drop some udder as well. She just is the most functional, and that's why she wins this class quite handily. Then after that, I wouldn't say there's a heifer in here that's just perfect in how they're built, and so the one that ends up in second of the remaining three has the extra power and mass. There's a little more to her than the heifers on third and fourth. She needs to be altered structurally. She needs to be changed in the way that her shoulders assembled. I'd like to intensify her bone work as well. The heifer that comes next is probably a little neater there in their shoulder and the way that she blends from her neck, shoulder into her forerib and top line. She's one that just flattens just a bit. You get right in behind the cattle, she'll collapse just a bit underneath. This isn't quite as stout and just powerful in her rib shape, but I think she's enough of an improvement in structure to go ahead and sort over the tan or yellow colored heifer here in fourth. Young lady's got herself a good calf, and she's done an awesome job. That heifer's not acting quite right out here, but she's hung with it and stuck around and really competed all the way towards the end. That heifer's fresh in her look, but she's just too straight off both ends. She needs to be laid back on either end of her framework. But again, a really good class. My congratulations.
Results from class number 7 in our Cimbro show. First place goes to Megan Rogers of Lockhart FFA. In second was Scarlett Higginbotham of San Jacinto County 4-H. Third place goes to Jeremy Friedrich of Rogers FFA. And fourth place was Julia Friedrich of Rogers FFA. Now ready for class 8 in our Cimbro show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2015.
Another really good class and plenty of trade-offs again. I think sometimes when you judge shows, you always ask yourself what you're willing to give up. And again, I know the heifer that wins probably could be changed in a spot or two in regards to structure, but I think big picture, you stand back and look at these four, and I think it's pretty easy to say that she's the highest quality heifer. And it's because she's uniquely the one that ties together some extra stoutness, but she's so much more feminine about her head and her neck and the way that it sets on the top of her shoulder. Really blends nicely from there back, and the young man does an exceptional job of showing her. I think when they're just in park, this heifer wins so easy that it's just hard for me to justify giving up all that quality to get one that's just a little better in her hind leg. And that's where I would fix her. And I give that credit to this young lady's heifer that ends up in second. Probably just a little looser in terms of her construction. I still don't think she's perfect structured, and that's why, to me, it's a little easier to pick on her for being a little plainer. I also think she's one that just doesn't have the same sort of mass and volume as our class winner, and I think she could be a little different in the way she sets her hind leg down to the surface. We got a pair of heifers here that are maybe a little tighter in their body type and, again, have some structural flaws, but the one that ends up next is just a little more ladylike and how her neck and shoulder and forerib all tie together, a little smoother in her muscle pattern as well. I like the freshness that she's in, but she needs to be stouter, and she needs to have more rib shape. She needs to be a little different in the way that the angle of her shoulder is assembled up front. We end up our class with the kind of a traditionally marked heifer that's got all the power and all the dimension that you would want. She comes out of balance just a bit because her proportions of her chest and flank are a little bit backwards there. And again, structurally speaking, she needs to be changed in terms of the way she gets out and reaches off both ends. Really good class, 4 nice heifers. Again, my congratulations.
As we get in here, your senior division in the Red Angus show, I think there's different things you can do. I think you just say the cattle are good and they're functional. Both these females over here got a lot of power and dimension to them. You know, the female that's already in production has a nice udder to her. It's an advantage she has. I just want to make that heifer more attractively designed in the way she's designed in her shoulder, her crest, and down into her chest. Just her front 1/3, I'd like to put it together a little nicer. But you really do like her functionality, her udder quality. A cow that's it's pretty good in terms of her size. Nice calf that's got some quality. Really a big, powerful female that's real sound. One that just it's hard to make one that wide and still get one to move around. We talked about she's a little higher condition. You'd probably like to see a calf at the side of her, but I think once she does calf, I think there's a notch more quality and a little more power to this female than there is the cow. So we're going to go ahead and use this senior yearling to be our champion today.
We've got just one entry in this class, so again, very refreshing in the fact that you know you can get it right, but we want to give this young lady a chance to really show off her heifer. She's got a lot of good to her in terms of length of body and femininity. I think the shape of her head is right. She's got some strength to her feature, but yet still stays feminine enough. Really looks nice in terms of just where she's at in her gestation as well. So we'll get a closer look and a little tighter evaluation of her when she comes back for division, but give this young lady a nice hand. She's got a class winner at the Rodeo Austin.
All right, in our Red Angus show, our senior division champion went to Henley Ballinger, Erath County 4-H. And our reserve senior champion came out of class 13, exhibited by Carson Ballinger, Erath County 4-H. Now bringing back our division champions, and our judge will select our champion, Red Angus heifer. In our Cimbro show, we have results from class number 8 and class number 9. From class 8, first place went to Cole Mao of Fayetteville FFA. In second place was Jessica Crawford of Kaufman County 4-H. Third place went to Madison Ford of Lorena FFA. And fourth place went to Lane McKenzie of Kaufman FFA. In class 9, we had a single entry. First place went to Macy Holt of Burton FFA. We have no entries in class number 10, so our judge will now select our junior division champion in our Cimbro show.
As a judge, you run into sometimes some breeds where, you know, the cattle come in different shapes and sizes. I'll admit, I thought this was probably the most difficult breed that I've judged, but it's kind of reassuring once you get them back out here. It makes you feel better when the 3 cattle that we have out here are all fairly similar in terms of type of kind, as they're really functional. You know, there's these 2 down here don't blow you away in any one particular area, but within their divisions, I thought they were the soundest cattle, that were the most balanced, that had enough to them. I think when you analyze these cattle as a breed, there's one heifer that came out here today, and she's a little skinny, but I think she's really, really good. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll go show your champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Red Angus Heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Colton Rohrbaugh of Callisburg FFA. And your reserve champion Red Angus Heifer, also out of the calf division, exhibited by Cutter Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion heifer exhibitors in our Red Angus show. This concludes our Red Angus show. We'll be moving into our Shorthorn heifer show shortly.
As we get into our next division on the Simbra side, we maybe didn't have the numbers, but I certainly think when you get these class winners back out, they're really impressive just in terms of how they're put together and really have some quality about them. And so I think it makes it really fun, but it makes it challenging because I do think there's a couple heifers out here that are, you know, pretty close, and they're close because they're completely different. And I guess there's probably a fine line, and you'd like to be somewhere in between the two, but, you know, you got to play the hand you're dealt, and you've got to sort through and make a decision and draw the line in the sand, if you will, and figure out what side of that line you want to be on. I think all of them have some quality, but I think for me, it just boils down to some differences in structure and the way they hold themselves together. So if you guys would, please put your hands together for all these kids, and I'll pick you a champion and reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion in the Simbra show comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Cole Mao of Fayetteville FFA. And a reserve champion in the junior division comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Megan Rogers of Lockhart FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now ready to move into class number 13 in our Simbra show. These will be heifers that were born March of 2015.
quite a bit of age spread in this class, and you know, I don't know that there's one that just blows the rest of them away, but I think the heifer that wins is the most complete. She combines the balance and the femininity of the heifer in second with a little more substance, a little more flexibility. That heifer comes to us with the fewest amount of faults. When you compare to the heifer in second, I think she's more natural and deeper in terms of her center body. The heifer, I think, when you get her out on the travel, has a little more slope to her shoulder than the heifer we have in second. Very nicely presented heifer here, a long-bodied female that's long-necked, a heifer that has a lot of bone and foot size to her. When you analyze her on the move, she gets a little straighter off of both ends. You'd like to change that about her. The heifer we have comes out next is one that's very honest in terms of her composition and her age. Heifer that's nice-necked and big-centered and has some width and dimension to her, just not as nice balanced as that heifer right in front of her. Heifer that comes out next is one that's got a lot of power and dimension. Heifer is probably a little far along for me today and for being in October, but you get down to the next couple females. This heifer here is really wide. Heifer that gets a little weaker topped. Heifer that you would like to clean up in terms of her navel. Then the young man's heifer here just lacks a little size and performance when you get in here and compare to the others.
First call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 1.
Results from class number 1 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to Dylan Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. In second is Tyler Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H. Third place goes to Kelsey Kraft of Sealy FFA. In fourth is Kelby Bartell of Wilson County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Gavin Prelwitz of Parker County 4-H. And in sixth was TJ Kirchner of Thrall FFA. Now ready for class 2 in our Shorthorn show. We got heifers born March of 2016.
Another really good class as we jump up in age towards this next class of Cimbras. I think when we get to this point, it's really important for these females to be either in production or be really close to it. I think I can reward these two heifers here on top. They've entered that stage of their life cycle, and I think beyond that, they're still actually the better structured kinds. I like the udder on the heifer that wins just a little better in terms of the refinement of her teats. I think the quarters of her udder are probably a little more proportional, a little fuller there in the front ones. Got a good calf there at side in terms of just putting together some performance, and she still stays really good in her fleshing ability. A little softer, a little bolder there in her heart and forerib than the cow that ends up in second. The cow that ends up in second, I really like this calf at side. I think this guy is stout and he's good looking and he's hairy, and I think that ought to be pretty fun for you to show this calf next year. I think the cow is good too. She's really heavy structured and has a nice look to her. She wants to separate right in behind her shoulder and maybe doesn't open up and transition quite as good right there in her forerib. I think big picture for me, if I'd change her, I'd probably see her a little square there in her udder, and I'd like to refine her teats up just a bit, so that's why she ends up in second. I think you got a pair of heifers here that are a little different. The one that ends up in third definitely has some rib shape to her. She can't move up in this class for me because she's just too straight off both ends of her framework. A little up right there in her shoulder. Same thing in her hock. But I think she does have more body mass and volume than the one that ends up in fourth. Heifer that ends up in fourth, still showing some signs of udder, and I appreciate that she's getting close to going into production. But she's one that just has a little hitch in her giddy-up, if you will. She looks like she's maybe laboring out of her front end. Probably needs to just go a little better, needs to soften her body type up relative to her frame. But I think the biggest thing is she's starting to limp out of her front end. It just needs to be more comfortable in how she goes about the ring. Good class, though. Again, my congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from Class 13 in our Cimbro show. First place goes to Megan Rogers of Lockhart FFA. In second, it was Cameron Hine of Sealy FFA. Third place is Brock Parker of Angleton FFA. And in fourth was Nicholas Flannery of New Caney FFA.
Nice class of shorthorns here, and I think a really nice female to start off the class with. I think a heifer that when you analyze her in terms of her angles and her structure, You can't make one a whole lot more correct than that. Really balanced female. She's really, really green today. She's very honest in the way she comes to us. But there's a lot of parts and pieces of that heifer to where she's going to have a very bright future. I think it gets closer between second and third, but I like the lines and the heifer, the balance of the white heifer over the young man's heifer we have in third. I think she's a little stronger topped and leveler hipped. The other heifer's probably a little deeper bodied, but doesn't handle herself with as much balance when you get her out here on the move.
We've got just one single entry here in our next class, but one that I think has a lot of function built into her structure. Certainly soft and easy fleshing enough in her kind. You know, again, it's real hard to kind of know where you're at when you've got only one out here and nothing really to kind of set it against. But I think just in terms of doability and structural correctness, this heifer's got a lot of good to her. Young lady's having a lot of fun. This one's trained to perfection. She's out here and just stays calm and collected and been working hard with that heifer. I appreciate that. So let's give this young lady a nice hand. Congratulate her on her class winner here again at the Rodeo Austin.
Taking the blue ribbon in Class 14 of our Cimbra show was Hadley Reeves of Magnolia FFA. Over on the west side, in our Shorthorn show, results from class number 2. First place went to Annie Fallon of Grayson County 4-H. In second was Jacob Hines of Kaufman FFA. And third place was Forrest Cade Goldsmith of Hopkins County 4-H. Our judge is currently evaluating class 3 in our Shorthorn show. And these are heifers that were born February of 2016.
We got another single entry here, and I kind of just do a quick first impression as they first come out. And you go ahead and take a lap. Go ahead and go all the way around. I'd take a big lap because that's a good heifer, and you need to show her off. I really like this female and like the one that won the last class. Production-wise, just extremely good. She's in production. She's dropping a pretty adequate type of udder there. She's sound and functional in her structure, putting a good calf there at side and doing an excellent job of nursing him and staying in the right breeding condition that she can breed back on time. So really excellent pair. We'll get them back out here for division, but let's give these two young people a nice hand and congratulate them again on their class winner.
First place.
Nice pair of heifers here. The heifer wins the class, so I think is just a little more eye-appealing. She's sounder in terms of her structure. She's nicer necked and nicer shouldered. She gets off of a more functional hind leg than the heifer in second. Heifer in second is certainly wider made. She's got a lot of width down her top and stoutness out of her hip. Just want to change that heifer when you set her into motion. You have her move with a little more flexibility, maybe see her just a little more ladylike up through her front 1/3.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Results from class number 3 in a Shorthorn show. First place goes to Cameron Fallon of Grayson County 4-H. And in second place is Sabrina Ruiz of Kaufman FFA. Back on the Cimbra side, results from class 15 had a single entry. First place went to Lorelei Hill of Hidalgo County 4-H. And now moving into the ring are our class champions, and our judge will select our senior division champion for our Shorthorn show. Cimbra show.
pair of January Shorthorn heifers here, and there's some give and take within the two, but I like the white heifer. I think she's a little more feminine. I think she's longer strided and more relaxed when you get her out here on the move. No, she's not as deep-bodied as the heifer in second, but she's not got as much condition either. The heifer in second, you have to admit, does have more rib, has a little more spring to her rib, and a little more depth. Really, you want to change the heifer when she gets out on the move, though. She gets a little choppier off of both ends. Just like to see her a little sounder today.
Results from class number 4 in our Shorthorn show. First place went to Colby McWhorter of Limestone County 4-H. And in second is Madeline Barrier of Bel Air FFA. We'll now bring back our class winners from classes 1 through 4, and our judge will select our champion heifer calf.
Well, as we wrap up this final division here, again, very impressed. And as we get our class winners or our single entries kind of back out here to compare, again, I think they all fit in extremely nicely. The cow that wins the first class, really like her udder, and I think she's just super functional in how she's put together and her angles of her skeleton. She's not the stoutest one out here, but she's doing a great job with that calf at side because he's got tons of performance. She's feminine, she's high quality and attractive ahead of her shoulder, really drops a really functional and high quality udder as well. The heifer in the middle, in the center of the ring here, you know, I like her depth of body, and I like the fact that she's got some fleshing ability. I guess for me, where I'm a little concerned is at this stage of her development and this where she's at in her life cycle, probably like to just see her a little further along in calf. And, you know, I think part of it's due to the fact that she's got a little extra condition on her, but, you know, you ought to still be proud of this heifer. You've done a great job with her. She's functional. She's going to make you a nice cow. I just wish she was a little closer to having her first calf, and I think that'll come with some time. I think you've done an excellent job with that female. And then you jump down here to the cow-calf pair that were third in this class, or then the third class, excuse me. Just a beast in terms of power and mass and substance, really standard setting out here in terms of volume as well. And for one that's got that kind of dimension, she gets out and handles it pretty well. Now, if you change her, I think you'd probably strengthen her hip and maybe just level her and make her a little truer in her pin set. I guess the biggest thing that bugs me about her is her udder needs to be a little square, and she could be a little more refined there in her front teats. But, you know, again, for one that's got that kind of power, you can probably forgive her for some of those traits that we flawed her upon. So, again, I think it comes down to a couple personal preferences. The second place cow over there is extremely good as well. But if you would, please help me again congratulate it and keep that trend continuing. Put your hands together. I'll get you champion of reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior champion Cimbral heifer comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Megan Rogers of Lockhart FFA.
As we get out here for your calf champion Shorthorn, really a nice lineup of cattle. Like I said earlier, you know, I see Shorthorns every day, and they come in a lot of different shapes and sizes. To me, you just have to pick the one that puts the most good things together. Really a nice lineup of cattle. There's one out here that hits me really, really hard that I like a great deal. I think there's a heifer that kind of follows her pretty logically, but really good set of kids. The cattle have been presented good. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion in your reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf from the Shorthorn Show comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Annie Fallon of Grayson County 4-H. And your reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Cameron Fallon of Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations to our calf division champions. We'll now move into class 7 in our Shorthorn Show. These will be heifers that were born November and December of 2015. On the east side of the ring, we have our exhibitors leading in their division champions in our Cimbra show. Our judge will select a grand champion Cimbra Heifer. Recapping the senior division championship, our champion senior heifer went to Megan Rogers of Lockhart FFA, and our reserve champion senior division heifer was exhibited by Lorelei Hill of Hidalgo County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, as these heifers kind of round the corner here, boy, I tell you what, I think it's really fun, again, to sort through your Cimbra show. But one thing that we always kind of forget about, and I sit out here and stare at these calves all day long, and, you know, I kind of took a step back and realized that, man, we got an impeccable set of showmen out here. And that's not just these champions, but that's also the reserves over there. So let's all give all these kids a nice hand. That's a pretty impeccable set of kids. You know, I grew up showing cattle myself, and I've always thought competition was something that was pretty embedded in myself. And for have all of you guys out here that are still competing, it's later in the day, and it's been a long 2 days for us, but you guys are still out here trying to go for it. And I think that that says a lot about how your upbringing as well as your character. I'm not going to go down and talk about all the Cimbras. We've got another breed yet to sort today, but like I've said in all the other breeds the last day or two, is that when you get to your champion drive and you've picked all these ones that you liked out of their respective divisions, when you go to pick your supreme overall in that breed, you just use the one that hits you the hardest, and he's the one that you just can describe as your kind. So I'm going to do that here in just a second. But again, I'm really impressed, not just with the cattle, with the quality of kids and the hard work that they put forth towards their project. So again, please show your support again. Let's give them another big hand. I'll pick you a champion, a reserve Cimbra female.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Cimbra heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H.
Really a nice class here. I think a class that kind of fits together pretty logically for me anyway. For young people that, you know, you look out here and every one of them's got them set up good. They've really done a nice job presenting these cattle. Young lady's heifer, though, wins pretty handily for me. I think she's the most feminine. I think she's the soundest. I think she's the one that looks the most like a cow. She's feminine fronted. She's sound in her structure. She's got good rib shape. She's thick enough. I think a nice female to start. The middle pair is probably the closest, but I think the red heifer is a little more feminine in her neck. I think she's a little sounder off of her front end structure than the white heifer that we have that comes in third. Both heifers got all the thickness that you'd want. You maybe just like to see them a little more feminine. The white heifer, I think, has an advantage in terms of levelness of hip and balance over the heifer that comes out fourth. The heifer that comes out fourth probably strides a little longer. You just want to drop that heifer down in her flank and pick her up in terms of her pin set a little bit. But a nice class. Really nice job by these 4 young people.
Finishing up here, our Cimbral show. Again, grand champion heifer went to Madison Culpeper, Gonzales County 4-H. Reserve champion also came out of the calf division, exhibited by Caleb Fox of Washington County 4-H. That concluded our Cimbral show. We now have Class 1 of our ARB heifers making their way into the ring. In our Shorthorn show, we have results from Class number 7. In that class, first place went to Emily Munchrath of Weatherford FFA. In second was Blake Johnson of Lorena FFA. Third place was Byers Ramsey of Idalou FFA. And in fourth was Parker Dow of Denton County 4-H. Our judge is currently evaluating Class 8 with heifers born September and October of 2015.
really a good class as we get into our next breed here. And, you know, with these ARBs, we're going to have quite a bit of variety or a bit of a grab bag in terms of what our genetic bases are. But I really think this class sort of shakes itself out pretty quickly and didn't spend just a whole lot of time making decisions here. There's one that wins and wins easy. And I think she's one that's big-bodied and sound and has a nice look. And again, the young lady does a great job of putting her together. That's a nice pair, heifer and girl there, getting that one presented, and that one's got a lot of quality. I think just as quick as you do that, there's a heifer that needs to be second. And, you know, I think compared to the one that wins, she still has a neat look ahead of her shoulder. You really do a great job of highlighting the look that she has in terms of her neck, long-bodied and fresh in her appearance, probably not quite as soft in her rib cage. And I think when you set this pair in motion, she's a little upright in her shoulder, wants to paddle ever so slightly. So if we could just see her go a little better and soften her body type up, I think she'd really give that one a run for her money. I know this heifer here in third's a little small and young, but I think she's good, and that's why I put her towards the top of this class. She's one that's really square and genuine in her foundation, like the shape to her body, and, you know, for one that's got that kind of mass and substance, she's still really neat in terms of her neck, still good in her structure as well. Big thing is she just gets out horsed in here. Keep working with that heifer because she's got a lot of good to her. She'll be really fun later on down the road. Got a pair of smoky heifers here that I think could be changed structurally. I think this one sorts over the other one just in terms of maturity. I think it's a little longer cannon, a little more extended ahead of her shoulder. Again, she needs to be changed in the way that her shoulder and front feet hit the dirt. She wants to twist out up front. She gets a little tight there in her hind leg. Sure like to soften that one in her flank to help her lower body balance out just a shot better. I think you get into the next heifer, a little more moderate in her frame, but to the point where she maybe gets just a little quick. She's kind of short cannon. I think her neck jams in kind of low, and I think just the relationship of her chest to flank kind of throws her balance off as well. Then we've got a pair of black heifers here that both of them are a little plainer just in how they're put together. I think this heifer is just a little more fresher in her condition. I think she has just a little more look in terms of how her head and her neck sets on the top of her shoulder. But again, a little plainer in just how she's put together. Round the class out with one of the biggest bodied, easiest fleshing ones. But again, I think some of that's due to the fact that she's a little past 12 o'clock just in terms of her breeding condition at this point. Neck comes out a little low because she's rocked forward in her shoulder and knee. But again, a good quality class. That's still a good heifer. It's just a deep set of females. My congratulations again to all these exhibitors.
Over here in your Shorthorn ring, I think a nice class of senior heifer calves. I always think falls are some of the more challenging classes to judge because you get cattle that are in different stages in terms of their maturity, and then you get these three heifers that are all a little different. The heifer that wins, though, I think just as outpowers the other two in terms of width of chest and rib shape. She works the most volume down her top. She's the stoutest out of her hip. She has the most foot and bone. Is she perfect in her movement? She's not, but neither are the two heifers that are right behind her. A female that just to me today is the best balanced female that has the most width and dimension. I think it's close between second and third. I like the strength of the female, the levelness of hip of this heifer, and the length of hip better than the heifer that comes out next. I think she's a little deeper in terms of her rear rib and flank. I think the heifer in third is sounder off of her front end. I think she's set back at her knee better. She has more cushion to her front pasterns. She just wants to come apart a little bit. Her neck comes low out of her shoulder. Her tail head's kind of pushed down in her. It hurts her balance when you get her on the side, but I do like her structure better than the heifer in front of her. The next heifer is one that is really thick-made and big-bodied. She, too, is just maybe just a little piecey. She gets a little weaker in terms of her top line. A heifer that's pushing a little more fat back there over her pin set. But a nice female, the young lady does a really nice job getting set up. Kind of a big, long-bodied heifer, a heifer that has some femininity. I thought this heifer's structure places her over the three heifers we have left, and she's got more performance. The young lady's heifer we have coming out next is a little smaller statured, but when you compare her to the two heifers right behind her, she's a little wider, and there's just a little more heifer there. These two young men are doing a really nice job. We were discussing how white ones are a lot harder to take care of. We don't think red ones ever lay in poop, just the white ones. And these two guys have done a really nice job getting their cattle ready here today. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 8 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to McKinley Evans of Idalou FFA. In second is Micaiah Terry of San Saba County 4-H. Third place is Kelsey Prozic of Foster FFA. In fourth is Ray Gresso of George Ranch FFA. Fifth place goes to Caleb Hines of Kaufman FFA. In sixth place is Courtney Whiting of Kendall County 4-H. In seventh, TJ Kirchner of Thrall FFA. And eighth place went to Mason Bartley of Tatum FFA. Still class 2 ARB? In our ARB show, we have results from class number 1 of the ARBs. First place went to Madison Culpepper, Gonzales County 4-H. In second was Avery Carpenter of Waller County 4-H. Third place also went to Avery Carpenter of Waller County 4-H. Fourth place was Gracie Price of Shackleford County 4-H. In fifth was Garrett Keeling of Bastrop County 4-H. Sixth place went to Alden Schrader of Washington County 4-H. And in seventh was Carly Harpold of Hooks FFA.
Over here on the Shorthorn side, really nicely presented, nicely shown female. A single entry May heifer that could stand more competition. Young lady does a real nice job getting this one put together. She's strong and straight in her lines. She's really wide when she comes at you and leaves you. Maybe give her just a little more flex when you set her into motion, but a nice female that she sure does a nice job with.
Taking the blue ribbon in class 10 of the Shorthorn show is McKinley Evans of Idalou FFA. We'll now bring back our class champions, and our judge will select our junior division champion in our Shorthorn show.
No, there's only 4 heifers in here, and it took me just a little bit of extra time to kind of sort through these. I think there's probably as much give and take in this class as we've had all day, and that's kind of what I expected as we get into this breed. There's just a lot of variation amongst kinds and types of cattle. The one that wins for me does so at the ground, and she's just a little bit more up my alley in terms of kind, a little longer and smoother in her muscle pattern, just looks a little bit more maternal in her kind. I think you set this cattle in motion, and she's the one that's the most accurate in the way that she gets out and reaches off of both ends. She's not the biggest bellied, and she's not the stoutest, but structurally speaking, I think she sets the standard in this class. And again, you've done a great job of presenting her, just like this one's feminine, maternal kind, a little better than the one that ends up in second. Heifer that ends up in second really is a real source of power, if you will. She's just stout-boned and incredible in terms of pin width and upper forerib shape. She's just one that gets to be a little much for me, to be honest with you. She's starting to get a little crestier there at the top of her neck, and I think my biggest issue with her is when she gets out and goes, a little insecure there in her hock. She just needs to flex her hind leg a little differently, but I love her power and I love her stoutness. Just like to make her a little smoother and a little more maternal in her look. And I think you could credit that somewhat to the heifer that ends up in third. A little neater up in terms of how she reads ahead of her shoulder. A young man's got his hands full. She's not acting quite right out here. I don't know what she out here that doesn't spook her a little bit. She just needs to be blown apart in her rib cage, and I think she's plenty fragile in her construction as well. We round our class out with one that's super heavy structured and really heavy duty in terms of bone work. Again, she's one that gets just a little plainer in her look, and I'd just like to square her up at the ground and see her hit the surface more comfortably as she goes out of her front end. But again, a good class with plenty of differences, but good cattle all the way through. My congratulations again to all these exhibitors.
Results from class number 2 in our ARB show. First place goes to Alden Schrader of Washington County 4-H. In second is Devin Bowman of Bel Air FFA. Third place goes to Owen Stoddard of Brazoria County 4-H. And fourth place was Jesse Coker of Magnolia FFA.
Additionally, I need all the breed champs for the British breeds, Angus, Hereford, and Red Angus. Both Grand Reserve champions for Angus, Hereford, and Red Angus. Please make your way to the arena.
Well, we ought to be able to get through this class a little quicker. We've just got one in here, but boy, I think one that's got some good. And I'm a first impression kind of guy, and as she comes across this ring, she's certainly flexible and good in her structure. She's soft and maternal in her look. I think this young lady, again, does such an exceptional job of showing. Both days that I've had a chance to work with her and evaluate her, she's came out here and flat stuck them. So it's going to be really fun to get her back out for our division, but give that young lady a nice hand. That's a good calf there. She's going to be really tough.
As we pick your junior division, I think there's some differences within the cattle out here, and you're going to get that with as much spread of age, but three really good individuals. The white heifer down here is one I like in terms of femininity and structure. She gives you a nice balanced look from the side. She's maybe not as powerful as these other two heifers, but she probably is the one that I like the most in terms of her structure when you set the cattle into motion. The heifer in the middle is probably the most powerful. She's got the most bone and foot. She's got the most width and dimension down her top and out over her hip, but that probably holds her up just a little bit in terms of her movement. She's probably the stiffest when you get her out here and set them into motion, but a heifer you have to appreciate for her power. Then their May heifer down here is one that's really balanced and eye-appealing from the side, a heifer that's really widely constructed, a heifer that isn't perfect in terms of her movement, but one that gets out here and moves around good enough. I think she's kind of a complete female that's presented very nicely. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the two I like the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion, Shorthorn Heifer, comes out of class number 10, exhibited by McKinley Evans, Pidaloo FFA. And your reserve champion, junior division heifer, comes out of class 7, exhibited by Emily Munchrath of Weatherford FFA. Congratulations to our division winners.
Three nice heifers here. I think the heifer that wins is just the combination heifer. She's the nicest, balanced, soundest, structured female that gives you the most feminine cow-like look up through her front end, through her center body. Heifer has got a little coarseness to her joints, but still the most flexible and the best in terms of her angles when you get them out here on the move. It's closer between the white heifer and the red heifer. When you get to cattle out on the move, I think the white heifer has a more powerfully constructed hip and hind leg. She's leveler out over her hip than the heifer that we have in third. She's a little deeper in terms of her flank. I don't think she's near as feminine up to her front end. She's a little coarser there for me. I'd like to see her a little more ladylike and feminine, and that's an advantage we give to the young man's red heifer. She is a little nicer in her shoulder design and nicer in her chest and more feminine in her neck, just not as powerfully constructed as that heifer. Doesn't have as an attractive hip and hind leg.
Results from class number 13 in our Shorthorn show. First place went to Abigail Herber, Wilson County 4-H. In second, Riley Hollis of Callahan County 4-H. And third place went to Preston Kirby Cummings of Bel Air FFA. Now moving into the ring is class 14 of our Shorthorn show. And these are heifers, or females that were born February of 2015.
As we get out here and you're next to the last class of Shorthorns, really a nice female to start, one that's really fresh in her condition, really eye-appealing and balanced from the side, really symmetrical in her lines and her proportions, has a really attractive hip and hind leg. Everything's starting to udder up nice for us today, just a nice place to start. The cow that's went ahead and decided to go into production here looked like she had a rough start. But I think a really neat calf at side that's got some bone and some width to it. Just a nice project for this young lady. Congratulations.
Results from class number 14 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. In second place was Ashton Wall of Angleton FFA. Now leading class number 15 in our Shorthorn show. We got 3 entries. These females range in age from September through November of 2014.
We got another slightly challenging class and lots of trade-offs and differences and kinds of cattle in here. I think the one that wins still does so fairly handily, and it's just an issue of quality that sorts her up. The young man does get her stopped and put together. I think it's pretty easy to see that she's the most up-headed and she's the most correct in her body shape and really just youthful and organized in terms of how she's put together. She blends right in all of her transitions, and there's plenty good enough in her structure. So I think that's a logical place to lead off with. Young man, again, does an awesome job of getting her presented. I think you can do a couple different things for second. And the one that ends up landing there for me is really good at the ground. Both her and the one in third are really sound, structured kind of cattle. I think she's one that's got some power. I just wish she balanced a nickel better. As you read her from her chest on down to her flank, she probably just doesn't flow quite right. She can slope just a little bit out of her hip. So, you know, she maybe doesn't have the same sort of balance, but a sensibly sized, good-bodied heifer that's got some power, she stays sound and correct in her structure, and that's why I think she needs to be towards the top end of this class. Heifer that comes next probably does balance underneath in terms of her bottom line a little better than the one in second. She's sound structured as well. At times at the stand, she really weakens in her top line. You get right in behind the cattle. She needs to be blown apart just in her width and her pins. She needs to have more natural rib shape for me to move her up a spot or two. But I think structure alone is something that I value in that heifer, and that's why she beats some of these heifers on down the line. Heifer that comes next is really a big, large heifer that's got tremendous performance to her. I like her extension up front, and I like the substance that she has underneath. She's one that just gets a little tight right there in her forerib, and, you know, relative to her frame, I just wish she'd kind of tone down just a bit. Gets a little awkward in her top line as her spine and tailhead maybe don't organize themselves quite as nicely as those ones that precede her. Heifer that comes next has got all the bone and all the power and mass that you'd ever want. I like her in terms of her rib cage as well. She gets just a little coarse and a little clubby, if you will, for me. She's a little rounder in her shoulder shape, a little rounder at the top of her neck. And I think of the ones we've talked up to this point, you set the cattle in motion, she's the tightest in her pastern, and I think she needs to hit the surface with a little more flex underneath. The heifer that comes next, I really like her feminine quality. Probably prefer that over the heifer that precedes her. She's just one that gets too in at her hock, and she comes up in her tail head. She needs to be squared up as she goes away. And again, she tightens right there, and her heart and her forerib just maybe isn't quite as expansive in her rib cage. The heifer that comes next is moderate and good-bodied. She's one that gets a little upright there in her shoulder and wants to twist and kind of paddle out of her front end. She, too, needs to set her hind leg down a little differently. Heifer that comes next, big-bodied and moderate, but she's a little plainer in her look, a little heavier conditioned. Heifer that comes next is one that's really long and extended, but she's too hard in her makeup, a little challenging there to maintain her as a mature cow. And we round the class out with one that I think this young lady's done a good job with. She's soft, and she'll make a good brood cow. She's got just a little labor there from behind. I hope she didn't hurt herself, but I think just the way she's not comfortable enough out here to move up any higher. Good class, lots of cattle in there, but good ones all the way through.
Nice class of senior yearlings here. I think the cow that wins does so on just substance and mass. She's the biggest bodied, stoutest cow with the fullest udder, the oldest, most powerful calf. A cow that gets around the ring pretty nicely. I think she just outpowers the other two cows within this class. I think the one in second with the twins logically fits there. I think she's got a nicer udder. I think she's maintaining herself better than the cow in third, and that's even with nursing two of them. No, she's not the biggest and most powerful, but to me, she's more maternal in her overall design and her top line. She has a nicer udder than the heifer in third. Heifer in third is a notch bigger boned and stouter from behind than the cow we have in second. A cow I just like to change the way she's designed in her loin and in her pins. Just doesn't give me quite as maternal look as the cow we have in second.
Results from class number 15 in our Shorthorn show. First place goes to Cole Winsky of Schulenburg FFA. In second is Courtney Whiting of Kendall County 4-H. And third place goes to Forrest Cade Goldsmith of Hopkins County 4-H. Now bring back our class winners, and our judge will select our senior division champion in the Shorthorn show. On the ARB side, currently our class champions from classes 1 through 4 are moving into the ring for the champion heifer calf drive. Results from class number 4 in ARB show. First place was Joel Mackey, Giddings FFA. In second was Zach Perry of Magnolia FFA. Third place, Blair Watts of El Campo FFA. And fourth was Hunter Pieper of Belleville FFA. Fifth place, Avery Carpenter, Waller County 4-H. In sixth was Braden Railing of Washington County 4-H. Seventh went to Brooke Stoddard of Angleton FFA. And eighth was Aaron Jeffrey of El Campo FFA. And ninth went to Mitchell Hackstedt of Needville FFA. And 10th place, Alexia Rodriguez of San Patricio County 4-H. Attention junior heifer exhibitors, we will have a British Breeds champion. That championship drive will take place after the completion of the Shorthorn show. And then we'll also have an American Breeds championship drive, which will take place after the ARB show. Following the championship drive for the Americans, we'll have a Supreme Champion heifer drive where the Continental Breeds, British Breeds, and American Breeds champions will compete for Supreme Champion overall.
Boy, it sure is fun as we wrap up this calf division. Just tons of good ones as we go through these and talk about them. I think we need to discuss, because we did have a few single entries, and just to get them back out here and to compare them with some of the others, I think warrants a little bit discussion. I think the young lady's black heifer up front is really intriguing, and she won her class pretty easily. And like I've said many a time before, how challenging it can be to put together that kind of body mass, but still keep yourself feminine and keep yourself high quality in terms of how you're presented from the side. She does all that extremely well. Just a really good, solid kind of a heifer that I think has a bright future ahead of her, both in and out of the show ring. The heifer that wins our second class, she's maybe not the softest one out here, but in terms of her class, she's good structured. And the way she won her particular lineup is because she get out and reach better than any of those heifers out there. And like I said, she's a little tight in her forerib and her flank and not quite as soft as some of these other ones, but quality in terms of her structure. I really like a lot of things about that heifer. As you go into our third class winner, she was a single entry, and it's really nice to get her out here and to get to comparing again because I knew she'd fit in really nicely. My first impression of her was awfully good. She's really soft and maternal in her look, really killer hind leg in this female. She can just flex her hock and pastern, has tons of flexibility underneath. She's really soft as well, and like I said, if I change this heifer, she probably gets just a little tip forward in her shoulder, a little lower headed as she gets out and goes. But I think just in terms of a brood cow, that one's got a lot of good to her. There's some structural trade-offs between this one and the one that ends our last class. I like this heifer in terms of how more up-headed she is, the angle of her shoulder, probably a little better in her hip design. But at the same time, I think you need to make the call of whether or not she's just secure enough there in her hock and pastern. You get her out here, you can get to nitpicking her there on that as well. So I think that there's an exceptional number of good cattle out here. The class winners are good. The seconds are good as well. Let's give all these kids a nice hand, and I'll pick your champion and reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf and ARB show comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H.
Really a strong division here. I think our senior division has been about as strong as any since our calf division. I think there's a lot of differences out here, but I think you can come to a conclusion fairly simply. I think the heifer in the middle is really, really high quality. About perfect in terms of balance. The way her neck comes out of her shoulder, she'll really straighten her lines. A female that's very fresh and ideal in her condition. She's starting to udder up, and it looks like she's going to have a nice udder. Female works off of a very nice hip and hind leg. You know, if you were going to, I'd maybe give her just a little more angle up to her front end when you get her out on the move. That's pretty picky. That one's presented very nicely, shown very nicely as a very high quality animal. The one down here on the end, I think, is one that doesn't blow you away in any one particular area, but I think it's pretty complete. You get her out on the move, she's got enough flexibility, she's got enough balance when you get her out here on the side. The cow we talked about within the cow division, you know, that one was the biggest volumed and the most powerful of the three that we had to choose from. You'd like to see her maybe a little more balanced out here when you compare to these two behind her. Let's give these exhibitors a really nice round of applause. It's been a pleasure for me to evaluate this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior champion shorthorn heifer comes out of class number 14, exhibited by Harley Sargent from Grayson County 4-H. And your reserve senior champion comes out of class 13, exhibited by Abigail Herber of Wilson County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. We'll now bring back all of our division winners, and our judge will select our grand champion shorthorn heifer.
as we get out here for your champion shorn division. Very excited. I think really, as far as having 6 individuals out here, I think the quality is as deep and true through 6 individuals as any breed as we've had. We had to sort through some differences, but you get these cattle out here, and I think the Shorehorns should pride themselves on being a good structured breed. I think when you compare them as a whole, you go to our major shows, that's one thing I think stands out, and these cattle represent that. You can do different things here, but I'm pretty decided on what I'm going to do. I think there's a big heifer that just puts so much balance and so much good together and still stays fresh. I think the heifer in the middle is really powerfully constructed, but maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely. And I think the red heifer down here on the end, I think she has the potential this time next year to be even better than this one down here. But I don't think you can beat a big heifer that's that good today. So we're going to make this heifer down here your champion. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion shorthorn heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H.
Well, over here on the ARB side, we've got a nice mix of classes in here, a nice mix of cattle as we sort through them all. I think as you kind of weigh the totals and you just figure out in your mind what makes the most sense, to me, the heifer that leads off this class just is the most right in terms of how she combines some real structural quality with a maternal and soft brood cow kind of look to her. Again, I think you get her stopped and put together. She really is up-headed and attractive and balances nicely. So production-wise, I think her principles are in check, and yet she still gives you some extras in terms of look, and I think that's a pretty logical place to lead off with. This heifer here in second, her biggest problems are attitude. She just doesn't like to be out here, gets pretty easily spooked, but when you do really get a read on this heifer, there's a lot of quality to her, and structurally speaking, her foot shape and the way that she gets out off both ends is why I think she needs to be towards the top of this class. She's the only other female in this class that I think is reliable enough in her build and body type to last for multiple years in the herd. I really like this heifer here in third. If you just looked at the upper 2/3 of this heifer, you'd be really impressed. That heifer is bold and stout and cowy, and you do a great job of getting her head up and showing off how neat she is up front. My biggest problem with your heifer is just at the ground. She needs to be a little better in the way that her pastern hits the ground. She tightens up just a little bit. If she could just go a little longer striding and a little looser, I actually think she could win this class because she's really unique in a lot of different ways. I'm proud of you. You've done a good job with that heifer. I just wish she moved a little better as she gets out and goes. This heifer that comes in fourth, there's a lot of things about her that are intriguing. She's stout and she's powerful, and she's just not my kind, to be honest with you. She's just a little rough and a little coarse in terms of how she's put together, a little bulkier there in her head and her neck shape. I think you set this heifer in motion too. She struggles off both ends. She needs to be looser in her construction and just needs to be a little bit more maternal in how she's put together. Heifer that comes next is really long and smooth in her muscle pattern, and I'll credit her for that over the one that's directly in front of her. I think she gets a little upright in her shoulders. She just needs to reach out of her front end with a more agility, and she's a heifer that in class is one of the flatter ones that just needs to be expanded in her lower rib cage and just needs to have more dimension all the way through. The heifer that comes next probably has that advantage in terms of rib shape and body volume, but I think structurally speaking, she's challenged in this class. She's way too upright and forward in her shoulder and knee, just not near stable enough in the way that her hind leg and the rear skeleton are worked onto her. So that's why she ends up where she's at. But she's got some good to her in terms of depth of body and rib shape. Heifer that ends up our class has certainly got some heaviness of structure. She's long-necked and extended. For me, she's getting a little out there in terms of her growth curve because her body type and her forerib just aren't quite matching right now. She looks a little hard and a little sucked up. She's in an awkward growth stage right now. Give her some time. She'll catch that body back up, and she'll move up significantly higher in this class. But right now, today, she looks a little empty and a little hollow. But keep up working with her. You're going to have fun with her later on. Congratulations to everybody in this class. I think it's a really good set of cattle.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 4 in our 7 in our ARB show. First place went to Jacob Friedrich of Rogers FFA. In second is Lane Binker of Washington County 4-H. Third place goes to Cooper Mao of Fayette County 4-H. In fourth is Coy Bracken of Liberty County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Mitchell Hackstedt of Needville FFA. In sixth is Rebecca Begley of Bel Air FFA. And seventh place went to Samuel Moore of Magnolia FFA.
Just another single entry in this class, and one that I think has some good to her as well. It's kind of tough to describe her when you don't have anything to compare her to, but rib shape looks good in that one. She's got some mass and some substance. Still looks like the young lady can get her put together and make a really nice look from the side. So we'll bring her back out here in a minute for division, but if you would, congratulate this young lady on her class winner here in a single entry.
Taking the blue ribbon in Class 8 is Caitlin Kempen of East Central FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, on the west side of our arena, our judge is ready to select a champion out of our British breeds division, representing the Angus breed. Grand champion is exhibited by Sarah Beth Britton of Garrison FFA. Representing the Hereford breed, grand champion is Alexandria Harris of Salado FFA. The grand champion Red Angus, exhibited by Colton Rohrbaugh, Callisburg FFA. And a grand champion Shorthorn, exhibited by Harley Sargent of the Grayson County 4-H. Our reserve champion Angus, exhibited by Stuart Lostavica of Salado FFA. Reserve champion Hereford Heifer, brought to you by Braden DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H. Leading the reserve champion Red Angus is Cutter Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. And on the reserve champion Shorthorn, exhibited by Annie Fallon of Grayson County 4-H.
Another single entry on this side, and one that's got tremendous performance and length of body, and she's not just one that's big and growthy. She's got some stoutness to her structure. She's laid in nice about her shoulder. Again, I think she's going to fit in nicely in our champion lineup. So again, congratulate this young man. Give him a nice hand on his class winner here at the Rodeo Austin.
Winning Class 9 in our ARB show is Zachary Adams of Alvin FFA. We'll bring back our class winners from classes 7, 8, and 9 and select a junior division champion in our ARB show.
Well, as we work our way into this division here, again, the numbers went down just a little bit, but still really impressed with the quality. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record. I mean that sincerely. All these heifers out here, I think, have tremendous value in what they can contribute to your potential operations. I like this heifer up front, and I think just in terms of maternal traits, her body type and structure and the quality she has up through her front end, I think fit together extremely well. Maybe not the stoutest, but I think just for a female, she's plenty stout enough. I just like how long and smooth and maternal she is in her appearance. I think she's definitely in contention out here. Then we've got a couple of single entries, and you get a chance to dive a little deeper and dig into them a little bit. Heifer that ends up in our second spot is really stout and really powerful. Just tons of substance, big-footed kind of a female, really wide there at her pins, and certainly has plenty of rib shape. With that, I think she maybe compromises her structure just a little bit. I'd like to see this heifer just go a little freer and easier and maybe just tone her down a bit in terms of muscle, because she's getting a little bulky there in her shoulder, right there at the top of her neck as well. But I think she's blessed with a ton of power. There's a lot of things you can do with that kind of mass. Then we go to the complete opposite end of the spectrum here in terms of one that's got all kinds of growth and length of body. I think for her frame, she probably could use just a shot more rib shape, probably a little softer look there through her heart and her flank. But structurally speaking, she's free and easy in her movement. I think she gets out and reaches with a really accurate step. So, again, a really good trio of heifers out here. Really nice second place female over there as well. Before I pick your champion, if you would, please put your hands together. Let's give all these kids a nice hand, and I'll get you a champion out of this division.
I'm sure when we get back out here for our Supreme Champion, we'll get the chance to talk some more. But I just want to say what a pleasure it has been to be here. Really, really impressed with the cattle and the kids and how the show is ran. I talked about earlier, the cattle were always here when you needed them to be. I had excellent ring help. Let's give those people that do all this behind the scenes and while we're out here, let's give them a big round of applause for making this show as good as it is. I believe about as much in showing cattle and young people doing this as anything. I don't know that there's a better place to have your young people to learn responsibility and how to live your life the right way. Competition's big for me. I like to win about as much as anything, but there's things that are more important. You think about some of the people that have been affected by, the fires, people that have lost their cattle, even lost their homes, lost even family members. That puts this into perspective. It makes cow shows not quite seem quite as big a deal. God has a way of reminding us that life isn't easy and to always thank Him for everything that you do have, the opportunities that you have, this great country we live in. Always remember that at the end of the day. Winning cow shows is fun, but it's not the end-all, be-all. There's something else that is. Awesome set of cattle. Very, very pleased. Let's give these exhibitors and young people a nice round of applause. I'll go pick the two I like the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, your division, or your British breeds division champion goes to the Shorthorn Heifer, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations, Harley. And your reserve champion out of the British Breeds division goes to the Angus Heifer, exhibited by Sarah Beth Britton of Garrison FFA. Congratulations to our British Breeds division champions. Back on the east side of the arena, our judge is currently evaluating Class 13 in our ARB show. These are females that were born March and April of 2015. Prior to this, our judge selected our junior division champions, and winning the junior division was Jacob Friedrich of Frogers FFA, and a reserve champion in the junior division was exhibited by Elaine Binker of Washington County 4-H.
Another fun class that we sort through in this on the ARB side. We've got a heifer that I think wins this class pretty easy, and just one that, again, structurally speaking, I think's built the most correctly off both ends of her framework. She's so good in terms of body shape, and she's the only one in class that, to me, has the boldness that you like in terms of rib cage, but still stays soft and fresh. Read her ahead of her shoulder, plenty feminine enough in her rib shape. Plenty good enough at the ground as well, and I like the fact that she's getting close to calving here, so production principles are still really in her favor. To me, I think the decisions between second and third, you've got two heifers here that honestly are on the opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm a little more comfortable with Two's Kind as you kind of project into that next stage of production. I think this cow is just a little bit more refined in her teat structure, probably a little softer, a little easier to maintain, a little lower input kind of female. And I think when you set the cattle in motion, she's still plenty flexible enough. Reason she can't win, young ladies, because she's a little plainer. Got a little more on her in terms of condition, but I like the way that one gets out and reaches and scoots across the ring. Probably think she's a little more genuine in her body type than the one that ends up in third. One that ends up in third is really neat ahead of her shoulder. She's stout constructed. I don't like the way that her teat structure is starting to develop. It's getting a little long and a little coarse. And honestly, I think if you knock that calf out of her, I just wonder how much real body shape is in there, because she reads just a nickel harder there in her forerib and her flank. Needs to be a little softer, needs to be bolder in her body type, but has a really neat look to her. And if you like that look, I think you could warrant switching that pair between 2 and 3. I like this one at the stand really good. This brindle female is a very unique combination of body mass and look, and she's really elegant ahead of her shoulder, but still draws back with some power to her rib cage and from behind. Structurally speaking, she's the most challenged. She's upright in her shoulder and twisting out on her front feet. She needs to be looser in terms of how she gets out and reaches off both ends. If that heifer was better at the ground, I think she could rival our class winner, because she's that good at the stand. I just made a call and said she wasn't good enough underneath, and that's why she ends up where she's at. Congratulations. I think you did an excellent job. A nice group of kids this again. Congratulations.
This is the final call for our breed champions for our American breeds. I need Beefmaster, Grand and Reserve, Brahman, Reserve, Brangus, Grand and Reserve, Red Brangus, Grand and Reserve, and Simbra Reserve champions to make your way to the arena immediately. Once again, this is your final call. Beefmaster, Grand and Reserve, Brahman, Reserve, Brangus, Grand and Reserve, Red Brangus, Grand and Reserve, Simbra Reserve. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Results from class number 13 in our ARB show. First place goes to Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. In second was Mackenzie Tiemann of Washington County 4-H. Third place is Todd Wellman of Magnolia FFA. And in fourth was Riley Luchek of Burton FFA. Now I have class 14 entering the arena. These are females that were born January and February of 2015. Just a reminder again, junior heifer exhibitors, following the selection of the champion ARB heifer, our judge will select a American Breeds champion, and then we'll bring back our Continental Breeds champion, British Breeds champion, and American Breeds champion to select a supreme champion overall.
Really an odd dynamic to this class, just a lot of differences in being in production and almost there and just different types of cattle. The one that suits me best is this young man's black heifer that wins this class, and in terms of just substance and just the way that this one's built underneath, I think is the most appropriate. I think this heifer's fresh but still really honest in terms of her rib design, really gets her stopped and put together. There's a lot of quality in that heifer, long and extended, still gets out and travels, and she's dropping a good enough udder up to this point to where I don't discredit her for where she's at production-wise. I think this bear's really cool, and I told both of these young people that it's really hard when you can make a carbon copy in terms of color patterns, and I think that that cow has really done an exceptional job because the young man tells me that she's already coming back into heat after 60 days of calving, and you guys forget that reproduction is such a key component of making revenue in a cow-calf operation. She's good looking, and that's a really nice cow. That's got a nice calf there at side. I'd like to just refine her teeth structure just a bit. And I think compared to the one that wins, when you set this cow in motion, she wants to tighten just a little bit underneath, just comes up a little short in her step. I'd like to loosen her lower joints, but she's got a quality look to her, good calf there at side. I like the look of that cow better than the one that ends up in third. The one that ends up in third, obviously you don't question the fleshing ability in this one. I just don't know if she's got enough true udder development underneath, and I actually think some of the weight that she's got is starting to push her shoulder out just a bit. She doesn't manage and handle her weight just with the same kind of coordination and just flexibility. She's upright in her shoulder and gets just a nickel weird there in how she sets her hind leg down. She just needs to be leaner and needs to be more secure, and I wish she was showing a little more signs of udder. But again, a good class and 3 really nice females. My congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 14 of our ARB show. First place goes to Ryan Erie of Troy FFA, and second is Jacob Friedrich of Rogers FFA, and third place goes to Colton Newman of Austin County 4-H. Now ready for class number 15, a single entry with female born September of 2014.
Another single entry, and I think it's going to be really fun when we get these two together. That's a good cow, and actually the calf at side is really impressive. That guy's got a cool color, and it only highlights just the quality that he has. She's doing an excellent job because this calf's got plenty of age on him, yet she still is right in her breeding condition. Again, this young lady's brought me some good calves the last couple days, so let's continue your support. Give her a nice hand. We'll congratulate her on her class winner and bring her back out for division.
Taking the blue ribbon in class 15 is Braylee Mackey of Bell County 4-H. We'll now bring back our class winners for our senior division championship drive.
Well, a really fun division again, and we've got just a few more things to do, but I've seen all the American cattle, and tell you what, I'm totally blown away with how good they've been, and more so just how good these exhibitors have been, just been super respectful, and I appreciate all the help that's gone into it. I know we get a couple of these calves back out here in a single entry, so we need to spend just a second to discuss them. I really like the brood cow utility of the heifer that wins our first class. Just massive in terms of center rib and pin set. I think she's one that for that kind of mass can get out and reach and has plenty of flexibility to her joints. Really like the udder she's dropping. It's super square, and yet she's due to calve right on time. She's feminine in her look and just a brood cow. I think that's awesome for a female like that. She looks like she can have a lot of serviceable years. The heifer that wins our second class, a little more little trendier, if you will. I think just the way that her shoulder lays into her is super nice. She's heavy structured, really nice coat of hair on her, so she presents herself really, really well. You know, she's maybe on the edge of being where we want to be for where she's at calving relative to her age. I think another thing you can pick on her is just when she gets out in motion, she gets just a little lower there in her pin set. I'd just like to just level that out. Very nitpicky. She's not crippled. She has no structural problems. It's more of an aesthetics thing up to this point. Then we come to our cow-calf pair, and, you know, I think this calf at side has got a world of potential. And I was talking with these two young ladies, and they were trying to sell her to me, and I think that somebody that's looking for a really neat colored, high-quality brindle heifer calf maybe ought to speak with you after the show. That one's got a world of future in terms of quality. The cow's a little moderate, and that's okay. If I could make the cow perfect, I'd probably fix her udder and just refine her teats and make them drop down a little square and fill that front quarter up just a bit. But obviously, it doesn't seem to be affecting her calf. I think that's a really excellent pair that definitely deserves a lot of credit. And so I think it's pretty challenging out here. There's a lot of different directions that you can go. But the good thing is there's more than one right answer. You just, as a judge, just go out there and use the one that you like. So, again, one last time before we go into our champion drive, if you would, let's congratulate all these kids. Put your hands together, and I'll get you a champion and reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior division champion ARB comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. And your reserve senior champion comes out of class number 15, exhibited by Brayley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division winners. Now bring back all of our division champions, and our judge will select our grand champion, ARB Heifer.
Well, what a last couple days, and it's been nothing short of a pleasure of mine, and we get to finish up our final division here in this ARB show, and I can't tell you how pleased I've been with just the quality of the cattle that have come in from the calf division all the way to our final senior division. It's just been exceptional, and so I know a lot of people got to do some traveling, so in this particular division, I'm going to keep my comments pretty brief. I'm not going to talk about the cattle, but I just want to tell you guys how proud I am of you because you've brought an exceptional set of cattle, and you guys are all exceptional showmen and have done an awesome job at just competing but showing sportsmanship as well. So let's give all these kids a hand. I think they deserve a round of applause for their efforts, and I'll go pick you a champion in division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion ARB Heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And your reserve champion, ARB Heifer, comes from the senior division, exhibited by Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. Congratulations to our champion ARB Heifer exhibitors. This concludes our ARB show, and we'll move into our American Breeds Championship drive shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're leading in our champion American Breeds heifers, representing the Beefmaster breed. We have a heifer exhibited by Brayley Callan of Fannin County 4-H. With the grand champion Brahman, we have Spade Koenig of Callahan County 4-H. With the champion Brangus is Tanner Miller, Upshur County 4-H. The champion Red Brangus, we got Kerrigan Drybrote of Comal County 4-H. With the champion Santa Gertrudis is Shelby Ferguson of Klein Oak FFA. With the champion Simbraw heifer is Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And with the champion ARB heifer is Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. Our reserve champion Beefmaster, shown by Sean Skaggs, De Leon FFA. Reserve champion Brahman heifer, exhibited by Hudson Matthews, Victoria County 4-H. With the reserve champion Brangus heifer is Weston Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. With the reserve champion Red Brangus heifer is Waylon Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. Reserve champion Santa Gertrudis is exhibited by Baylor Kimbrough of Timpson FFA. With the reserve champion Simbraw is Caleb Fox of Washington County 4-H. And with the reserve champion ARB is Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause for their championship heifers. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our judges for the 2017 Rodeo Austin Heifer Show, Dr. Chris Cassidy, Mr. Tyler Cates. Dr. Cassidy is evaluating our American breeds over the last couple days, currently looking at our championship drive. Mr. Cates evaluated our British and European breeds or continental breeds. They'll come together here following the American Division drive, and they will select our Supreme Champion Heifer. I'd also like to recognize our superintendents one more time, Dr. Marcy Beverly and Dr. Mark Anderson from Sam Houston State University, as well as all of the students from the Department of Agricultural Sciences there at Sam Houston State. They're the ones that have been working the ring the last couple days, working as ring stewards, working in the backstage in the cattle, checking tattoos, and helping you unload those trailers on Saturdays. So we certainly appreciate them being here. Obviously, they played a tremendous role in making this show successful. So please show your appreciation for those individuals.
Well, it got quiet in a hurry. Bring him out here, and I tell you what, I think that says a lot about the program. And, you know, I know each one of you guys are so intense right now that it's almost silent, and you can hear a pin drop. And trust me, that doesn't help my stress level out here because I certainly am totally impressed. And, you know, I come from a northern part of the country I was fortunate enough to spend a couple years in Texas and get to know a little bit about these breeds because, I'll be honest with you, I didn't grow up with the American heritage, if you will, with this type of Boston Indicus cattle. But as going to school down there, I really did realize that they hold such an integral part to this industry. And it's such a really honor to get asked to come down and serve as your judge for these American breeds, because every time you go to Texas and you get asked to judge an Angus, or you get asked to judge a junior heifer show, and you get asked to judge the Americans, you know that there's something that's special about it. And you know that you're going to get to work with lots of numbers, but you're going to get to work with exceptional quality because you guys have predicated your lives on making cattle this good. When it comes down to picking a Supreme, I know we've had a long day and we've talked about all these cattle. So to be honest with you, I believe it's a bit redundant up to this point if I go back and talk about them. What I think as you go out here is there's a few of them out here that are just exceptional. And you really can't go wrong with any of these females out here because every single one of them, from the Beefmaster on down to the ARB, every single one of them will make a positive contribution in your operation. So whether or not you're Supreme or Reserve, you should be happy and be thrilled with what you have, because I would be darn sure proud enough to show any of these females out here, and even more excited about what they can do when they get out in the pasture setting. So excellent set of cattle, and I can't tell you that enough. But at this point, as a judge, I'm just going to go hit one, or I'm going to select one or two here that just hit me really hard. And before I do that, I want everybody to give these kids a big hand. Congratulate them on all their hard work, and I'll go get you a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your American Breeds champion is your Beefmaster, exhibited by Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. Congratulations, Brayley. Moving into contention for Reserve Champion honors is Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA with the Reserve Champion Beefmaster. And your Reserve Champion American Breeds heifer is the ARB, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. Congratulations to our American Breeds champions. We'll now bring back our American, British, and Continental champions, and our judges will select a Supreme Champion heifer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start our Supreme Champion Heifer Drive. We've got our judges together, and they will come to a decision, mutual decision on our champions here. So we'll lead in our heifers, starting off with the American breeds. Our champion American heifer is the Beefmaster, exhibited by Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. From the British division, our champion was the Shorthorn heifer, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. From the Continental European division, our champion was the ORB heifer, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. Our reserve champion American heifer was the ARB, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. Our reserve champion British heifer was the Angus, exhibited by Sarah Beth Britton of Garrison FFA. And a reserve champion Continental breed heifer was the Limousine, exhibited by Madison Culpepper from Gonzales County 4-H. Again, congratulations to all these exhibitors, and if you would, help me congratulate them with a round of applause.
Well, we just want to reiterate, we'll both give our thanks, but we just want to reiterate it's been such a pleasure for us to be here. The quality of the cattle has been exceptional, and I know Chris commented on it, and I commented on many times. The kids, I've never seen sportsmanship like I've seen down here. I've visited a lot with the kids at the end of the class that you don't want to be on, and every one of them had a smile on their face, acted like they were just a pleasure to be here, and they acted like that was a pleasure, or they were grateful, for us to be here, and that's humbling for us. It says a lot about the kind of parents and educators that you are down here, how you're really teaching these kids the right way to be in life, and I think just that aspect, we should give a big round of applause right now. I don't think we need to talk a whole lot about the cows. It was a pleasure for me to work with Chris. You got an awesome staff here. That's made it really enjoyable for me. And so thank you all for being here. And I'll let Chris give you a little talk as well.
Well, yeah, I don't want to echo the same comments, but it really is a pleasure to be here. And like I said before, every time you get asked to judge a junior heifer show in Texas, you know that the hospitality is going to be good. But as you come down here and you really get to work with the kids, and just kind of saying the same thing that Tyler did, I'm not very old, and some of the kids I'm not much older than enough to be their older brother, but yet it's always yes, sir, no, sir, and just the politeness and the manners that you guys have and the way you conduct yourself, I think is a real tribute to your parents and everything they've instilled in you. And so I think this is just an awesome opportunity for us. And, we don't have that up north. People don't treat each other like that. And it's a real pleasure to get down here and to have young people, as well as some of the other superintendents and the people helping with the show, giving you that chance to really understand and really enjoy your time down here. Every time I get a chance to judge down here, I absolutely enjoy it. I've just become a father the last 8 months, and I know that Tyler is as well. And it's obviously changes your life quite a bit, but I probably didn't do a good enough job of it when I was a younger kid. I didn't, make sure that you guys go back and thank your ag leaders and thank your parents, because they sacrifice a lot of things for you, whether that's finances or time or, buying things or whatever they need to do to make you have an opportunity to do something great. And this is such an opportunity to put you on a platform to inspire other people. And I think that it makes it's a really great experience, and there's no other way to raise a family than with livestock and livestock exhibition. Really proud of the cattle as well. We're not going to talk about them because at this point it's more about the kids and the hard work that they've done up to this point. Tyler and I have known each other for a long time. It's the first time we've ever judged together, and hopefully it won't be the last. I know that he could definitely judge with me. We see cattle very similarly, and obviously he's done a great job with his own program at home, and definitely have always respected his opinion and all the things that he's done as his own operation. I want to thank my wife, too. Hopefully, I don't know if she's watching online, but we had a little scare earlier this week with the little kid, and he spent a couple days in the hospital, but she held down the fort like she always does and allows me to go do the things that I enjoy. So hopefully she's watching and listening, but I certainly appreciate everything she does and makes the sacrifices so that I can live my dream and go out and work with kids and do these things like that. So I'm not going to talk anymore. Safe travels and good luck to all of you guys as you continue on to the other Texas majors. Give all these kids a nice hand, and I'll have Tyler go slap a grand champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Supreme Champion Heifer from the 2017 Rodeo Austin Junior Heifer Show comes out of the Continental Division, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. Moving into contention is Reserve Champion Continental Heifer. Limousine Heifer exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And a reserve Supreme Champion, also out of the Continental Division, Limousine Heifer exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. Congratulations to our Supreme Champion Heifer exhibitors. This concludes the Junior Heifer Show for 2017 Rodeo Austin. Again, I'd like to thank our judges one last time, Mr. Tyler Cates for sorting our British and European breeds, and Dr. Chris Cassidy for sorting through our American breeds the last couple of days. Had a large show, had around 770 heifers that they've sorted through over the last 2 days. And we'd like to thank all of our exhibitors as well for being here with us and making 2017 Rodeo Austin Junior Heifer Show a great show. Safe travels to everyone on the way home.